Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of our World Health Congress in Prague. I hope everyone is well rested. We have a day full of very interesting and captivating presentations where everyone gets space to express their opinion and medical expertise. The goal is to create patient-centered environment where the patient shall have the freedom of choice. We have the privilege of learning from visionary leaders, experts, and pioneers who are shaping the future of healthcare. Their insights, shared experiences, and innovative solutions will undoubtedly inspire us to push the boundaries of what is possible in the realm of health and wellness. The Congress is held in a hybrid form, which means it's in person and online at www.hc2023prague.com. After the registration online, it is possible to watch all the halls through the 3D environment. Hall number 1 is this room. It's the main hall, and all the presentations are happening in person and also online. Hall number 2 is the outdoor yard, and all the presentations are some in person and some are virtual online recordings. In hall number 3, all the presentations are only online. I'd like to note that if there will be time left for questions at the end of each presentation, we encourage you to use a web portal at www.itcim.org/q. For our live audience, this login information you can see on your name tag. And only the members of the Presidium can ask questions in person. Again, the portal is www.itcim.org/q. For all our presenters in person, I would like to ask you, please arrive 15 minutes before your presentation begins at the portal station, which is by the main entrance to the hall 1. It's the little table over there, to get connected to the microphone. Or we also have microphones available for you to hold and speak. And now let's welcome our first presenter from Australia, and that is Professor Avni Sali, Order of Australia recipient. But because Professor Sali cannot be here with us in person, we have prepared a pre-recorded video with his presentation, and that presentation carries a title, Longevity and Integrative Approach. I will ask the studio for the video now, please.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ian Brighto. I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak today on behalf of Professor Avni Sali, who sends his apologies for not being with you. It is a great honor for me to speak on his behalf, and I feel entirely humbled. Today I'm going to talk about a very important subject to all of us. It is longevity. The subject of longevity, to some, is all about anti-aging. But to me, it is about staying as healthy as one possibly can for as long as one possibly can, and provide an environment, an external and internal environment in which our genes can express themselves optimally and we can live a long and healthy life. So that's what this talk is about today, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. But before I start, I would like to send a special hello to my good friend, Dr. Luděk Mrazek. I spent quite some time with Dr. Luděk in Melbourne, Australia, years ago, and he has a remarkable mind and he is a remarkable person. I'm going to talk about longevity and integrative approach. But before I do, Professor Avni Sali is the founder and director of the National Institute of Integrative Medicine here in Melbourne, Australia. The National Institute of Integrative Medicine consists of clinics, education facilities, and research. These are the three major pillars of the National Institute of Integrative Medicine. The clinic consists of clinicians who provide services and treatments, an integrative health check, and it has dispensaries. There are many research projects being conducted at NIM. Here is a picture of Professor Karen Reid, who is the chief researcher, and Professor Avni Sali, the injection room and the lecture theatre. The definition of integrative medicine is it's all about evidence-based medicine, including the complementary medicines and the alternative medicines that have profound scientific basis. The major interest is on the cause of disease, and the patient is the active participant in getting better and improving his or her health. Making the patient as healthy as possible is an imperative. Life expectancy in Australia in 2021 was for females 85.4 years and for males 81.3 years. In the Czech Republic in 2022, the life expectancy for females was 82.01 years and for males 76.15 years. And let me just add, you have one of the most beautiful cities in the world. There are problems with conventional medicine, and Professor Peter Goetsche has clearly, in a number of books, he has shown how organised crime has infiltrated the medical profession and healthcare, and the organised crime, of course, being in Big Pharma. How can we survive in an over-medicated world? How can we make people healthy when you go to the doctor and you are prescribed drugs, pharmaceuticals, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgery, when sometimes lifestyle changes can be far more effective? And also psychiatry, the use of drugs, shock treatment, when essentially deficient in nutrients or is exposed to toxins and poisons in the environment. How can psychiatric patients get better? They are chemically immobilized with antidepressants, tranquilizers, and other psychiatric drugs. Healthy aging. Basically, the key principles of healthy aging are the maintenance of social connections and the prevention of loneliness, the reduction of life stresses, being able to unload, being able to relax. The prevention of cognitive decline is increasingly important as we age. Exposure to adequate levels of sunlight is critical for well-being and the production of vitamin D. Adequate sleep and good quality sleep is essential, at least 7 hours sleep a night and waking refreshed in the morning. Regular exercise is absolutely critical. Exercise that is suitable for the age and fitness of the individual. Healthy food, including preferably organic food, but especially unprocessed food, whole foods and fresh foods. A healthy environment, the avoidance of chemicals and toxins in the environment, the avoidance of electromagnetic radiation, and also an environment in which people are happy and have very strong social connections. And of course, as we get older, our food may not supply everything that we need, so supplementation is absolutely critical for some people, especially those with comorbidities. The social human connection is essential to our health, well-being and longevity. Loneliness can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Happy, healthy aging with family and friends. This is important for the future of our social well-being. With regard to loneliness and isolation, 1/3 of the population is affected in developed countries, and this rate is increasing. It has been identified as bad as smoking and greater than obesity. Loneliness is linked to heart disease, cancer, depression, diabetes, suicide, and other comorbidities. There is a 26% increase in the risk of premature mortality in an isolated and lonely population. In Australia, men tend to report higher levels of loneliness than females. Men living alone have a high levels of loneliness than females living by themselves. Women tend to be more socially connected and they come together more. It has been stated 3 close friends can add 7 years to a male's life. Analyses of over 3.5 million participants has shown that greater social connection halves the risk of dying prematurely, and the risk of dying prematurely is greater than other risk factors in the presence of loneliness. These other risk factors including obesity and smoking. Even politicians realise the importance of loneliness. Theresa May, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, appointed a Minister for Loneliness. The Surgeon General of the United States has stated that there is an urgent health issue of our times, and that is loneliness and isolation, and that they represent profound threats to our health and well-being. The key points with regard to the US report are that humans need social connection, but we've become more isolated over time. That social connection significantly improves the health and well-being of all individuals in society, and that social connection is vital to the community's health and success of the community, and that together we can advance social connection and improve our nation's public health and public health systems. The facts are, living in isolation reduces our chance of survival, and socialisation increases the risk for premature mortality by 29%. Poor social relationships, social isolation and loneliness can increase your risk of heart disease by 29% and the risk of stroke by 32%. Something must be done about socialisation and social relationships. Smaller social network sizes are associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and of other diabetic complications, including heart attacks and kidney disease. Amongst older adults, chronic loneliness and socialisation can increase the risk of developing dementia by approximately 50%, possibly due to lack of intellectual stimulation and also physical inactivity. Get together with some friends, have a coffee, have some laughs. Let's have a look at the blue zones where longevity exists. Loma Linda in the USA, Nicoya, Costa Rica, Sardinia, Italy, Ikaria in Greece, and Okinawa in Japan. The Blue Zones began as a National Geographic expedition led by Dan Buettner to uncover the secrets of longevity. It evolved into the discovery of the 5 places around the world where people consistently live over 100 years old, called the Blue Zones. In the Blue Zones, more people live to 100 years old and beyond. They remain active in their 80s and 90s and beyond. They don't typically suffer from the common degenerative diseases found in other parts of the industrialized world, such as heart disease, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, obesity, stroke. In the Blue Zones, the common key factors, their loved ones come first. They make family a priority. They invest in their children, so they may reciprocate your love and care later in life. These people have a purpose in life. They belong to a spiritual and other community groups. They move, they do physical activity daily. They sleep and regularly take naps. They eat more plant food, more beans, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Meat is consumed in very small amounts, if at all. They drink 1 to 2 glasses of red wine daily with meals and/or friends, and they know how to de-stress. They build stress-relieving rituals into their daily routines. Meditation assists the prevention of disease and can help in the treatment of disease. It's important in stress reduction. It helps with sleep disturbances. It may also help with addictions. It certainly is important in eating disorders and may improve memory. It relieves muscle tension and can help with muscle tension pain and other pains, and certainly helps with fatigue and many, many other issues. People who meditate tend to perform better at work, in creativity, and other tasks. General stress reduction. Get together with friends, have a game of cards, play billiards, do something together. The prevention of cognitive decline is also important in healthy aging. With regard to cognition and alcohol, a US study showed quite clearly that less than 8 drinks a week for women and less than 15 drinks a week for men tended to result in better performance on cognitive tests over time. We're here talking about regular moderate drinkers. With regard to cognition and alcohol, a US study showed quite clearly that less than 8 drinks a week for women and less than 15 drinks a week for men tended to result in better performance on cognitive tests over time. We're here talking about regular moderate drinkers. The Framingham Heart Study showed quite clearly that consuming more omega-3 essential fatty acids is associated with better cognition. Photobiomodulation with near-infrared radiation has been shown to enhance memory processing in older adults with mild cognitive impairment. At NIM, we have an integrative health check program, and it's provided by a dedicated multidisciplinary team consisting of medical practitioners, osteopaths, natural therapists or naturopaths, psychologists, and health coaches. The health check reveals suboptimal levels in a number of vital biomarkers. This has been published in Advances in Integrative Medicine in December 2015. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy has been shown to increase telomere length and decreases immunosenescence in isolated blood cells. Interestingly, hyperbaric oxygen therapy increases telomere length and decreases immunosenescence in isolated blood cells. Concentrations of vitamin C are higher in brain than the rest of the body. This is important in cognition. A NIM study done in Melbourne of 80 adults, 24 to 96-year-old. The higher the vitamin C level, the better the cognition. Surgery has been shown to reduce plasma or serum vitamin C concentrations. With healthy aging, we require adequate sunlight. Why? Humans are similar to outdoor plants. We cannot survive without sunshine, according to Professor Avnisali, and I have to agree with him. Sunshine is important for the production of vitamin D. Vitamin D deficiency is a global health problem. There are over 308 studies with over 7.9 million participants. A high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency increases the global burden of disease. What are the vital functions of vitamin D in the system? The vital functions are for the immune system, the respiratory system, the nervous system, the musculoskeletal system, the cardiovascular system. Vitamin D is vital for metabolism, behavior, gut health, dental health. Vitamin D is not just a vitamin for bone health. In aged care, an Australian study was done where vitamin D levels in residential aged care were measured. There are 137 residents as participants. They were given 100,000 international units orally every 3 months. The results were a baseline of people, 95% had low vitamin D levels. After 6 months of treatment, their vitamin D levels returned to normal. Just to mention here that 100,000 international units orally every 3 months is a bolus dose. It's far better to give the vitamin D daily, as one would receive their vitamin D daily from exposure to the sun on a daily basis. The NIM International Alliance study studied the role of vitamin D in COVID-19. It was an Australian study performed in Turkey. It was a multi-centre randomised study in which 237 hospitalised COVID-19 patients had their vitamin D levels measured. The results were 97% of the patients were vitamin D deficient, 55% of the patients were severely deficient, that is, less than 50 nanomoles per litre, and 3% were insufficient with less than 75 nanomoles per litre. None had optimal vitamin D levels. Vitamin D plays an essential role in protecting against acute respiratory viral infections, not only COVID, but coronaviruses and influenza viruses as well. Sleep and healthy aging. The NIM Cannabis Sleep Study aimed to assess the tolerability and effectiveness of a THC, CBD, 10 to 15 medicinal cannabis oil on sleep in adults with insomnia. For those of you who are not familiar with medicinal cannabis and the ingredients, THC is tetrahydrocannabinol, and CBD is cannabidiol. THC is the compound that causes active effects, whereas CBD are not so psychoactive. It was a randomized, crossover, double-blind, placebo-controlled study of 6 weeks duration and 29 participants. The results of the study showed quite clearly that 60% of people in the study were no longer insomniacs. 30% had increased melatonin levels, and 80% had an improvement in their quality of life. A UCLA study of 126 males and females between the ages of 60 and 88 were assessed for insomnia. Their telomere lengths in the peripheral blood mononuclear cells were measured. The results were insomnia actually speeds up the aging process. It's associated with a shorter telomere length in men and women over 70 years old, and those diagnosed with insomnia had significantly shorter telomeres than good sleepers of the same age. Sleep is important for longevity. Healthy aging and regular exercise. The benefits of regular exercise are well known. Regular exercise is important for normal weight, the maintenance of good moods, the reduction of stress hormones, the strength of bone and muscle development. Regular exercise improves blood circulation. It improves the function of the central nervous system and the immune system. A daily walk lowers the risk of developing cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. It improves mood. A daily walk helps regulate weight, increases fitness and flexibility, and as a bonus, you are exposed to natural light, which helps to improve sleep and maintain your vitamin D levels. There's a study of exercise and daily steps. It was a meta-analysis. There were 15 studies and 50,000 people were involved from 4 continents. They measured the risk of premature death. Results of the Daily Steps study showed that those aged 60 or more who did 6,000 to 8,000 steps per day gained benefit for longevity. Those aged younger than 60 required 8,000 to 10,000 steps per day to reduce the risk of premature death. Standing on one leg is not that easy when you get older. Balance diminishes after the mid-50s, increasing the risk for falls. Those who were unable to stand on one leg for 10 seconds daily had an 84% heightened risk of death from any cause. Resistance exercises. Healthy aging and healthy food. Fresh, unprocessed, preferably organic. Not contaminated with chemicals, preservatives, colourings, flavourings, but the way nature provided it. A high fibre intake is associated with lower mortality. High fibre foods include the chickpeas, lentils, beans, whole grain cereals, almonds, oats, chia seeds, vegetables of all sorts, fruits of all sorts. These are high fibre foods. It's been shown that primary school children don't consume enough fibre in their diet. The consumption of a handful of mixed nuts every day has been shown to reduce the likelihood by 20% of dying from any cause over 30 years. Nice night out in a restaurant. We don't eat eggs, meat, fish, dairy or gluten. What would you recommend? A taxi. A UK report has shown that obesity shortens life by 13 years. Smoking shortens life by 10 years. With respect to Alzheimer's disease, it's been shown that oleocanthal present in extra virgin olive oil can protect against Alzheimer's disease. Figs, another interesting fruit. Figs contain 27 phytochemicals, antioxidants, catechins, ellagic acid, luteolin, quercetin, cyanidin. Blueberries are important for cognition. Blueberries are a superfood. Wild blueberries may be of a higher nutrient content. Studies have shown that blueberries can prevent and mitigate age-related cognitive disorders. Higher intakes are found to reduce the rate of cognitive decline. Cocoa, a Melbourne study, showed that improved mental fatigue and cognition. The actions of cocoa, dark chocolate, are anti-aging, antidepressant, aids cognition, normalizes blood stickiness, reduces cholesterol, stimulates the appetite, influences the expression of cancer cells, influences glucose levels, is a cough suppressant, and has anti-tooth decay properties. The estimated number of organisms present in the gut microbiome is between 50 and 100 trillion. The number of cells in the human is 1/10 to 1/3 of that of the microbiome. Foods that encourage the microbiome Probiotics include yogurt, fermented foods, and there are supplements that are available to help with the gut microbiome. Many cultures have their own versions of fermented foods. The top brain foods include fish, and the oily fish and fish oils, blueberries. The top longevity foods, there's a whole list of these foods here, and we've discussed some of them during the lecture. This is another herb, it's called tobacco, which is doing pretty well. A healthy environment is also critical for healthy aging. Many of us live in a polluted environment, polluted air, water, seas, chemicals, radiation, electromagnetic radiation, and these exposures create reactive oxygen species, reactive nitrogen species, and oxidation of our cells and tissues. A clean air, nice green environment, going for a walk in the sunshine is the ideal way to start the day, to end the day, or be a part of the day. Healthy aging requires supplementation. The supplements are important in blocking the harmful effects of reactive oxygen and nitrogen species, and therefore reducing the oxidation of our cells and tissues. Multivitamins are important in cognitive and cardiovascular function. Melbourne study showed that fish oil decreased blood pressure, and multivitamins and fish oil actually improve memory. High-potency B vitamins are very important in the anti-aging programs. In the VitaCog trial at Oxford University, it was shown that brain atrophy can be slowed by the homocysteine-lowering B vitamins B6, B12, and folic acid. In a study of magnesium in the brain, it was shown that the consumption of more than 550 milligrams of magnesium per day produced less age-related brain shrinkage, and a higher dietary magnesium intake produced better brain health in the general population, particularly in women. We know that mitochondria are important in the generation of energy for cells. This energy is stored as ATP. It's involved in calcium metabolism. Mitochondria are important in immunity, programmed cell death, and stem cell regulation. Oxidative damage to the mitochondria is at the root of aging itself. The greater the oxidative damage to mitochondria, the shorter the lifespan. It's unknown if mitochondria burn energy more cleanly and efficiently. This would decelerate the aging process. It would mean a longer and healthier life. It's interesting to note that cardiac muscle cells contain approximately 600 mitochondria per cell, whereas in the neuronal cells, there are 2 million mitochondria within the nerve cells. It's also believed that coenzyme Q10 may improve mitochondrial function. Lifestyle changes and a wide range of nutrients are essential for healthy mitochondrial function. These include the B vitamins, carnitine, creatine, curcumin, coenzyme Q10, ginkgo biloba, magnesium, the omega-3 fatty acids, and quinone, which is found in plant foods. The nutrients that are very important for healthy mitochondrial function are resveratrol, thiamine, vitamin B1, niacinamide, vitamin B3, and N-acetylcysteine, or NAC. Importantly, exercise, as well as calorie restriction and intermittent fasting, including ketogenic diets, play a role in mitochondrial function. One must also avoid pollution and cigarette smoke and other toxins. Enzymes, or cytoprotective enzymes, are contained in broccoli sprouts and melon. Broccoli sprouts contain a high source of sulforaphane, NRF2, and glycidin. NRF2 is the master switch for activating mitochondria and energy production. It's important in detoxification, the resolution of inflammation, and the normalization of the microbiome. Glycidin is a product that contains a cantaloupe extract, which contains high quantities of the enzyme superoxide dismutase, and gliadin, a wheat protein designed to protect SOD during the digestive processes. A book worth reading is titled Lifespan by Dr. David Sinclair, who's Professor of Genetics at Harvard Medical School and an Australian biologist and academic well known for his research on aging and epigenetics. The longevity supplements that Dr. David Sinclair recommends include nicotinamide mononucleotide, or NMN, resveratrol, metformin, vitamin D3 and vitamin K2, quercetin and fezitin, spermidine, low-dose aspirin, a mixture of greens called athletic greens with over 75 ingredients, and TMG, or trimethylglycine. Here's Professor Sali with his assistant Anna Noto Berardino. Two books by Professor Sali and his colleagues A Guide to Evidence-Based Integrative and Complementary Medicine, and A Clinician's Guide to Integrative Oncology. From Professor Sali, words of wisdom: if I had to choose between what was right for the patient and what was right for the establishment, then I would always choose for the patient. And finally, his happy page: sunlight, which produces serotonin and vitamin D, exercise, daily intake of fish, some dark chocolate or cocoa, adequate sleep, and unloading. The happy page. Please join him as a subscriber at www.nimim.com.au. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the conference.
That was Professor Sali, whom we thank and wish he could be here with us in person today. And I just have a friendly reminder that there is a time limit for each presentation, and there will be a gong sound about 1 minute before the time runs out. I will ask the studio for a demonstration of the gong. That was the gong. And our next presentation will also be virtual. And this time it will be live. So let's welcome Dr. Nandu Goswami with his innovative approaches to teaching integrative medicine in Western medical universities. I will ask the studio for a connection, please. Hello, Dr. Goswami.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hear you clear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. We apologize for our late start. You may begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to the organizers, particularly Thomas, for organizing such an event. And I'm really honored, and it's a great pleasure that I would like to share some of my experiences in complementary and integrative medicine, because this is really important aspect, I believe, in medicine. Some of you I've seen already on the screen, so I do know. So hello, my dear friends that are present in physical presence there. I greet you all, and I hope I see you next time in person. But today I would just like to share with you online the challenges and actually how we can perhaps integrate our complementary, or what I would actually call integrative and even more health promotion kind of education into medical university. So I'm an associate professor at the Medical University of Graz in Austria, not Australia. And, I mean, all of you are experts in this area, but for example, when we talk about aspects related to Ayurveda, like meditation and every single aspect, this is a practice that has been carried out for centuries in India and in other parts of Asia. But what is really fascinating is that despite this practice being quite common in parts of India and other parts of Asia, it has been quite a long journey for these medicines to come into the Western world. And yes, today we talk a little bit about yoga, some little bit of acceptance with the yoga, but also overall, if you look around the world generally, in the Western world, there are still a lot of misconceptions and just not clear, really understanding of these concepts here, and they are therefore not well received. So for example, Western practitioners, and I'm myself a medical practitioner, MD, trained in Western medicine, and you find that when we talk about to our Western practitioners, I don't mean the colleagues who are here today in our forum, but I'm talking on average, there are a lot of preconceptions that they have. There is also a lot of skepticism. Can this really do this? And therefore, it's not a surprise that over the years, concepts such as Ayurveda and other even TCM and other aspects have taken the name of alternative medicine, which I think is pretty sad, because this is not alternative; it's rather integrative. And again, in the Western world, as you heard from our previous presenter, we rely on publications, we rely on scientific evidence. And what is the evidence? And if you look at most of the publications, maybe perhaps in the last 10 years, it's been a lot of Western-based publications. But over the years, the publications have all arisen a lot from, the Indian subcontinent mostly. And that makes a little bit of bias that, of course, you would want the Indians to endorse Ayurveda. That is the general conception in the Western world. And there's also this stupid, unnecessary belief, and I think a complete false belief, that some of the data emerging from developing countries are not correct, and maybe they were not subjected to proper peer review. Maybe, for example, it could be Ayurveda companies sponsoring that kind of research, so there was a heavy conflict of interest, the typical issues that we have with this kind of publication. So when I set out to do that, the first thing I wanted to ask, and is that, how can we raise this awareness with our Western medical practitioners? Regular dialogue would help. But I believe, myself being a medical doctor, and again, I repeat this, and many of you know this, I am not an Ayurveda practitioner. What I am is actually a Western-trained medical researcher working at a Western university called the Medical University of Graz, where we believe in evidence-based medicine and not prominent-based medicine, which is like some prominent scientists said that, we believe in that. So we talk about evidence. And I was asking myself that I am in this unique position sitting here in Austria where I could do amazing work, actually using the tools that we use to validate a drug. So for example, if a new pharma company finds a drug, how do they validate the process? Why don't we do that for our medications, such as Ayurvedic products, or for that matter, anything? If we talk about Panchakarma, for example, in Ayurveda, how can we validate that to see it's a good practice? So I searched out and started doing this evidence-based research. And why don't we do randomized crossover clinical trials? Of course, there are thousands of them going on in India. But hang on, why don't we use the technology that we have in Western parts of Europe, using my expertise, because I carry out Western-based methods of research. We have validated those models. We have more than 100 publications in each of these areas. Why don't we carry out that kind of research in a Western setting? And then we can validate, and when we publish, we are actually talking about evidence-based medicine. And so here is what I believe will be a classical approach that I would like to take here, that, for example, if we have an Ayurvedic preparation, so here is the Ayurvedic preparation, for example, or this is, as many of us are familiar, what do we see in these powders here? We see different things. But if we just give this to somebody and say it works very well, this could cause a lot of problems. I say, you give me your powders, we're going to do a whole study. We're going to do an analysis of the powder, find out the pure form of the powder, and then see it in our labs to see how an exposure, for example, on the left-hand side, leads to the responses. And we are talking all about the genome, all the way deep level, which you will be hearing from our colleagues again, Professor Madan Tangavelu, of course. So these are the aspects you can follow all the way. Then you can take the particular extract, here I again repeat, a purified extract, put it in different kind of cell cultures, and you see which proteins get upgraded or downgraded. And then once we have some evidence, we can then really do this assessment, for example, in animal models that have some knockout, classically, this is what we do in a typical drug. For example, if a new protein has been found out or a new drug has been going to be tested, this is what we do. So why don't we do that same for an Ayurvedic product? And the same goes for aging. You again heard from our previous presenter, we are talking about a significant increase in aging persons, which is amazing. This is a great thing Western medicine has done. We live longer. Awesome. I also want to live longer, like most of us. But of course, here you can see on this here, the graph clearly shows the additional costs that the EU, for example, these are EU countries here, would have to come up with just to cope up with, the additional cost of living for those persons. Now, that is good. And we also routinely, this is a typical model that I, as a medical practitioner, use. This is a diabetic who actually had a stroke. We measure in them what happens to the blood flow in the brain, different parts of the body. Now, why can't we do the same studies where we give this our medical extract or any of the products that we are talking about, a purified product, for example, from Ayurveda, or even for that matter, if this person is doing yoga or meditation, we can monitor them before and after using the tools that I use routinely, for example, in our laboratories. We measure blood flow to the brain. And of course, you will also hear from our colleagues, Professor Maximilian Moser, who has worked for years on the area of heart rate variability, which is simply how relaxed are you, how calm are you. So you can actually do that just from your heart rate. And also from your sleep. You heard from the previous presenter about sleep. You can actually do these aspects. So I am just saying, if we are now saying yoga, meditation, whatever other aspects are actually improving our mental health as well as sleep quality, we can quantify them using the devices that we have. What about the lining of the arteries? Being a medical doctor, I think this would be very interesting for me to explain this to you. Of course, the arteries have lining, and inside the arteries, we all know there is a high incidence of people getting heart attacks, strokes, but we can actually measure those changes. In Graz, we routinely measure changes that happen in the artery, and there is no needle there. So you can see just using an ultrasound gives us what is happening. So we are doing that for all kinds of products, like before and after exercise. We do this in old persons, before and after they take melatonin. Why can't we do this also in our persons who do meditation, yoga, or for that matter, any other Ayurvedic medication they take? This is a very simple way where we just monitor how fast the blood is flowing from the neck, for example, to the different arteries in the legs, for example. So if your arteries are stiff, there will be a different flow. Again, non-invasive way. People just come, we just measure. You can look into the retina, because retina is the window. We all know eye is the window to the brain. But if you look at a simple way of looking in the retina, you will see very small arteries. And the changes will happen, as you will all agree with me, changes will happen in the small arteries much before they will happen in the bigger arteries. So why don't we look at the retina? Very simple way. It's just a Canon camera, the one you shoot your pictures with. Or you can actually have a handheld camera. The child is very happy. Again, no need to put any drugs in the eye. It's not painful. Anybody can measure. But we are actually doing these studies already in Austria. And I'm just asking myself, if we are already doing these medicine, these studies that are, pre and post, let's say, exercise intervention, pre and post, rehabilitation in a cardiac rehab center, you'll be hearing from our colleague, Dr. Rainer Picher, where we actually did measurements in the cardiac rehabilitation and tried to understand. You see this particular one, blood, saliva, hair measurements. We routinely collect blood samples from patients, also saliva, which of course is not painful, just saliva, or hair, which is again not painful. You can actually measure the stress in the hair. 1 month of stress is actually reflected in 1 centimeter of hair. If we measure before and after an intervention, let's say, Ayurvedic medication or Ayurvedic products, or for that matter, rehabilitation involving yoga or meditation, we can do that. And what will we see? A lot of changes that happen at the gene level. Now, we're talking very deep. We routinely do that. And look at this confusing picture. It just shows you what each gene does to our body. So we'll be able to actually quantify what is the precise role of that Ayurvedic pure extract that has worked and that has resulted in a result. And when we produce this kind of evidence, there's nobody who is actually going to be refusing our claim, and we will never be shot down as one of those things that is called hocus pocus, like in Indian words, jadoo tona, or in the commonly used European word hocus pocus. Wow, there's magic. This is not black magic. Neither is this voodoo. This is actually evidence-based medicine, and it is our duty as actually Western-based practitioners who use standard Western medicine to test and validate it. And again, as I keep on repeating, I am not an Ayurveda practitioner. And when I publish, I'm a professor at the university, at a Western university. We do ethics approval. There is no conflict, and we publish these results, which are completely double-blind, sometimes even triple-blind, in the sense that the statistics professor who does this doesn't even know what those groups were in. Then we can validate those studies. And that is what we have been doing in Graz over the years together, thanks to our colleagues in, of course, Ayush, who have very much supported us. The Ministry of Ayush has amazingly supported us over the years to carry out the symposia, as well as to reach out collaborations with them. So we have existing collaborations with the Ayush in India, the Ministry of Ayurveda and Yoga, and we do amazing work with them. We have a MOU with them, even Medical University of Graz with the All India Institute of Ayurvedic Research in New Delhi, and we combine together to do research, because I believe it is when we join our forces that our colleagues from India, for example, can provide their evidence-based pure extract, bring it to us. We do our evidence-based medicine using exactly the same methods that we have used over the last 50 years to validate drugs in the market. But here we are talking about health promotion activities as well. What about yoga? What about meditation? And you'll be hearing during the course of this, our conference here, you'll be hearing a lot of presenters and some of the data also from Graz, where we actually did in the rehabilitation clinic in Graz, where after surgery, patients were rehabilitated for 1 month, and we got ethics approval. We carried out studies where the group of persons got their normal rehab, other group got the normal rehab plus yoga plus meditation as well. So using experts. And today we are generating that evidence. And I believe until that time that we generate this evidence, I'm afraid we will really be just where most people have these wild conceptions, actually wild and wrong conceptions about complementary. They keep on calling it complementary alternative. I don't think it's complementary or alternative at all. I actually think this is integrative health promotion practices, like when to sleep, what is your body constitution, what food should you eat, how many hours should you sleep, what should you do to your mind, like, or what do you do with your mind? And I think it's important, just like we take a bath every day, I think we need to also cleanse our mind. And also we need to do, cognitive cleansing as well. So I believe, and I thank really the Ministry of Ayush, as well as our partners in Graz, as well, of course, colleagues who are sitting in the conference today for this amazing work. And we keep on organizing this symposia to do this. But last point, I would just like to suggest, we have now introduced integrative and complementary course in Graz that we carry out to our medical students. We train medical students who are now taught clearly on health promoting practices to remove Ayurveda and all these words that are completely sounding like strange to a typical European, for example, how to remove that and bring it into the realm of real active research. Thank you so much.
Dr. Goswami, thank you so much. That was Dr. Goswami. Thank you for your contribution to our platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as a next presenter, I would like to welcome it seems we have a little change, or no change, no change. Okay. So as our next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya with her presentation, Emergency Medicine in Ayurveda.
Slides.
Pardon?
Slide.
If you can please sit here and use the, you can do that from here. Point to the computer. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've got the clock on.
And the clock is on.
Good morning. Dobre dano. I am Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya, and in addition to having a modern medical degree in medicine, I have a modern pharmacology degree as well, and a public health training. I've traveled around the world and seen how medicine is actually practiced in different countries and in emergency situations when there are crises or trauma. In addition, I have a PhD in Ayurveda, and I know we're talking a lot about Ayurveda today here, so I will try to make it a little bit more integrative. But one of the reasons that I, as a medical doctor, studied Ayurveda is that instead of focusing on molecules, as the last two presenters did, and on the identification of pure, meaning something that is isolated, reductionistic, and is one molecule acting on one organ, when we have emergencies, it's the whole body. It's not just one organ. So I'd like to take you through some of the things that happen in Ayurveda, where people sometimes think that Ayurveda is just a preventive medicine, or they think yoga is just a preventive medicine, preventive system. It's actually more. So let's think about how something which is supposed to be just a health concern can actually address serious whole body medical emergencies. Where do medical emergencies occur? And this framework helps you to understand that Ayurveda is not just ancient, but it has so many remedies for so many levels of wellness as well as unwellness, which is illness. Where weapons occur, that is where you will see emergencies: battlefields, prisons, hunting, and in people's private homes. Where doctors exist, you will see emergencies: ICUs, cardiac care units, emergency rooms, operating rooms. There was actually one study in Canada, and it was replicated in a few places around the world, that showed that when you get rid of the doctors, in other words, they go on strike or they're not working, the medical emergencies actually go down. That doesn't mean that people are not treated and die. It means that people actually don't get so sick. And it's a very curious study that leaves us wondering, okay, why is that? So think about that when we think about usual emergency medicine care. Where people work is also where emergencies occur: in factories, kitchens, out in nature when they're hiking or being around the elements. And of course, in the modern day, the motor vehicle related. Most places will talk about lab tests as the symptoms or situations. But in addition to the numbers of cardiovascular arrests or sepsis, which is fever and whole body being either in a crisis situation or an inflammation situation, and accidents, which I mentioned, there are symptoms that happen to people. And those symptoms are the things that Ayurveda addresses rather than statistics or organs or molecules. So rather than saying you're having a serotonin emergency, looking at the whole body of what happens, Ayurveda has been looking at these things for over 5,000 years. And there are a lot of remedies, but they are not included in the medical system. So people say, well, there was no emergency medicine in Ayurveda in ancient times. And one of the reasons that I love talking about this is that the Ayurveda people today, most of them, are telling people that actually Ayurveda is just for prevention. In fact, people in the Ministry of Ayush tell people that it's just for prevention. And I want to tell you that most of us who have practiced Ayurveda in a real way use it because in ancient times there was emergency medicine. In the brown boxes are 3 names: Sushruta, Charaka, and Nagarjuna. These are famous Ayurvedic scientists and clinicians from older times. And they talked about surgical emergencies, they talked about wounds and burns and cancer and stroke and labor and delivery of babies, and of course sword injuries at the time of battle. They talk about more chronic diseases and the emergencies that come from those, such as strokes and neurologic emergencies, or emergency conditions where Vata, so you have to understand the language of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And Vata means there's too much movement around the body and inside the body. And that means on a micro level, when there's too much movement in the cells in a wrong way or in an imbalanced way, it creates inflammation and imbalance. Nagarjuna was a specialist of poisons and severe medicines of herbal minerals and metals, and used them for many very difficult conditions. And I find this to be very interesting as a medical doctor because I would like to find better, faster, cheaper cures for my patients who have emergencies. And so there are a huge number of modalities. I'm going to take you through a few of them in the next slide. First, in a couple of slides. First, I want to just mention that there is a big component of emergencies, which is pain. So if any of you think about your emergencies that have happened in your life, of family, friends, or yourself, you probably think of severe pain that you went through. And it's very curious that even the International Association for the Study of Pain has only recently come up with a real definition of pain, and they still continue to evolve it. And you know, it's not just a physical chemical thing. It's also about a personal experience, and about the emotions and some kind of conflict between the soul and the mind. And of course, that four-letter word soul is very controversial, right? We shouldn't talk about the soul. But in fact, it is something that happens when people have pain, and it is a very, very important component of what we must attend to as medical doctors. If we don't, we are ignoring a big part of what's going on with the patient. So pain is here, and actually one of the world's pain experts from Ayurveda is going to be giving a talk later today, Dr. Kuldeep Pandey, who is from one of the oldest cities in the world, Benares, where they know how to work with pain. So you'll hear from him. But if you look at this definition of pain, I invite you to think about it and where it affects you in your life, because all of you who are healers and most of you who are patients have experienced pain. And when that happens, you just want the pain to go away. You don't care if it's homeopathy, Ayurveda, herbal medicine, whatever you want to use, manual therapy, some adjustment of your spine, you don't care. You just want the pain to go away. So who is in pain? You should just know the statistic. There was actually not many studies, but there was one that showed that across 52 different countries, about 27% of people say that they are chronically in pain. And between these 52 countries, it ranged between almost 10% and over 50% of people. That's a lot of people living in chronic pain. And we as healers need to focus on this pain, because whether we're working on a chemical level or a psychic level, we must address it. And as mentioned, the Ayurvedic component of that will be discussed later in this conference. So this is a slide that's very busy. If you look on the left side of each square, these are different symptoms that were the same symptoms in those check marks in a few slides ago. And on the right side, for anyone who knows Ayurveda, actually I'm quite surprised that many of my Ayurveda students have never even seen these medicines, and they're all part of Ayurveda, which means that when they're learning Ayurveda, they are no longer learning about emergency medicine in Ayurveda. What they are learning is that it's a preventive. And when we do that, we are slowly making the science of Ayurveda disappear and making it more into a spa kind of a treatment. So for someone like me who does treat emergencies and has done international emergent relief operations, I love the fact that there are so many of these. So I'll just take you through a few of them. Someone once said to me, "Oh, but Ayurveda has nothing for the heart. I mean, you people just deal with, overall nutrition." There is a group of compounds which are plants that have been mixed with ores of metals. And I can talk to you for 4 hours about metallic medicines. The science is called Rasa Shastra, and one of my delights has been to come to Prague and learn about the alchemy, which many of you already know about. It's thought to be a fable or a myth, but in fact today, my mentor, is one of the world's authorities on how to take metals such as iron or copper, which are in your body, and get them into nanoparticles and microparticles so that they can come into your body, replenish those enzymes and cofactors that are part of your functioning molecular body, and make those work again in a normal way. And to see people have these changes, I would tell you stories from my own clinical practice, and you would say these are only anecdotes. So I just want to see, anecdotes are just one-by-one cases. You want to see something that's randomized, controlled trial in order to believe what I'm saying. But as a clinician, I know that when a surgeon does an operation, they don't do randomized clinical trials. They do surgeries for specific patients. So like that, when there are emergencies and I can give certain of these bhasma, that's the metallic medicines, it's amazing how they work. So I'll just take a couple of examples from this, and if you have taken a picture of this slide and you would like to ask me about any of them later, I'm happy to tell you and teach you what the components are. And as I said, I could spend a lot of time on this slide and tell you what each one is made of, how it's made, and what the way is that it's acting according to Ayurveda. One is fever. So approximately 3 years ago, right now, we were going through a period of time around the world where a lot of people were having fever. They were going into respiratory distress, and then they were dying. And what we found in Ayurveda is that we had already compounds for fever, and we tried them. And 2 of them are listed here, Jayamangala Ras and Mrityunjaya Ras. And the doctors that used them found that they actually relieved the fever that was happening in these patients. The ones that had advanced to respiratory distress, there was one medicine that was very, very good, Trailokya Chintamani Ras, that's used for sudden respiratory complaints. And I find that asthmatics who use this, and people who have interstitial lung disease, people who have emphysema, which is incurable according to my medical books, they can take certain compounds and slowly rebuild that tissue, which is considered impossible in everything that I learned in pharmacology and in modern medicine. And when I see that something that I learned was impossible, and I go to a place where I can see this happening clinically in the hospitals there, it is shocking for me as a doctor. But I am one of the people that is creating that bridge because I was taught not to believe that things are not possible. And then I have to see it with my own eyes and realize this is possible. That person was paralyzed and had no hope of standing up, and now they're standing up. Or that person had so much respiratory distress, and now taking Mahalakshmi Vilas Ras, which was one of the compounds I recommended. Another is silver. All of you have heard of silver. Maybe you wear jewelry of silver. Silver is not just an antimicrobial. It's very good for the lungs, and I use it in my cancer patients, lung cancer patients, and I get incredible results. So I want to just expose you that these are possible, both in emergency situations and in very severe situations. And that is one of the reasons why I am so supportive of Ayurveda as a medical doctor. The last one, before I turn the slide, is renal stones. There is actually a plant that if you give it, it's called pashan, which means stone, bhed, which means to break. And you give the person this as a pill, 2 tablets 3 times a day, and their kidney stones go away. Imagine the pain of renal stones and it going away. And imagine being a medical doctor and never having heard that this is possible and seeing it actually happen. So I welcome you to come to India, as Thomas and many of you in the room have come to India, and to find a place where they're actually doing this authentically and come and see what's possible in modern medicine. I invite all of you also to create an emergency kit in your home. My mother had one of these kits, and she kept certain things there. Cumin is a very good digestive. It's very, very good for the gastric system. If any of you are experiencing bloating or difficulty, please go down to the kitchen, talk with Alice, and ask her for a little bit of ground cumin in some hot water, and you'll see that the bloating will subside. Menstrual cramps, take some of the cumin, put it in some oil. Usually we use sesame oil, or sometimes we use castor oil, and just rub it below your belly button, above your pubis, and just rub it in a clockwise direction, and find that the menstrual cramps subside. So these are emergencies in a home level. Rose water, some of you are red. I saw your skin is red, and I asked, and they had just been to Portugal and sitting on the beach, and it's called sunburn in English. If you take rose petal water and just spray it on the skin without touching it, it will cool the skin and take away that emergency of sunburn and that heat that is very debilitating for people. Jatamamsi is a very good component for mental issues going on. There were a couple of talks yesterday about mental health and mental overwhelm. We call it anxiety. And Jatamamsi should be used in combination with a few other herbs to make that a well-being formula, but also an interventive formula for bad dreams. If any of you have had chronic bad dreams, Jatamamsi is a wonderful plant for that. I can go through each of these one by one. I've done a lot of work on cannabis, and the one thing I want to say about that is, in some countries you can't grow it in your home. It's not legal yet. And in most countries they're using the extracts. But in India, where it grows like weed, we take it and we actually put it through a purification process. And that includes one of 5 or 6 different herbs that is mixed with. Unless you use cannabis that has gone through that process, it is poisonous. And in fact, most of the difficulties we are seeing with addiction and people who don't have mental acuity after using cannabis, it's because they don't know that they should be taking the leaves of the plant and mixing, or even the flower, but usually it's the leaves or the stem, and mixing it in a process called shodhana. Shodhana doesn't exactly mean purification, but it means processing so that it will be optimal for the human body. So anyone that's smoking or vaping or eating gummies, if you take cannabis that's not gone through shodhana, you're giving your body a risk. Whereas in India, they actually make a jelly, or you can say it's called a chutney, and they take the leaves, they do the shodhana, and they keep that chutney, and they use a teaspoon of it for sedation, or for if they're very tired and they can't sleep, they use it well. And this is an emergency kit for people who need to be sedated at home because they're in severe pain. Turmeric is another one I have to mention because it's one of the most famous compounds. It's not turmeric, it's turmeric, and its Indian name is haldi. And it is, or haridra is actually the Sanskrit name, and it is an anti-inflammatory, an antimicrobial, and also a hemostatic. So that means it kills germs as an antimicrobial, it lowers inflammation, and it's also very good for stopping bleeding. So if someone has a cut, mom will go to the kitchen, get some turmeric, and rub it on the child's cut, and it will instantly stop. Not instantly, but in 5 minutes, it will stop the bleeding, and it will be an anti-inflammatory. And if you mix it with slaked lime, which is, you know what lime is, it's a calcium carbonate, you mix it together and you put it on any fracture or any place that has swollen, it will reduce, because it's an astringent, it will reduce that inflammation, thereby preventing the breakage of capillaries in that area and reducing the overall damage in the area and thus the pain. So these are some of the remedies that I wanted to share with you, and I hope that this has been useful. I can't help but say gold because I love my gold. Gold is actually a wonderful immune enhancer. And if you can drink gold, there is drinkable gold in that speculum alchemy, which is here in Prague. But if you can get one pure piece of gold, which is 24 carats, put it into a jar that is glass, and pour hot water on it, it will leach 5 or 6 pieces of gold, and you can then take the water and drink it, and slowly it will build your immunity. Rheumatologic pharmaceutical drugs have found this, and they actually put gold in their rheumatology products that they give to patients. So modern medicine has kind of discovered this, but Ayurveda knows how to use this well. And we give this to young children at the first few months after they're born, and it helps them with their immunity so that sometimes they can withstand if they have to have vaccines, or sometimes they defer vaccines because it builds the immunity so well. So in India, the Ayurvedic pediatricians are specialists in gold, but I'm mentioning to you emergency situations. So people will say, well, why would we use emergency medicine, Ayurveda? Why don't we just use what we've got in modern medicine? It's great. Billions of people think that pharmaceutical medicines and surgery are the only treatment option. And those of us here in this room, we know that there are other options. We know that there's something other than surgery and opiates and sedatives, because those have lots of side effects. They have a certain amount of dysfunction of other parts of the body, and they can lead to addiction. And right now in the US, we are dealing with an opioid addiction crisis because people were overprescribed opiates for any and all kinds of pain in the last decade. The consumers, though, are losing faith. And many will say, I've lost faith in the system. It costs too much. It forces me to do things I don't believe in. And I want alternatives where I can feel that I'm in control and where deeper healing happens on a whole person level and not just on a molecular level. And that is so important for people who want to keep their whole body intact and don't want to be treated like an amalgam of molecules. They want the whole body to be addressed. They want their mind, emotions, their psyche addressed. And they don't care if modern medicine doesn't believe in the soul, because the soul is what holds it together. And they want that addressed. So in America, we have a huge amount of money poured into this, and we have a terrible level of care. Yesterday, one of our fellow Presidium members mentioned that 1 in 3 patients, well, 1 in 3 patients uses some kind of alternative medicine, but it's a third leading cause of death. Modern medicine is the third leading cause of death in not just one study, in many studies. If you are an evidence-based medicine physician, you should pause thinking that what you are prescribing every day is leading to the third leading cause of death. That is a very serious charge, that what I put on my prescription pad has a very high chance of not just injuring you or making you lose your hair, but of killing you. And in Ayurveda, that is not a definition of medicine, if you kill someone from the therapy that you give. This is my last main slide, and it says, if Ayurveda is so effective, why is there so little research to prove it? Someone yesterday said, well, there are very few studies that are high quality in alternative medicine. And I have to laugh, because first of all, there are a lot of studies, and some of them are high quality. But the reason that it's not in Ayurveda is something I wanted to explain, because I don't see this explained very often. Number one, modern research designs the evidence-based medicine paradigm of methodology based on what can be shown in pharmaceuticals. So you can do these randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trials with pharmaceuticals. In addition, if you show that any herb or any intervention is effective, you have to file a new drug application with the FDA in the US, and that application form, just to hand it to the authority, costs I think it's now $1.1 million. $1.1 million. That's a lot of slices of pizza. And it is huge to just put in an application fee for new drugs like that. In addition, you have to show that there are studies. So in Ayurveda, we don't randomize, because you need something else. If you both have the same disease, I can't give you each the same drug. So how can I randomize you? It's not possible. And any intelligent system that has a specific and individualized, personalized approach, just as healing is, just as biotronics healing can be for many people, but there's a specific application that Thomas uses for specific people. In the same way, Ayurveda uses specific medicines, so you can't randomize. You also don't want the patient to be blind. Do I want you to be ignorant to what you're getting, that you don't know what you're getting? No, I want you to know, and I want you to use that inner force within you to bring that into your body and evoke healing. And as the physician, I want to evoke that. So the idea of blindedness is nonsensical in Ayurveda. So now you can't do randomized, you can't do double-blind. Now placebo-controlled. Ayurveda believes that the greatest placebo is the inner pharmacist in your body, which dispenses medicine. And I have 1 minute, yeah? And it dispenses the medicine that you need in the amount that you need, where you need. And if you have that inner pharmacist within you, then you should try to optimize your placebo effect, not to control for it and subtract it, but to optimize it. And therefore, Ayurveda doesn't really believe anything is placebo. So if you take away these components one by one of the way evidence is created, you'll realize that clinicians in Ayurveda ignore this nonsensical methodology. They just treat the patient. They don't bother setting up controls because they want to treat someone individually. They don't waste time and money on that. They just treat patients one after the other. They don't advertise what they do, and they oftentimes don't share their protocols because they're sick and tired of doctors coming to them and basically criticizing them and making them humiliating them. So they ignore them. And we lose because we don't have any way of knowing what they're doing. So in summary, Ayurveda is an ancient system of personalized medicine. It contains thousands of medicines that go well beyond wellness into emergency care. Thank you for listening to me. Namaste.
That was Dr. Bhattacharya and her emergency medicine in Ayurveda. Thank you so much for your contribution. And now we have our next presenter, but our next presenter, Professor Maria Valcha, cannot be here with us in person today, unfortunately, but she has arranged to have her colleague to step in and deliver her presentation. It will be the president of Association of Natural Medicine in Europe, Nora Laubstein. Professor Walche's presentation is called Intangible Cultural Heritage, a tool to preserve and transmit knowledge and practices of traditional medicine to next generations. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Can you use...
It's okay? Okay, so first of all, it's a pity that Professor Maria Walcher could not attend, but I will give you a personal statement of her before the presentation, because I think it's very interesting to get her her individual voice. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Carla, when people talk about medicine, they usually mean natural sciences, covering physical and chemical processes, standardized therapies and remedies. Dealing with traditional medicine, this approach will never be sufficient to characterize, for example, treatments based on local resources or efficiency factors based on individual perception. In the following, I would like to introduce you to a surprising way to take respectfully care of traditional healing skills and knowledge and their preservation and transmission to next generations. It is a story that started exactly 20 years ago in the headquarters of UNESCO in Paris, when the General Assembly adopted the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage in October 2003. At first sight, linking the terms cultural heritage and traditional medicine might seem a little bit strange for some of you. Cultural heritage is always closely connected to UNESCO. For a long time, UNESCO got its worldwide acceptance by the famous World Heritage Convention concerning the protection of cultural and natural heritage of outstanding universal value. And over time, the term cultural heritage was associated with monuments and landscapes. UNESCO nevertheless started early to work on an extended concept of culture, as you read in the definition of the Mexico Declaration in 1982. However, it should last another 20 years to implement the full meaning of this vision in a legal action, the Convention 2003. At the beginning, this convention was mainly preserved as a proposal to the developing countries, as they were not well represented on the World Heritage List. Most of the Western industrial nations did not feel concerned, as cultural seemed to be institutionally well established in their countries. In their understanding, intangible heritage was sufficiently covered. But what is intangible cultural heritage? So, now I finish here as this statement of Maria Walcher, and we will continue with the slides here. First of all, we have the UNESCO Declaration in Mexico City, and this is the original text. In its widest sense, cultural need not be said to be the whole complex and blah, blah, blah. So for you to read, this is the text we find on the UNESCO site, and I think it includes not only the arts and letters, but also modes of life, the fundamental rights of the human being, value systems, tradition, and beliefs. Now, to the question. It's connected with all cultural forms of expression, such as dance, theater, music, tradition, festivals, as well as experimental knowledge in the engagement with nature and traditional craftsmanship, the relation to the local and natural surroundings. Intangible cultural heritage expresses creativity and innovation, gives a sense of identity, continuity, and is passed on from one generation to the next. My first contact with this was in Vienna, where a WHO presentation infects me, and I thought about, oh, this could be something for traditional medicine. It could be interesting to think about what's going on in this sense, because we are traditional craftsmanships doing, we have experience. This is a more wider and broader definition only to be claimed on medicine. It's not the real world. I think traditional and complementary medicine is a wider aspect. So this infected me, and exactly when you look at this, you have to find what the UNESCO's 5 domains are to be clarified as a cultural heritage. The orally transmitted traditions and form of expression, performing arts, social practices, rituals and festivals, knowledge and practice relating to nature and the universe, traditional craft techniques. So, where is really the difference between the traditional and complementary medicine practitioners' work every day with the patients? What's the social content? What's the wider aspect of this form of healing or well-being, to look what the people need, and to the individual aspects which are needed. So I think this is very interesting for all health systems we have, and I will continue here. The purpose of the convention, they want, if you make there are national aspects and international aspects. So I don't know whether Czechia is now have signed this convention of 2003. I'm not sure. Austria does. Switzerland does, Germany does, so a lot of European countries have done so, but you have to bring in your idea what's exactly to UNESCO and to make a process. So safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage means the identification, documentation, research, preservation, protection, promotion, enhancement, transmission, participation, and so on, provide for international cooperation and assistance. So you have what's necessary in this way to do, and you have to think about if you could fulfill that. You should also ensure respect for the intangible cultural heritage of the communities, the group, individuals, raise awareness at the local, national, international levels for the importance of the cultural heritage and of ensuring mutual appreciation. So for me, this is so important that the only focus on medicine and public health system, for me, it's too short. It's really too short. We have, for me, it's the second leg we need for arguing, for bringing up our ideas to the officials and to the health authorities. And it has become, in the last years, a really big argument. And now, here is a list of those who have done it. For example, you have an international list at the UNESCO in Paris, and then you have a national list. So it's 2 different lists, and this is here from the international list. And I have more about on our website of the Association for Natural Medicine. It's below this address. And there you can find exactly what all, for example, yoga is also accepted as an intangible cultural heritage. And also the Chinese with acupuncture and Max Sebastian, and so on and so on. Some explain for nationalists. Maria Walcher has brought up, of course, the Austrian. She was involved professionally in this Austrian UNESCO list. And so you have here the local healing knowledge of the Pinzgau region. And this Pinzgau region and the healers and the people of this area will be next year the winner of the ANMI Award for their work. And we will bring this up at the conference in Vienna for the Traditional European Medicine Forum. And we have the Switzerland, for example, face healing. It's interesting for the Minister of Poland, I think, who has talked to me yesterday. Natural healing, apostel. So you see, it's really local events, but it's a social community who brings it up. This is very important, and it's vital. It has to be not something of the past for the museum. It has to be vital, up to date, and in a group, together, also prepared for the future. So this is very interesting for us. So, what are the advantages of intangible heritage? You have here enable access to communities and their living environments. This, you see, this is really interesting that here the holistic aspect, it's a real holistic aspect, and the sustainable aspect is a real sustainable aspect. It's not only an SDG for economic, it's sustainable in the whole local society and the nature. So this is a big difference, and we have to be clear and aware of the differences, because the name dropping and the power about definition is a battle we have all over the world. You know all the word fake news and alternative facts. So for me, the 17 SDGs are something like fake news when you see it only under the economic aspect. Economic growth. Is there a business you can make with? And this is not in the sense of nature and the whole planet, but it's called sustainability. So we have to look at it exactly. But we have all here these points which are very interesting. Condition and perspective. Yeah, it must be to kept alive, it must be relevant. Gives new value to cultural heritage by designating is a living heritage and promoting societal value in the light, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the time is short. I take the, I go back. Because one thing is very important. Maria Walcher is also part of an organization in Austria, and I now have a test for you. Please give me your hand when you know what it is. Who knows the characters TEM for traditional European medicine? Who knows it? 1, 2, 3. So, I think this is interesting. Cultural heritage is a topic. It's your medicine, the traditional European medicine, with a history about 3,000 years, documented scientifically. And we have all this in our countries in Europe. We have traditional European medicine. And I invite you to the next forum in Wien on the 15th and 16th of June in Vienna. There will be a forum, a European forum for traditional European medicine. And I think it's necessary to think about your cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Laubstein, for being here for Professor Walcha and contributing on her behalf, which we are, and I'm sure also Professor Walcha, very grateful for. And now I would like to welcome our next presenter, who is Amarjeet S. Bhamra, to come gift us with his wisdom and share his experience and life practices in his fields. Thank you.
Amarjeet, sorry, I'm not Amarjeet Bhamra. Amarjeet wanted a little bit of confidence from me. Just, I don't know, he just came and pulled me up from there. He wanted me to tell a little bit about what is happening. Is it clear now?
There you go.
Thank you. So Amarjeet wanted me to just introduce what is going on in the UK, because he will talk about it. The UK has all-party parliamentary group for Indian traditional sciences. And the all-party parliamentary group brings together politicians, members of parliament from the different parties. And Amarjeet, over the many years, has been handling the secretariat for the all-party parliamentary group. Number two, there is no other country in the world that has an all-party parliamentary group of this kind. We are hoping we can do something in Czechia, which may or may not happen, but at least there's a model. Number three, the work of the all-party parliamentary group has been very important. They have enabled a memorandum of understanding between India and UK. And there's a big roadmap, a strategy roadmap for up to 2030. Discussions are going on between the government. I hope something similar will happen with Germany, with Czechia and other parts. The European Union, there is some discussion going on. Within that document is, it's in 5 sections, and the 5th section is about health. The first section is about environment that Nora talked about. The 5th section is about health. And within health, it talks about yoga for the health service, for the National Health Service. The document is available online for those who want to consult. And it also talks about research into Ayurveda. So some of the points that Nandu Goswami talked about and what Dr. Baswati talked about and other speakers will talk about, it's all included in a high-level document, a strategy document at the prime ministerial level. And that's a model document for different countries that they may want to follow. And Amarjeet and his work has enabled that political decision. Up to one level, we can discuss. Scientists can discuss, clinicians can discuss, but there is a glass ceiling. And that glass ceiling is that political ceiling. And Amarjeet, with his crash helmet, as he calls it, he has been trying to, he calls it his crash helmet, and he says, I need this to break through those barriers. And he has managed this, and we are very delighted that Amarjeet ji is giving us his patronage here to hold this. And one in particular, because of the COVID context, one in particular, an area that the all-party parliamentary group found particularly important was long COVID, post-COVID syndrome. It is not discussed in any part of the world. There are a lot of people suffering with post-COVID, and with post-COVID, complicated syndrome. We don't know how to explain it. But Ayurveda offers a possibility. And Amarjeet and his colleagues and the health regulatory agency, it is an impossible dialogue, but the crash helmet has helped the dialogue. I'm hoping Amarjeet ji will tell us a little more about this. Have I done my duty? Well done. Thank you so much.
Thomas, with your permission, I start. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Presidium, my very close colleagues, and you especially, members of the public, without you, with whom this Congress cannot take place. So really, thank you for inviting me here. And I want to speak to you like I would speak to my family. We are all a family. Yes, we are all a family. And I want to speak to you like a family. I don't want to speak to you about any figures and technical specifications that my previous colleagues have been giving you. So I want to just really hit home with some thoughts that I've been sort of writing since I left London, and want to share them with you. So it's a great pleasure to be in the company of dedicated global experts united by their desire to work together for the benefit of humankind. So thanking Thomas again, who I have had an association with for about, I think, 7-8 years. We first met when we had a program at the European Union Parliament, so I very kindly invited him, and he came there with his team, and since then we have enjoyed a very fruitful relationship, and also his kind support, and obviously, as I said, I'm absolutely delighted to be here, with him. So we're witnessing an unprecedented demand worldwide for wellness, translating into a multi-billion-dollar industry. So my colleagues, today and yesterday predominantly have been speaking to you mostly about Ayurveda. Now, Ayurveda, in a nutshell, is health and happiness. If you don't have health, you can't have happiness. And so I want to share some very happy thoughts with you for the few minutes that I'm here speaking with you. So as Madanji has expounded, my own work is purely dedicated to the all-party parliamentary group on Indian traditional sciences. Now, this particular group is a composition of all traditional sciences, healing sciences of India, all sacred spiritual sciences of India, which are yoga, Ayurveda, Unani medicine, Siddha medicine, Jyotish, Jyotish, which is India's astronomy and astrology, which we use for healing, and Vastu, which is in India's environmental engineering, and also Sangeetam. Sangeetam is India's classical music, which once upon a time was used for healing. So these are all the modalities that we work with in the British Houses of Parliament. And so the idea really is that how, you see all of us here, we know the benefits of traditional medicines, yeah? We know all about complementary medicine, and I hasten to say we also know a lot about alternative medicine. Alternative medicine is really not the right word to use, but most people use that word, yeah? So the situation is that, yesterday there was also a little debate, how do we integrate allopathic medicine system into traditional medicines? Yeah, so there are very many different levels of how we can answer that question. But from my humble perspective, we see that, that if we don't ask, you don't get. You see here in Czech Republic, I was nearly going to say Czechoslovakia. So in Czech Republic and in France and in India and in Italy and all these countries, at the time of the elections, all the potential political candidates come to you, yeah? They come and knock on your door and say, will you please give me your vote? So then it's up to you whether you vote in the red party or the blue party or the yellow party. It's really, or the green party. It's up to you. But what are you getting for that vote? What do they give you? Have you ever asked them, what are you going to give me if I vote for you? So, ladies and gentlemen, what we need to do through Thomas, and all my colleagues, here on the station, is we really need to have a bloc. We need to be considered as a voting bloc. So that we need to work, with political organizations and political strategists. And so, they know that this is, if we are living here and paying our bills and paying our taxes, that we also need to be cared for, we need to be looked after. And why is that not being done? It's because we don't have a voice. Yeah. And with that in mind, we created this one such voice in the UK Parliament, nearly 10 years ago, and we started this journey. And at that time, there was only Lord King and Lord Patel, who were members of the House of Lords in the UK Parliament, and together, with some of my thinking, we started this group. And now it has come to nearly 30 members of Parliament from both houses of Parliament in England, Houses of Lords and Houses of Commons. And it's a cross-party, political party group, so it's not just members of the Red Party or the Green Party or the Yellow Party, yeah. And so as Madanji very kindly, reminded us that I think perhaps this is the only group, for political persuasion in any parliament anywhere on the planet. So we need to set up such groups, in nations like here, and I'm very delighted to support my very good friend, my very good colleague, Thomas, to help him to support such a group like this. And I would also like to encourage and invite our very good friend, the Member of Parliament, what's his name? The name of Parliament? Who's? Yeah. So I'd like to invite him. I'm so sorry I couldn't get your name. And my very good friend here from Italy. Huh? No. Yeah. Yes, I forgot your name. Your name?
Federico.
Federico. So Federico is also doing marvelous work. We have worked together. He holds seminars in the European Union, again relating to the subjects that we are talking about.
And Member of Parliament, Czech Republic, Mrs. Balaštíková. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we need to see more and more of people from our own community, our own traditional medicines community, stepping outside that safe comfort zone and looking at, see, how do we develop our strategy? What is it that we can do? We don't have much time. And the time that we are here this time will not come back. Today and tomorrow will not come back. What is it that we are going to leave as a legacy for our children and their children? We work with international experts within the medical profession, the diplomatic community, and policymakers and business worldwide. So Madanji was alluding to something that, something unique that we have started doing back in the United Kingdom, and that's related to long COVID. Yeah, so as you know, many people, so those who survived COVID went on to develop long COVID. And together with the Ministry of Ayush, the Government of India, and the National Health Service, which is the UK's health department, we've come together. A sufficient amount of money has been put on the table to create a study, research study of how ashwagandha, a Pacific herb that we use in Ayurvedic medicine, can actually be utilized, for this particular condition. And this study will run for 1 year. And the study is not being run by Ayurveda people. The study is being run by English or British scientists. They have no idea about Ayurveda, and that's the way it should be. We want to work with the science. We want to work with the science community. We want to work with communities that are not Ayurveda, that are not yoga, because that's the only way we'll get through. So you will be very happy to know that 2,000 patients have been identified in the UK hospitals through their doctors who are being trialed for this study now. And the results of this study should start coming in around about Diwali, towards the end of this year. And so we are hoping that riding on the back of the study, that the scientific and the technical journals will pick this up and report this, and so then Ayurveda will actually be accepted as a medicine system. So people who we talk to will not think of Ayurveda as a name of a pizza or something. Is my time up? My time is up.
40 seconds.
Huh?
40 seconds.
Oh, 40 seconds. Okay. Okay. So I think that's really that's all I can say in this small time I have. And one final thing, that last week was the G20 meeting in New Delhi, which was concluded, I think, this time last week, and they made a they created a declaration about how to include traditional medicines, into the world health architecture, and we support that. And I'm going to ask my dear colleague Thomas and all his colleagues to also design some sort of a resolution here at our Congress, so that we can hit hard to the political associations and the political parties of this country and the parliament here and the European Parliament of what this Congress wants. There has to be an outcome of this Congress. So we need to present that. And I'll all look forward to inviting you to the Parliament in the UK and the Parliament. We have a program coming up in the EU Parliament also towards the end of this year. Please do come and support us. This is your movement. Thank you so much.
That was Amarjit S. Pamra. Thank you so much for raising this awareness and speaking these truths straight into our hearts. And now I would like to announce a 15-minute break from 11:10 till 11:25. I would like to kindly ask you to be back in your seats exactly at 11:25, because we have a little surprise for you. It's going to be a musical performance, and now I will give that surprise away. It will be the violoncellist Jiří Bárta performing a selection from the composition Svita in C-moll, composed by Johann Sebastian Bach. So if you can be back at 11:25 after your break, you can enjoy the music. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and audience here and online, I would like to now announce our special guest, special performer, violoncellist Jiří Bárta, who is going to perform the selection from the composition Svita in C-moll, composed by Johann Sebastian Bach. Thank you. Music is a sacred gift. The melodies and the frequencies of music uplift our souls and have healing abilities. I would like to thank, on behalf of us all, to Jiří Barta for his beautiful performance. We heard a piece from composition Svita in C-moll by Johann Sebastian Bach. Thank you very much again. I would like to also mention that let's not forget about all the presentations that are happening in hall number 2. You may notice that some of you have their name tag and the badge with a yellow color, and so that is for the hall number 2. So you may also go and enjoy those presentations over there. And now I would like to announce and welcome again Mrs. Nora Laubstein and her presentation, which is called "There Are the Three Eyes, What Makes the Difference."
Yeah, hello. Yeah, okay. Hello, I'm back. Fine to see you here after this great presentation. And I want to take you now into a little rally about the 3 E's. What yesterday I've told you there are 3 E's, and we will talk about that. The 3 I's. Yeah, so sorry, eyes, the 3 eyes. It's not this eye, it's an other eye. This eye, oh, 1 eye. So, okay, what are the 3 eyes? First, I start without any eye. The characterism of traditional medicine is something which is important, and you know there are global resources, roots and history. We have the intangible cultural heritage in this field. We have an interdisciplinary holistic health approach. We have an individual approach and personal centered. I think this is important here to talk about the difference between individual approach and personal centered. Here are a lot of doctors and researchers who always talk about personal-centered, but the definition is important to know. You need an indication of the ICD-10 or ICD-11 code. What kind of disease is it? You go into a clinical hospital, and there's a workforce working on this indication level. So the person who is there, it's the patient. And now this group of workforce has a leader, in general a doctor or a professor. And now only the doctor and the professor is able or allowed to give a diagnosis. The workforce people are involved and can give their input to this indication, for example, as gastritis. And then the doctor tell us or decides yes or no whether the workforce will do that. So in a clinical way, the personal-centered mean the patient with a gastritis on ICD-10 or 11 now is in the hand of the clinical workforce. All there are educated in the national system, and they have professions, and there's a hierarchy. So this is personal-centered. Individual approach is completely different. This means a holistic approach in the way that in the traditional and complementary medicine, you look at the whole person and his competencies and his social background and his field. And it's not only gastritis, there are a lot of other symptoms which are not based on the ICD. So you make an anamnesis and you have a complete other aspect. So this is really important to have the difference. Response on stimulation techniques, this is a characterization. Prevent and regenerate health, use of natural biological remedies. We have a second market and we have a first market. So, who knows what's the first market? Are there any ideas what's the first market? Jesper?
Recognized, thank you, recognized treatments within public healthcare, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And reimbursed, so you don't have to take your money out of your pocket.
Yeah, it's a national health service. It's the governmental politic. It's regulated by the regulation of insurance companies. And so this is the public health sector. This is the first market on a political language. What is the second market? It's not the hidden market, it's the private market. And the private market is this, where the traditional and complementary medicine over centuries has its successes. In the last 50 years, this field in the second market is the most successful development in the health of the people, and you have in every country different possibilities for private insurance, or you can connect with the health insurance companies. So the private market is for freedom of therapy, the freedom of innovation. You have a lot of research in this field which is not covered by the public health sector. So for us, and for example, for my profession, the second market is my home. And I can work there legally, and this is important that all people can work legally in the private market, in the second market. Because the first market, the public health market, the legislation is very strict, and there are a lot of regulation, documentation, certification, and all these fields which are in the mainstream medicine now. The workforce is suffering about so much documentation, about so much cost, increasing documentation and certification, all this stuff. So I think it's important for you to know this difference between the first and second market before we talk about the 3 I's. Now we go to the 3 I's. The first I is interdisciplinary. What is interdisciplinary? We can work cross sectors and we can collaborate with different professions. So this is very interesting for when we talk about the intangible cultural heritage. We see, for example, herbalists, we see biologists, we see physicians, we see anthropologists, and socialists. So we see all those professions who can work together for and research, for example. For the CAM, for traditional and complementary medicine, we need a new research design to build up all this what's included in the traditional and complementary medicine. For me, the medical research system is not enough, and the evidence-based medicine system is not enough, and it's not fit for the traditional and complementary to build it as a whole. This is for me a fact. Mutual, we have interdisciplinary, we have mutual respect and flat professional hierarchy. For me, for example, as a non-doctor, it's always very difficult to be respected or to be part of the game, because in general the doctors say what's going up, and so we have the hierarchy, and we have to think about how useful is hierarchy, and interdisciplinary work is a very flat professional hierarchy. Then we have the development of the study design, consideration of studies from different scientific fields. So it's very interesting to look for quality research and to include the quality research aspect and other forms of research to bring in a new research design for traditional and complementary medicine. The communication is on a mutual level, exchange of experience. This is also very important. And the individual-centered, basic on holistic anamnesis. I said this in the person-centered and individually based concept. The next I is integrated care. Integrated care is that the professionals of the first market and the second market can work together. They have the respect and they make a contract for a special thing and a special treatment, and they can work across the border of the first and second market. In policy, it's really a long time common, they call it public-private partnership, the 3 PPPs. But sometimes it's in a bad way that the private industry takes overall. But on the other hand, the politicians, when they have no money and when they have no ideas, they ask, oh, please, please, private sector, please give me some money, please give the solution. So this is the big thing. But on the local level, you can ask, for example, a dentist, if you are not a doctor, you are a practitioner in traditional and complementary medicine, you can ask a dentist for common working together on a level. You make a contract and then you can bring the energies together. So this is the integrated care. Individual doesn't work. Individual contractually regulated hierarchy. The contract gives the hierarchy. This is interesting, and it breaks up the institutional hierarchy. Special regulations and contract negotiations are necessary. Providers in the healthcare sector can work together across market border in a holistic manner. This is a possibility of integrated care. And the third I is integrative medicine. This is what here is presented all the time. Integrative medicine. What is integrative medicine? We have this topic as when we talk about migrants. Migrants should integrate themselves, should integrate their culture, should become a partner, and I think the question is how far it is really a form of integrative and integration, or is it assimilation? And for me, the way we have to bring up traditional and complementary to be accepted by the first health sector, sometimes it looks like assimilation. And this is not, for me, it's not a positive development. It helps some interest groups to bring up their traditional medicine into a health system to be part of the financial game. So it's very critical, I know. But on the other hand, it's interesting that the health workforce, who has the education in the first market and is accepted in the first market, for them it's helpful. For example, nurses, midwives can take over acupuncture, can take over Ayurvedic, can take over traditional European medicine methods, can bring it into the system and ask in form of the hierarchy if they can or if they don't. And then they have to accept what the insurance company says. You have in a quarter of time of 3 months, you are paid for 6 acupunctures, for example. So you have to think about what the 3 I's are, and this is 15 minutes, I think is very short, but these are the questions, and the other side of integrative medicine, what will happen with homeopathy, kinesiology, spheric, backflower, manual therapies, question mark, education, who knows best, what's the future of the medicaments and remedies, what's about this? When you say the best of 2 worlds, I ask what's about the rest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we also thank Nora Laubstein for her contribution and explaining to us what the 3 I's are and what makes the difference. And now I would like to welcome another presenter, which is Mr. Kiran Vyas. And the title of his presentation is Two Great Gifts of India. 2 Great Gifts of India to the World, Yoga and Ayurveda. Thank you.
Om Anandamayi Chaitanyamayi Satyamayi Parame. Om Asatu Ma Sadgamaya Tamasu Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Ma Amrutam Gamaya. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. Namaste. I am extremely happy to be here for this World Health Congress here in Prague. I am from India, but since last 45 years and more, I'm in France, and I always considered going round the globe from Tokyo to Washington, passing through all the countries here and there, all the big capitals. I used to think Paris was the most beautiful city of the world. But when I visited Prague, I changed my opinion. And I congratulate all of you to invite me here. The second reason, Dr. Thomas, your invitation was heart-touching and supported by Bhaswati Bhattacharya, who is a friend and colleague since many years. I was convinced that I should come back again on this World Forum, though very often we are very happy. At the same time, sometimes we are disappointed. The amount of carbon we use to come down to a big conference by aeroplane, using the vehicles, And then I just think that how many trees have I to plant to get back to the normal atmosphere of the earth? Because the earth's treasury of wealth, we are using it a lot. I'm in France, established a center called Tapovan. Tapovan Open University of Yoga and Ayurveda. I founded it in 1982 and still working in it. In Paris, we have a small place, about 200 square meters, but our main place is in Normandy with about 20 acres of land. And as you heard me, I'm very much conscious of the environment. So we have planted more than 8,000 trees in this last 30 years, using all the alternative energies like solar energy, harvesting water, taking care of the earth, having a vegetable garden, having other things. In short, trying to live so-called an organic life, because the health of the earth is the first part of a good health. Even if you have the best things, when I see young ladies, young mothers especially, with their little bit of prams, with the small babies lying in it, and when they are chatting at the crossroad in Paris, where all the cars, they are sending all the gas which is so poisonous, I just think that would they like to kill their babies or what, instead of giving them a good air. So my endeavor since 80s is, first of all, to create an atmosphere. And this is what we try to do in Tapovan. We have international conferences and things. But first of all, it has to be a consciousness which needs to develop. Of course, Ayurveda is not a legal medicine in France, nor in Europe, in most of the countries. When I introduced Ayurveda in 70s and 80s in France and then all over Europe, it had nobody knew what animal was Ayurveda. But anyway, today it is a well-known thing. So what I thought, and the egoism of Europe just suffocated me in the beginning, because everything, I do this is mine, this is yours, I give you, you take this. And I was so much worried about this I. Then I said, when I could be replaced by we. And then I told them, I would bring you illness. If you replace I by we, it will bring you wellness. And so the first aim of Tapovan is to bring wellness, and for each of us we need wellness. One day I was talking to some people like this here, and then after 2 years I got a phone call, and the person said, I'm this professor of gastro in this university in Geneva, and this, we met a few years ago, and I've followed your advice. I didn't connect to that person, and that person told me, you don't remember me? And plus we had a dinner together, and I asked, and you asked me to divorce, and that's what I've done. I just scratched my head. I never asked anybody to divorce, and especially from the sweet ones from whom one loves. Then laughingly he said, you had asked me to divorce from my illness, because you told me that I was too much in love with my illness, and unless your love for illness remains, you cannot get rid of the illness. First, you have to make the decision that you no longer want to be ill. you no longer want to be this. So, well, I'm extremely helpful and grateful to India to introduce yoga and Ayurveda. Yoga, International Day of Yoga nowadays, so everybody knows what is yoga. It is physical exercise, of course, but it is emotional, it is mental, it is psychic and spiritual discipline. It is medical as well, it is non-medical. It is metaphysic, and over and above, it's a research of one's own self. There are 4 great civilizations in the world. For example, the first that was the Egypt with the pharaohs and the pyramids. But this civilization has disappeared. It's only in the museum. Similarly, there are the civilization of Babylon or Mesopotamia, modern Baghdad. You will not find so-called hanging gardens and so-called, but what has remained is little bit the Chinese medicine, and much more than that from India, the yoga and Ayurveda, not only the elephants, but even the saris, even the beautiful dresses, even the beautiful things we eat. But much more than that, in spite, I have not put the image of Nalanda, a university with more than 10,000 students, which was burned by Khilji's, the Muslim invasion. And the fire lasted for more than 6 months. But even then, the knowledge of this yoga and Ayurveda still remains. And it is based on what? It's based on a conception of evolution, evolution of the energy, evolution of the matter. Right from the stone, we have come to the life. From the life, it became first in water, and then in animal, and then in so-called these monkeys and things, till last we come to the manhood. But man is not the ultimate truth, says the ancient scriptures of India. It goes, the man more evolved, supramental, or rather a divine man. But we'll have to wait for a few hundred years now, it seems. But this is what? What is India's contribution as far as the yoga and Ayurveda is concerned? The first, India has given us the 0 as a number. It seems nothing. 0 means nothing. At the same time, to develop 0 in our own mind, to quiet our mind, where there are 0 thoughts, is very difficult. Where we can conceive 0, but we can't reach. Similarly, infinity, infinite. We may just think of it, and that still is the truth. For example, in your meditation, you may go to that infinite energy level, or when you go to the skies. Now, when Einstein spoke to us about E equals to mc square, energy, mass into c, the velocity of the light to the power 2. Now, how the energy has been changed into matter, and matter could be again changed into energy. And that is colossal energy, and that's what we find in the concept of the Pancha Mahabhuta, or the 5 great elements. The first is the ether, then air, fire, water, earth. I will not go into details of it, but it is just the same energy. Instead of Einstein speaking straight to the matter, to the earth, the Indian scientists spoke about these 5 steps, how this energy comes down to the earth energy. And therefore they told us it is a Mahabhuta, a great element, not just a small one, not just a concept, not just the material air or the material fire. Fire means light, Agni. If you have the Agni, the power, the enthusiasm, the light, the strength, most of the diseases could be just destroyed by your power of Agni. But naturally, each Ayurvedic expert will use different concepts how to treat a person. And Yoga and Ayurveda first will tell you the self-knowledge. At the same time tell you that you, we are all like this icebergs. That means a very little bit of us is known to us. A big part of us we do not know. And find out that part which is beneath. And if you can find out, then only you can go ahead as a human being. Then and then alone you can cure a disease. Then and then alone you could be really, really happy. What's happening? Yes. And then came the idea of the 5 envelopes of the 5 bodies or the 5 koshas. And this knowledge of 5 bodies will help us. And then the concept of sum, the balance, in the music we have that balance, in art we have that balance, in the body also we have that balance. And this balance we will, according to the definition of health, we all know how to eliminate, to come to the Atman, the self-knowledge. And the secret of good health is ahara, the nourishing part, vihara, how you live your life, and manovyapara, what is the thing in your mind. Half of your medicines should be in your kitchen, and the other half should be in your garden. The life you lead should be very important, and the mind, the quietness you develop should be very nice. And the last thing, prajna parad, I know what is good for me, and I do not do. And I know what is bad for me, and I do. And therefore, India preaches Buddha, that is ahimsa, non-violence, and not yuddha, war. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vyas, and for sharing your wisdom about all the aspects that we as humans are composed of and how we connect to our divine Mother Earth. And as a next presenter, I would like to welcome Professor Kuldeep Kumar Pandey and his presentation about ancient techniques for pain control have always been integrative, not only chemical. Please welcome.
Thank you. So, namaste to all of you. I have come from India and having a lot of journey regarding the pain. I have come here not only to share my experiences regarding the pain, but I have come here to learn what you people think about pain and how you are going to manage that pain. So I especially thank to Mr. Thomas and the entire team providing me this opportunity to share my experiences. I invite all of you to have a small journey of pain with me. In my presentation, first I would like focus on the journey of pain when we take birth. We feel pain, our parents feel pain, and throughout our entire life, we feel somewhere external and internal mediated stimulus-induced pains, and ultimately the well-decided destiny when we go to heaven, we leave pain behind the family and the society. So this is a small journey when we go for that one. But what happens when really we are in agony or in pain? The whole pleasantness, per definition of the Ayurveda, Samadosha, Samagnisha, Samadhatu, Malakriya, prasanna happiness, prasanna atmendriya mana swastha iti abhidhiyate. Meaning that if you are having whole system in a harmony, each and every cell of the body is in rhythmic motion and in harmony, giving a pleasantness to you. And when it becomes reverse just of that one, that is coined as a pain, what I think. I started to understand what the pain is when I was in class 10th standard in 1975. I have come to observe a saint of having a fracture in his hand. Doctors were suggesting him to operate, the ultimate remedy, but he was very much worried about the anesthesia and whether he will come over or not. So he asked, can you give me a herbal product that is cannabis? I would like to have the smoke of that one, and you can operate. And that was. Second, after 2-3 years when I was as university scholar in 1979, I was going on bus and found a person who is having severe pain in his chest, and he was just agony. Then I noticed that there is a chest pain. And when I joined as a PG scholar in anesthesiology in 1988, I was posted in the labor room and found that a lady going to be mother very recently, she was in pain. That was the natural pain of the labor, and that was another observation for how I make anesthesia to the patient, and she was get rid of the pain. Then usually I used to go in the operation theaters and used to find that there are certain type of post-operative pain, and that pain was not only with the patient, that was also with the attendants also. The person, those who are caring to the patient, they were having a lot of either type of pain. And it is very difficult to understand the pain who is really not a patient, but is having a pain while attending a patient of a pain really suffering. So then many times I found a patient having, it is nowhere that is somatic pain, but the patients are suffering with the psychological pain. In the first Zoom meeting, some of the speaker, when we were having an introduction, said that, what about political pain? I was very much surprised. Yes, it is. So there are many more types of pain. And as my specialty is cancer patient pain management and palliative care, I used to go daily with the patients of cancer or suffering. Poor patients, they have different types of pains. So this was a small journey where I observed the smells, many types of the pain, how it happens. And then only you can. But my dear friends, when we feel pain of our own self, we say that, yeah, thank God, I'm alive. But the moment you start feeling the pain of the society and others, really you are a human being. So right now, start feeling pain of the society and the other persons. Then you will analyze what the real meaning of the pain is. This is the real fact. What is going in the whole universe, mind, machine, medicine, power, money, everything is moving to a nucleus, that is the pain. Why we are gathered here? We are here just to find a solution to make health. And pain is just reverse to health. So everything is there, moving round the clock to the whole of the system, but I have made a reverse direction moving in either direction. Why? Because we are forgetting the ethical values to solve the problem of the pain. We are engaged earning the money, how we can cheat the society. I may be wrong, but it is happening there. So we have to change our mind to serve that society, to serve the nation. That is my motive. Now, a big question arises. What the real meaning of the pain is? I have made a slap to a person, he is feeling pain. I have said ugly words to a person, he is feeling pain. A person is hungry, he is feeling pain. A person is desiring some more money, but not, he is having pain. So what the real definition of the pain is? This is matter of debate. And what the pain management? Pain is not a single word that you can manage just giving a simple painkiller like pharmaceutical companies are giving. This one is a paracetamol preparation and you give every type of pain will be subside. No, not at all. Then how can this information help? If it is different meaning, there is no ultimate single remedy, then what information you are going to have and what will be your contribution? So, if you go long back in the ancient period, the term was coined in Sanskrit Vedas as Ach, Ag, Vedana, Shula, Dokha, and other meanings. Because according to principles of Ayurveda, Dr. Kirti, we are discussing right now, that there are 3 principles of fundamentals of Ayurveda. That is the Narte, Anla, Drga. Without Vata, there you will not feel a pain. The Vata has many characteristic features. Usaho, Chhasa, Niswasa, Chesta, Dhatu, Gati, Sama. All circulating informative system is under the control of the Vata. So that is the main causative factor which gives information in terms of the nervous impulses and mind start thinking about that this is something wrong with the normal homeostatic physiology. So this is resembling that. Understanding of pain is very difficult. You are going to gather information for making a diagnosis. And it is very difficult to. Because you're having inspection, patient is coming to you, you inspect, yes. Then interrogation, what type of feeling do you have? Then investigations of laboratory. But you are getting very little information like an iceberg floating on the water. A big story of the pain is inside the patients. And that you have to read each and every line of the text, that is the open book, that is our patient. So you have to learn. And what you have to learn? This one. Biological factors, social factors, and psychological factors. Without that, you are just unable to learn about the nature and intensity and the quality and characteristic features of the pain unless you are not going to have that much information. It is very difficult, and I can say it is quite impossible to diagnose and treat the patient of pain and sufferings. So there are many more challenges. We were discussing with Madam that we are having a lot of challenges. Challenges in terms of limitations of our drugs. There are many more modalities maybe. There are many more alternatives of the treatment maybe. There may be many more pain thresholds, but none of are devoid of ill effects. So challenges are still there. We have to think about the alternative medicines. And that is because sometimes pain is there, but consequences are parallel to the pain. And that is a patient suffering from pain. He says, oh, doctor, I'm having a very high intensity of pain, and God is not giving any concession to me. I want some sort of concession of pain. Oh Lord, give me some sort of concession. Because with that pain, I have a lot of consequences, that is depression, suffering, sleep, and other things. That must be improvised when the treatment is being given. So, as comparing to the current allopathic system, I will not say the modern system, allopathic system of medicine, because they are just parallel to us. And the allopathic system came into existence of medical armamentarium very late, but in TCIM, we are having a lot more modalities of that has been discussed earlier. I will not go into detail, but I will share my experiences regarding the clinical observation. So I have worked on a large number of the drugs mentioned in the text of Ayurveda having the analgesic properties, and simultaneously they're having the effect on the psychological disorders too. These are a large number of drugs. I will not go into detail, but I am going to introduce that one. Recently, the miracle drug is cannabis. I'm using that cannabis suppository extract of the cannabis in my surgical patients. I used to give cannabis suppository to the patient immediately after the operation, and patient is free from pain. Up to 24 hours, there is no need of giving any injection or any other remedy for the pain management. That is the herbal drug I'm using there. Then in my cancer patients, I use the cannabril, and that is the whole extract of ethanol of the cannabis, and using that sublingually, 2 drops of that, and patient get rid of pain and pleasant life, that one. I'm using pain management through Ayurvedic system of medicine, that is the Agni Karma, the metal of 5 alloys, using and make it red hot, and using on the pain point, that the carbuncles are there, corn are there, low back ache is there, knee joint pain is there. I'm using that one. And another one in the lower slide, you will find the patient of MRM, that is the resection of the complete CA breast and having some sort of the problems. And that time it was not cured. There were non-healing ulcer. And that time I used this cutlery with the alloys and dusted over the must-do-ST, there's a glazra powder, and then the marigold juice over that, you will find the miracle result of TCI. Then you may find the herpes problem. With the leech application, it is one of the another remedy is mentioned in the text, and the lady with the pimples on overhead, and you will find the thrombosed pile mass is there, so everything is going to be treated. And this is your first slide. You will find there is the pain in the. I'm using the marma therapy, and anyone who is having some sort of the pains, I will cure within 2 minutes with this marma therapy. You will find there. Then the cancer patient having squamous cell carcinoma, I have used this one only, and you can see the miracle result that is evidence-based. And I'm using this Nasium with the herbal drugs for the migraine, and patients are getting benefited. And these are applications of aromas where it is very difficult to have application of different injection, oral medication. You can use the aromas. Patients are cheerful, having analgesic properties. So make an umbrella of different specialties of the TCIM, and then you find your patient is well protected under the umbrella. So care with the TCIM. And someone asked, I said that best medicine for human is care and love. And many people ask me, oh, Dr. Pandey, if it is not work, I said simply smiling, increase the dose, that will work. So thank you all for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pandey, for giving us a different angle from which we can look at pain and helping us understand how to approach being free from pain. I would like to welcome our next presenter, who is Federico Palla from Italy. And his presentation is Salus European Initiative, Uniting Health and Environment for a Concrete, Forward-Looking Paradigm Shift. Welcome, and thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I hope it is okay if I stand up, because I'm Italian, so I move my hands, and I don't want to destroy any technologies in front of me. Okay? So, Federico Palla, my name is, I am the coordinator of European Salus Network. And first of all, I would like to thank Thomas and all the team, the very huge team that is organizing this great event. Thank you for this opportunity to share all this knowledge all together. Okay, today I will talk about Salus European Initiative. Okay. That is focused on environmental sustainability and health promotion. And we want to put them at the center of the debate, a European debate. So today I will talk about what is the starting point of this initiative, what are the guiding principles, and what has been done so far, and the next steps, and how to join it. Okay. The peculiar aspects of this initiative is that it started from an intentional community in Italy that is called Lumen. It is an eco-village nearby Milan in the countryside. You can see this is part of the eco-village. I live there. And it is an intentional community. It means that there are persons who decided to live and work together with common aims, with common practices. And the focus of this community is health and environment. So it is very strong for us that this, starting from the bottom, we reached the European Parliament with this message. And it's a message of the importance of daily practices about lifestyles, healthy lifestyles. We are around 60 persons, from the 4 years old to more than 80s. And for us, this experience is a living testimony of what is good to put health promotion and environmental sustainability in our daily life. The 3 pillars of this are healthy and sustainable nutrition, moderate physical activity, and deep relationship with oneself and with others. And we also use traditional medicines like Chinese, Ayurvedic, and European and Mediterranean. As mentioned before, it's not so known, but for us it's very important to collaborate, integrate these traditional medicines that have a lot of points in common and can collaborate a lot for the health for humans. This is Milena Simeoni. You will see her tomorrow in a video recorded speech. She is the creator of Salus Initiative. And with the MEPs, former MEPs, Eleonora Evi, they started this journey in the European Parliament in 2019 with a event like this one, an international congress in the European Parliament. And Eleonora Evi started also an interest group. It's something similar to what mentioned before by Bamra. And the interest group now is composed by 6 MEPs. The president is Rosa D'Amato from Italy, then Michel Rivasi from France, Manuela Ripa from Germany, Patrizia Toia from Italy, Sirpa Pietikainen from Finland, and Tilly Metz from Luxembourg. And this is an interest group of different countries and different political parties. So we started with an event, and there were a lot of experts from different countries, and we thought that it was very interesting to create this collaboration, the great alliance, European alliance, to foster common aims in the European Parliament and in national parliaments as well. This is the European Salus Network now, more than 40 organizations in 11 countries. And so this started our journey in 2019. Then there was the pandemic period, and we transfer a lot of initiative online, but we keep on going. The guiding principles, what we say to politicians is very simple. First of all, we want health promotion integrated with the cure. We would like that health promotion can be the first answer to a European citizen question about health. The first should be. And also we need transversality, we need interdisciplinarity, as mentioned before. We need to create bridges between doctors and traditional medicine practitioners, between health and environment. This is the reason why Salus has as a logo, as a bridge, because for us it's very important to create bridges over the walls, okay? And the third one is the economic conveniences that has to be aligned to common good. We know that it's not like this. It should be more economic viable to have a healthy population than a sick population. But it's not like this, because there are a lot of economic interest about health. And so we need to align. And so it's not enough, the market. We need specific policies. And this is the reason why we made proposals to European Parliament and to national parliament, to have specific policies to align this. Usually we say that we have to pay for health and not for sickness, not for diseases. So environment and health are not costs, are investments for a common good. For profit reason, there is a sector of wellness, of health. For saving, we know that if we invest in health promotion, we can save money from the cure. And there is also a reason of social equity. Because if we invest in health promotion and environmental sustainability, we are investing in sectors that are itself labor-intensive. I mean, we need humans to take care of other humans. We don't need robots, okay? So it is very important to shift resources from the technological industrial sphere to the human sphere, and you are testimonies of human sphere in your daily practices. And this means that we have to shift resources from the few owners of technologies to the many owners of ancient knowledge. And this means more jobs in different sectors like health, education, health promotion, wellness, sport, healthy food. And they are heavier than the cure sector. For instance, we have this data. There are 65 traditional medicine practitioners per 100,000 inhabitants, and we have 79 doctors. And we know that doctors are decreasing and practitioners are increasing. So it is very important now to ask to politics that we have to create collaboration between them, because the health sector needs them, because otherwise the reply of this sector, the cure, is technology and not human. Milena will talk about this tomorrow in her speech. So we have to focus on health and not on diseases. And this means that we have not to focus only on health sector, but also to other areas, like social services, like education, like agriculture, etc., etc. And health, these are data from Italy, affect the health sector affects health only for the 9%. So there is a world outside of health sector that affects health, like environment, like social condition. What has been done since 2019? We create a bill on the recognition of intentional and sustainable communities, like a local model for sustainability and health. There are a lot of this in the world and in Europe, and we presented in the Italian Parliament. During the period COVID, we sent a letter, an open letter to European government about the importance of integrate health promotion into the COVID-19 containment strategies. We received 0 answer, 0. Okay, but this year we continue asking for this, and we present amendments to the Special Commission Finance Report on COVID that was recently became a resolution of the European Parliament. And out of 8 proposals, 3 have been included. Which one? First one, the acknowledgement of a lack of health promotion. This is the main problem. The view of COVID as a systemic problem linked to healthy lifestyles and pollution, and the need to coordinate a European health promotion strategy. You know that European Commission and European Parliament has no competencies on health, but it's increasing the competencies on health of this European institution. So this is the moment to ask for this. And not only for ask for the cure, the coordination of the cure of European citizens, but the coordination of the health promotion strategies. And this is a quote of this resolution, recommends the establishment of cross-sectoral health promotion and prevention programs to reduce health risk factors and promote healthy lifestyles, and a European cross-sectoral, again, preventive health approach in all policies. This is very important for us. It is a little step, but this is the way that we want to follow. Then we realized 3 conferences in the European Parliament, and also online conference in Fossalus. And we are involved in a research in Italy with a public hospital. It is a randomized control trial on the effectiveness of naturopathy on migraine. It's still going on, it's not finished yet. What are the next steps? We want to continue, obviously, to ask for a European strategy on health promotion. I know that in mid-October, I'm in contact with the European Commission. They have to reply to European Parliament. You know that there is a ping pong, okay, between the European institutions. So they have to reply to this resolution, and we want to again ask for this kind of strategy, and we want to integrate in this strategy traditional medicine practitioners. We promote the creation of an intergroup in the European Parliament on the One Health, so a concept of health, human, environment, and animals. collaborate with other organizations to enhance the ancient knowledge of European and Mediterranean traditional medicine. I'm sorry, we insert Mediterranean because we are also Mediterranean, not only European, and there are a lot of ancient knowledge from Avicenna, from the Arab area, and so we need, I think, to integrate, okay, also Mediterranean, please, okay. And we create in Italy a coordination of the organizations that are involved in this. And this is a project. Next week, I can update to you. Next week, we are working with an expert in EU fundings. We want to fit an idea of a community service where non-health professionals provide citizens with health, education, good living, and practice of sustainable healthy lifestyles. And we are looking for fundings in the European Union to finance this project. Okay, so it's very simple. You can go to our website, www.salusnetwork.eu. And you can go to collaborate with Salus, and over there you can find also a QR code, and you can take all my contacts, all my social, all my life. It's there, so we can keep in contact. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Palla, for speaking about all the challenges and strategies and raising awareness about eco-consciousness. There's a quote that says, "Invest in your health today, or your illness invests in you tomorrow." And with that said, I would like to welcome our next presenter, who is Isabel Wachsmuth from Switzerland. She will be talking about art, how art can enrich the world and give it a voice for better health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a big pleasure for me to brief you about where we are on this initiative called Art Impact for Health and Sustainable Development Goals. And to show you in, I will say, practical way how it's possible to embed art, including in the UN systems, and to communicate through not just evidence-based information, but as well with more innovative way, inspirational way as well. And for me, it's very important because it is as well to demonstrate the importance to combine scientific background and artistic as well possibilities, you know, and talents together. And it is not one side or another side, but we need to combine the both to have more efficient way to establish meaningful and authentic relationship between each other. This initiative has been supported directly by the Director General, and I have been able to lead this initiative now for more than 4 years. And I will just show you the result of this initiative. First, it is really about relationship, and in this regard, we have considered in my department in charge of integrated health services to looking specifically to dedicate attention to what we call community engagement. It is related as well with the concept of patient engagement. Donc the two going together. Here you have the picture illustrates the patient engagement, but as well the large community, including the family, but as well the volunteer in the health sector, you know, want to support, in fact, the healing process, specifically in health care setting or hospital setting. And for that, we have invested a lot on this concept of social process, encompassing physical, emotional, mental, social, and spiritual dimension. We want really to focus this attention through this art performance and activities. I will show you the importance of the attribute and nature of relationship, including trust, resilience, and responsiveness. To start, I want to start with this quote from Janet Winterson, and she say, "Art asks us to think differently, to see differently, to hear differently, and ultimately to act differently, which is why art has a moral force." And just this sentence is a clear resume of how we can bring the different stakeholders, together and find not the division between them or different paradigms to discuss, but what it is really common, and universal to each of us. And of course, it's why the conference it is talking about, it is our health and well-being. And what I like about the importance to use art in healthcare, it is because art speaks for itself. It is a way to introducing and enhancing art and culture in the hospital environment as an innovative strategy, specifically to contribute to the concept of WHO called Health for All. But Health for All, you need to put in practice and in application, because if it is just a concept, we will go nowhere. So the idea, it is really to focus attention on how we can integrate art into health and all policies, and specifically social determinants of health, support the artistic programs and initiatives at national health authorities. Donc it is as well to map worldwide with the different groups, are coherent and merging for a model of well-being and health together. Humanizing health services and not dehumanizing what we see today in this world. Encourage partnerships with a social and human vision. And it was very well mentioned all the time, the person in the center of this process. For that, WHO have done quite remarkable work on the evidence-based aspect, specifically to extract from this mapping exercise worldwide what have the key main recommendation on the place of art in health policies. I give you just a snapshot of the report, but I encourage you to read it, because it's quite good to review what is done worldwide. The first one, it is ensure that arts for health programs exist and are accessible in the community, help arts and cultural organizations to integrate health and well-being into their work, promote public awareness of the potential benefits of arts for health, include the arts in the training of health professionals, introduce or strengthen mechanisms by which health or social care institutions prescribe art programs or activities. And in this regard, we have been able to set up recently a big movement with many countries, many member states, about the importance of social prescribing, how I can prescribe as well, not just medical treatment, but social and positive activities, like as well sport program and art activities. Invest in further research, particularly into the increased use and evaluation of arts and health interventions. And all these recommendations, in fact, are very important, because they are able to support this effort to develop, in fact, and maintain this meaningful relationship we need specifically between the patient and his family, between the patient and his caregiver, between the caregiver and the health professionals, you know, all this, I will say, beautiful circle between people. And from the research, we have done quite intensive research on that, and we are now on the way to publish the result. And the first, it was to look the impact of relational community engagement, for example, at micro level, and what was the key elements. It was to increase the sense of control for the people, the satisfaction, positive behavior, improve knowledge, behavior change, empowerment, and positive health and social outcomes. Donc it's quite remarkable if we really invest on this nurturing relationship, and art is a way to support that as well. And at meso level, the results have been found. It was to increase trust between stakeholders and groups, teams, increase community sense of ownership of interventions, and as well to influence these decision structures. And finally, the impact of community engagement at macro level, it was really to have a positive influence on interventions, specifically to influence broader societal factors like the social determinants for health. And finally, positive impact on health policy and governance, collaboration between sector and communities, and access to services. Donc that is really important to keep in the mind. And here, just to show you, we have done as well a global mapping to look what are the relevant art initiatives and impactful on the target beneficiaries. And what you can see on this figure, it is the good news. It is investment on health, 74%, contrary to, unfortunately, education, it is less. It was mentioned as well the heritage, and you can see heritage is a very small part. Donc we see the need as well to value ancient knowledge and culture, and specifically how we can do it as well through the value of artists from different countries in the world, you know, museum, all cultural activities, and liaise that with the health sector, in fact. In terms of topics in the health sector, what have been the most influential use of this art? It was for hospital, in fact, setting, and community empowerment. Donc we are focusing attention on in WHO on these two streams, but of course the others are important as well, like you can see in the graph. Donc why it is important to invest in art in healthcare? Because art builds individual, social, and community resilience based on the converging theories of art and resilience. It bridges the gap between the community and people living with complex needs, separate from family, friends, or other natural systems. And it is very important to facilitate social inclusion and support. I want just for this couple minutes staying to show you a retrospective of what we have done on the field, and as well as art exhibition in the world. Donc for the art, the impact of international art exhibition, the idea it is to use art to communicate on the health issue and challenge, to give value and a voice to vulnerable communities, local partners and artists together, to build a bridge between art and science and create a wider global community and stakeholders, and to act together on these sustainable development goals. Here you can see different art exhibits have been performed. One in 2021 during COVID about the the aspect of resilience, what does it mean? Donc we have been able to bring the contribution of 60 artists from over the world. It was really incredible, specifically because to bring a voice of all these people, you know, during this period. Donc it was to demonstrate it is possible, including if you have COVID. Here it's a recent one. Last year we did this art exhibit, Art to be Alive, with the Geneva Health Forum, and it was the first time the Geneva Health Forum accepted to perform this artistic exhibit and to bring so many different stakeholders together. And during this event, I perform as well live painting, because it's a way for me to engage, in fact, all the different stakeholders, you know, in an innovative way and emotional way, I will say. And we are working with many partners, including this big NGO, Smile Trend, to prevent, you know, the lack of self-esteem of children affected by cleft. Here you can see in United Nations, you know, location, this type of presentation we did. Here it is for mental health. We have done in France the first festival for people affected by mental health. We will do another one soon in Paris in September. That it is as well how we can communicate on the topic on cancer during the World Cancer Congress, and as well in Davos to communicate with as well this politician about the importance as well of art in health. I go quite quickly because it's a lot of events here in, as well in Paris with oncology services, in Lausanne with people affected, with vulnerable people. And that's the last one. It was on in Lyon on the topic on one sustainable health and planetary health to establish a dialogue between artists, you can see in picture, and researcher, and how we can establish this bridge. I have mentioned to use the concept of living museum. I have no time to go in details, but just to show you. And here it is some review of the different workshops we have performed at national level. And here you can see in Mexico, I will go quickly, but Morocco, we have done in Brazil as well, and for palliative care as well in Senegal. And donc it's a good perspective between patient and caregiver as well to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wachsmuth, for bringing up this important and interesting topic. And it is so interesting to know how art is helping also to shape the development of our children, and to see how art and art therapies bring so much benefit. And now I would like to welcome our next presenter, who is Katharina Wirnica from Austria. And she will be speaking about the power of lifestyle medicine, starting with the dual approach to health from sustainable diets linked to PA, sports and exercise as minimum recommendation at schools and universities for better future public health. Please welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the closing session of this morning. So it's the closing session. I take about 20 minutes, so ignore, please, the gong. But feel free to leave if you want for lunch, or stay seated. So, the power of lifestyle, brackets open, medicine, it's an integrated concept you all know to connect together 6 different lifestyle areas. So we have we don't have enough time to dive into all of them, but I would like to construct with you today a dual approach of healthy eating, active living as a minimum recommendation to start. I do not say it's the end point, but it's how to start. So, and I will kindly refer you to the first studies. There is a convincing body of evidence for physical exercise in sports, tracing back to the first study in 1952 on UK bus conductors about chronic diseases and mortality, and also about vegetarian-vegan eating, the thrilling Adventist health study first launched in or published in 1978. So please kindly dive into this extraordinary body of science. Fasten your seatbelts now, I will challenge you a bit, and let's go. So, we are addressing the motto of this Congress, what unites us, and let's see what at the end we can take home for heritage and what we can do. So there is huge potential for each of us. It's about to take action. We do not know all from science, but we know enough to start. And for me, the translation of science into practical fields and apply what we already have is the lack we already have to focus on. So what is the background of today's talk? My students often say, why don't we know about all that? So my question back is, are you a sleeping beauty of Walt Disney movies, or are you still awake? It's your choice to shake yourself up and stay awake in these times of, when we remember COVID, something was hidden from us. And well, we are living in times in the 21st century of a big health paradox. On the one hand, we have high-tech medicine. At the other side, we have millions of people suffering from chronic health conditions. And while health is natural state from birth, it has to be earned over a lifetime. And it was first mentioned in the 16th century that there might be, other than genetic factors, lifestyle modifications that bring us to healthy longevity. So it's all not new, it's more an ancient wisdom. So I guess we agree that health is a major topic for human development, and that's why it's in the agenda of all the big organizations. And an inherited habit of young children tracks over time into old age, and this is our way to go. We have to cure adult and elderly, but we have to start much earlier if we want to shape future health and better health. And that's why it's so relevant for the educational settings, from kindergarten up to university. And there we have to start after me. So, it's still unenthusiastic what two global scaling health problems we have. Still, we have the physical inactivity crisis unsolved, and also overweight, obesity from a public health perspective. And also in COVID, we all know it worsened the situation, and clearly we have numbers that out of 3 kids, 2 fail to eat enough healthy foods. Fruits, vegetables, grains, legumes, for example, and also 4 in 5 are insufficiently or non-active. So this is a mess. And we know that, according to the WHO, we have massive numbers of non-communicable diseases when we look at the mortality reports. And the good news is, in this bad situation, most of it is preventable and reversible by lifestyle changes. So, and we know, already in the top 5 risk factors we have, the solution is already delivered, but we have to focus on that. It's being active and eat healthy foods. We know from the global burden of disease that 1 in 5 in the Western European countries dies or is dying because of poor and unhealthy habits. So, and this is not because of crazy Katharina here on the podium, it's evidence. You can read all the reports, and it's well accepted in the scientific community. So what is all about, who is responsible for your own health? It's me. I am the most effective person for my own health status. And the medical care system, the public health system, as we heard frequently today, has the least impact on my personal health. So it's about my conscious decisions and actions and will to change. So from individual health, now, in 10 or 20 years, we can shape better future public health. We have to do this. So, and I would challenge you, is it fact or fiction to get healthy old age? So centenarian, supercentenarian. You all know the blue zones. We had it in our first talk today. And we can learn a lesson from them. So we know that the most basic principle is not limited to, but the most basic principles are two. The stool approach to health. It's clearly not vegetarian, but it's 9.5 portions, if it exists, out of 10 from plants. And it's daily moderate activity. However, when we look at the blue zones, even Okinawan elderly diet outperforms all the other dietary and lifestyle habits from the other blue zones. And I will challenge you again, what if the Okinawan elderly diet is not the upper boundary? What if there is still potential to be tapped by, let's say, a whole food vegan diet? So maybe there is even more, not to get a healthy centenarian, but to get a super centenarian. So what is behind all that? Very natural already in our daily life, there is the dual approach prevalent. So exercise is medicine and food is medicine. It's an ancient wisdom. What are you doing when you first get up in the morning? Today, you move to the bathroom, I guess, and from the bathroom to the dining hall for breakfast, or at home to the kitchen. And from then you move to a job, to school, by foot, by public transport, by bicycle, whatever. So it's already there. Why don't we pick it up and put it into action? So I would like to just add this together for a super formula, and to test the super formula if it's really fact or fiction. So the super medicine exists. It's not the $1 million pill. That does not exist. We have to earn all that. And for the educational setting, it's perfect. Why? It's so natural in our lifestyles already. It's easy, it's cheap, it's effective, and it's cost-effective too. So why don't we go for that? So I think you agree that when we put exercise and physical activity on the track for health intervention, it works. And if we put healthy diet on the track as a health intervention, it works too. But what if we combine it? Isn't that 1 + 1 is more than 2? I guess this is. So there are tremendous health benefits from this cumulative benefits that we have to tap. So just a short review to the COVID-19 pandemic. We heard from Italy. The recommendation was there from the WHO, but what about the media? They didn't deliver that recommendation, that the dual approach was already in their recommendation. No one told us about. And also, just 2 major reports I want to share with you. From healthy foods and high quality, we have seen that the immune function was better, the risk for infection was less, and also the severe outcomes was less. And also from physical activity, if you reach the recommended level, the health condition in COVID times were much better. And the people are ready for such modifications. They are willing to move towards healthier lifestyles. And the policymakers just have to address it, to encourage the people and set up the policies. So let's very shortly dive into the vegan diet. We know that the benefits excel the risks by far, and from the position statements we have, the latest ones, when appropriately planned, it's healthful and nutritionally adequate, and it is appropriate through all the life cycle stages, meaning from pregnancy to the elderly, and also this means in childhood, adolescence, and for athletes, people like me. So this is the way to go, and when we look to the literature, thanks to the PCRM, they did it for us, the whole food vegan diet could be considered as the most healthy diet we have. Why is this? When we look to the literature, the more you cut out animal products from your plate, the healthier your diet gets, and the more health benefits you achieve. So, question. Okay, Katharina, I eat tons of veggies. Can I compensate for the negative effects? Well, there are tiny little studies, also not in the media prevalent, but there is a nice study showed us even if you eat the maximum amounts you can tolerate of fruits and veggies, you're not able to compensate for the negative effects. Regrettably not. Or hopefully not. It's up to you how to interpret that. And one of these negative effects also is not known by the public. Even most physicians I talk to do not know this report, and it's 7 or 8 years old. It's thrilling to me. So, We know that meat, especially processed meat, is categorized as cancerogenic, and this is the same category as smoking tobacco, asbestos, and also plutonium. And I guess you agree that these substances are lethal. Why don't we accept that meat was classified? It's a major report. And well, so you say to me, okay, let's cut down to the minimum amount. Well, 1 or 2 slices of ham, from this literature we know this, increases several types of cancer. So we cannot control the risk even if we eat tons of healthy food items. So what about sports? Sports is considered medicine, we know this. And a healthy human will bring a successful athlete. And when an athlete is not ill and suffers from sick leave and illness-related interruptions, we can conduct our training schedule and go for peak performance. So being healthy is the prerequisite for being a peak performer, not only in sports, also in job, as a family mother and head of a family. We need to be successful as multipliers. And we agree in science that there were so many benefits from being active, not only in mood, on stabilizing body weight and maintain a healthy body weight, but also on cardiovascular system, respiratory system, bone health, metabolism, digestive function, organ function, whatever. So many benefits I can list. So we all know when we're active a lifetime, we could perform good when we're getting older. There is also a nice study proving this. 75-year-olds who were active a lifetime were shown to have the cardiovascular health and fitness of 25-year-old sedentary people. Isn't this great? To me, this is thrilling. So the peers do not perform nearly similar to this. So there is a general knowledge also that the lower the resting heart rate of an athlete, the better the fitness is. So it's a good indicator, resting heart rate, for fitness level. But what most physicians do not really consider, I hope they know, is that resting heart rate is a risk factor for premature mortality. So you die earlier if your heart rate in resting state is higher than 60 to 70 beats per minute. And well, if you can control this for 60 beats per minute or less a lifetime, just for doing nothing else, you can live longer and healthy and happy with your family at least 10 years. And there is a tiny little study I want to share with you. You have 2 ways to achieve this. Going for sweaty sports, which crazy people like me like, but you can do also gardening a lifetime, or you can just be a vegan couch potato. So there is a nice study on legumes and pulses. It showed us a result. When you eat over the course of the day a cup of beans and trace this for a whole year, your heart rate drops after 12 months like 10 beats per minute. And this is the same amount we can going for marathon exercise every day. So, and now what we combine these two, eating much healthier, vegetarian or in the direction vegan, and being active. Wow. So, and just in short, this is my topic in research, it works in performance sports too. So they profit as professional athletes from all these cumulative benefits. So and again, you insist and say, well, we was told all our lifetime it's our holy duty to eat meat to survive. Well, but data show that also in the prehistoric times there were Neanderthal populations. They only eat pine nuts, moose, and veggies or plants. Like the gladiators had a very specific diet, nearly no animal protein, or the least they can. It was very special, so they could survive in the arena. So it's a myth that's kept alive, and there is no fact on that. So please, I kindly refer to a part of our works. So the kids are the future of our planet, and so I'm happy to work with them. We have the veggie boom being unbroken since the year 2016, and the young people are the main drivers of that. Now we have, in the German-speaking Central European countries, between 10 and 14%. We look to India with about 40%, I guess, vegetarians, so this would be the way to go. But why is this that the young are such massive key drivers? They have a deep and strong desire to move towards more sustainable lifestyles, to save the planet very easily. And this is diet included. And we have all these reports since the year 2006, starting with the FAO report, showing us that meat is not the way ahead, or animal products. And just to give you a picture, it's not to read. Please do not read. In there we have exploitation of resources and injustice of distribution. We have pollution of the environment, of water, damage of the forests. We have threat from infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases. We have the climate change, and much more, like also biodiversity loss, all from animal products. And it's written black over white in the 2022 EPCC report that the greatest shift potential identified by scientific data is the step towards plant-based diets. And well, when we look at the World Overshoot Day, our resources, Czech Republic and Austria has something in common. We exhausted our resources, our annual resources, already in April. So we are starving now, because we have nothing left. So this is in expense. And also the One Health concept of the WHO will not work further in the future if we do not acknowledge that meat is not the way to the future. We have to cut out intensive livestock farming and rethink what we can do from that to gain the maximum benefit in all the three sectors, also of the WHO concept. So, and the kids, what about the kids? Again, it's inherited habits that track over time. So making a healthy kid will trace to a healthy adult. And a healthy adult can be very successful in job, as a therapist, as a doctor, as a teacher, as a lecturer, whatever, being a successful role model and multiplier. And this would be the way to go. Luckily in Austria, and I promise in all of your countries you have such things, we have it written down in the school curricula, in the overarching educational goal, as a teaching principle. This means it is relevant to all compulsory subjects. Every teacher of every compulsory subject, whether it's mathematics or English or whatever it is, shall address in the lessons health promotion, health education. Most teachers don't know. So this is the gap in the university education. We have to implement this and to overcome this gap. So, and luckily, we, the sports guys, have the most resources from the curriculum. We can perform best in here, but this must change for all the subjects. So as you can see, we're publishing a lot. One report we are now publishing with the Harvard Medical School too. So this is my topic, as you can see. That's why, short introduction in two major studies of mine from Austria, the Austrian Nationwide School Study and the Austrian Nationwide University Study. So at the end of a big population basic sample, we gained a representative sample of 1.1 for the secondary pupils and 1.6 for the tertiary students. So mainly female, and the good news, 3 in 4 of both populations have a healthy body weight. So when we look now at the independent variable of dietary type or diet type, we see still in both populations we have the majority mixed eaters, but it's getting better. The vegetarian and vegan groups are increasing. So, and when we look at this data, they're mostly the youngest, and mostly they have significant difference as they have the least body weight, are the leanest, and also for body mass index, it's calculated best. And if you look here, there's the pointer. We have the biggest fraction of healthy body weight in the vegan group. So a lot of significant results we have here. And this translates to other areas of health behavior. And now this is my point. We can see a significant increase. The healthier you eat, the more you're active. On a weekly basis, the number of days per week, and also the fraction in your leisure time activities. So it's a significant increase. That's good news. And also alcohol consumption is significantly best in the vegans. I just need 3 minutes more. Please.
3 minutes is okay.
Okay, thank you. So what we did not found is a difference in smoking habits. But all the other health behaviors are linked to diet. So this means, at the end, just in short, giving you the overview, because all the studies are open access. Just go to the internet and download this. The numbers of vegetarians are growing, and with their better dietary behavior, there is much more they bring with them. And hopefully in 10 or 15 years, we can shape better public health from that on a large scale if we join our forces. So how to transfer, that's why I'm coming to the end. It's prevention first. We do need to treat patients at the old age or adulthood, but we have to focus massively to the youngs. So meaning kindergarten, curricula, kindergarten lessons, primary school, secondary school, and closing the gap at the universities. Teachers, medical schools need introductory lectures. But at the same time, we do not have to wait. Now we have to check and reflect if the offer at the buffet of the canteen, if the sports and exercise offers at the universities and school are sufficient and stimulate enough to adopt healthy habits. On a personal level, it could be such a picture. However, there are a lot of behavior change models we're focusing on in our works. It's just that big picture. And on the public health level or governmental level, we refer to, this is an adapted graphic from the social health determinants, so it's not new, but as you can see, the individual must be in the center, and the micro unit is the individual plus its family. And clearly, you know, every individual, we are part of communities, family, classes, working groups, whatever. It traces up to the governmental level, where they make the policies, they are the decision makers, and back they educate the doctors, the primary and family care physicians, the therapists, you. So this is the gap we have to close, that those guys has introductory lectures on the power of lifestyle, the power of lifestyle medicine. Usually a doctor knows nothing about exercise as medicine and why. Food is medicine and why, which foods. So this is the way to go. So now to close the gap and take home. It's a fact that it works, the dual approach to health. It's not fiction. So it works and should be recommended to all these practical people out there for the settings. And I identified only 2 years ago, with the help of Maran Tangavelu, he's over there, helped me, that this holistic concept already includes in Ayurveda and yoga the ahimsa, which means vegan diet shall be evident in the yoga and Ayurveda practice, but it's not. 96% are not eating vegetarian or vegan. It should be the other way around, after me, to fulfill what is in this wonderful, unique principle of ancient health. So, sustainable health as a starting point. When you knock the door of a headmaster and say, well, we have to integrate the lifestyle area of more sleep to every lesson, he tells you, Katharina, you're crazy. Please leave my office. But when you say, knock, knock, dual approach, it's eating and exercising. Please come in, take a seat, let's talk about that. That's why my point is, this is the start and not the end. So I kindly refer you to taking over the responsibility and follow the role model of Martin Luther King, Greta Thunberg, and also Mahatma Gandhi. Be the change. Thank you very much. There are 2 more lectures of my PhD students this afternoon, and also tomorrow a poster. Thank you very much. Sending you to lunch or to the next announcement.
Thank you, Mrs. Virnica, for your contribution on how healthy lifestyle creates a healthy planet and the importance of the education. Before we go for our lunch break, I would like to invite you all to take advantage of visiting this very special, unique place that you can find downstairs behind the dining room. There's a special room that is this unique artistic project that I believe everybody will appreciate and enjoy very much. It's been Mr. Pfeiffer's project for many years, and we can proudly invite you to take a look and enjoy the space. And because it's a lot of us here, I just would like to ask you to be mindful to take turns, and it will be open through the whole conference, so you can take advantage of it at any break. And with that said, I also would like to tell you that we shall be back from lunch at 2:30. And I would like to ask the next two presenters, which will be Professor Špičák and Madan Tangavelu, to come 10 minutes before to get the microphone connected. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch. Mikrofon? Ano.
Děkuji všem za příspěvky. Byl to výborný začátek obědu. Katalína, děkuji. A jen doufám, že budeme mít dost fazolí v kuchyni. Děkuji.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your lunch break. And before we begin, I would like to give everybody a friendly reminder that every presentation's time is limited. So 1 minute before the time is up, you will hear the sound of gong. And as a reminder, I would like to ask the studio for a demonstration of the gong. That will mean there is 1 minute before the time is up. And now I would like to invite Professor Julius Špičák. He's the specialist in gastroenterology, and he will be speaking about alternative approach to inflammatory bowel disease. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to introduce myself. I am typical representative of the westernized medicine, evidence-based. Nevertheless, I am well aware that there are weak points of this kind of medicine, and I hope that I am open-minded enough. So I have selected the inflammatory bowel disease for my lecture, and I have to admit that I am not an expert in inflammatory bowel disease. Until now, I knew nothing about the alternative medicine, about the Chinese medicine, about acupuncture, but I tried to learn it off. So 2 major diseases of inflammatory bowel disease: ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease. The incidence is increasing. They do not have single etiological event. They have, let's say, varying course, and potentially even there is mortality, particularly due to the malignancies and also due to the liver failure in ulcerative colitis. The treatment is improving, nevertheless, it's very expensive and it's causing side effects. So on the left side, you can see the ulcerative colitis, typically involvement of the large bowel, a little bit different picture of the Crohn's disease on the right with skipped areas, and generally, basically, it can involve of any parts of the digestive tract. So two little bit different diseases. Crohn is probably most serious. I wouldn't focus on pathogenesis. I am not physiologist. It's very complicated, and as usual, there are many, let's say, activated immunocells and activated mediators, so very comprehensive pathogenesis, including the changes of microbiome. What might be very interesting is increasing occurrence of both these diseases, which were unknown 100 years ago, almost unknown. It goes together with the civilization, so they are common. And now, what is the weakness, demonstrated weakness of the westernized medicine? The most important case of the mortality cardiovascular diseases. On the second position, oncology. On the third position, medical error. And this is disaster, but this is probably true because this statistic is available. So, because the alternative medicine is a very wide issue, I will concentrate only on Chinese medicine, particularly curcumin, and on the acupuncture. So, what might be interesting, just to demonstrate our problems. This is the number of the clinical trials of Chinese medicine, curcumin, and acupuncture, and look at the comparison with the biologics. It's a completely different story. And why? Because of money. Because of money. And paradoxically, because Chinese medicine is it's not costly, it's cheap. Paradoxically, by paradox, it's almost impossible to do multicentrical studies because the administration is expensive. Here you can see various categories of Chinese medicine and natural products. You probably know better than me what is it. So I will follow, and here you can see the studies, preclinical studies on animals, which are so different drugs, animals, and different targets, and to usually very positive finding. And what is also typical, there are much more preclinical studies on animals than good randomized studies because it's easier and it's cheaper. So this is, let's say, this is the explanation. So this is the questionnaire which was sent to almost 1,000 patients with ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease in 3 countries. And it's very interesting to see how the treatment and how the use of alternative medicine differ. So first, it's impossible to fully compare these three countries, China, Japan, and Korea, because you can see on active disease that the patients were not identical. And here you can see the use of the Chinese medicine, not surprisingly, highest use in China and very low in South Korea. So even in one region, the attitude to these drugs, to these treatment differ. And this is a similar result. Once again, look at the acupuncture. Acupuncture, you can see here. Much more frequent in China than in other countries. So just the illustrations that we have one disease, but approaches even in one territory differ. And this is one of the meta-analyses of serious, well-done studies focused on various kinds of the alternative medicine. You can see there, curcumin 4 studies, fish oil 6 studies, probiotics. Probiotics today are the part of the official westernized medicine, but still there, simply in this meta-analysis is shown as the, let's say, Chinese approach. So so you don't see precisely the result, but let's say homogeneously, the results of all these studies are very, very, very positive. So this is one of few, because there are really only few well-done rider mass studies, and this is one of them. It's using indigo naturalis, sufficient number of the patients. This is the drug against placebo, so well-controlled studies. And you can see here the results in the placebo and in the active group according to the dosage. So very positive result, both in clinical response and mucosal healing. And these are two studies, announcement of the studies, and we can look forward for the results because their, let's say, design looks very well. This is another, let's say, meta-analysis, and the meta-analysis of the preclinical studies of licorice. And this is how the meta-analysis was done. Here, the principle, how it works. Sorry. So it's too much, maybe. Okay, it is how it works. What is again typical, these are preclinical studies, because as I told you, it's much more easier to make preclinical studies. You need only good lab and several animals, so this is relatively easy. And these you can do the results, so of course you cannot read everything on the right side. There are the results, but usually all the parameters in these animals, it means the appearance of the mediators and lymphocytes and so on, it's improving. So very good, very nice potential. And you can see the focus on the histology in this meta-analysis, colonic length and tumor necrosis alpha, and all these important parameters, significant improvement. So this is another analysis, once again, preclinical studies of quercetin, and again, 11 studies, and again, the improvement in all parameters. I have to go to curcumin because there is probably the highest progress in curcumin, and is almost officially recommended also in United States. It's really changing the view on curcumin. Very interesting because it has very wide range of the activities, and it can be potentially used in many diseases, but where I find the most important, let's say, contribution are inflammatory diseases, autoimmune diseases, and also cancer prevention. So this is how it works. It's very complicated, of course. And this is the meta-analysis of 31 studies on 10 types of autoimmune diseases, and without any doubts, good clinical efficacy in psoriasis and ulcerative colitis. In other, the effect is heterogeneous, but difficult to make any final analysis because for small number of the studies, and you can see the result, the influence on clinical activity, clinical remission, endoscopic remission, and the parameters of the inflammation in all kinds, very positive results in ulcerative colitis. Here is another meta-analysis, curcumin just in ulcerative colitis, 9 studies, and again, good clinical response, good endoscopic response, and other parameters as it was already shown. And here is another very homogeneous analysis, because in these 6 studies, there was the direct comparison of the curcumin against the placebo. And you can see the result, relapse rate in curcumin very low, improvement in clinical activity index, in endoscopic index, clinical remission, very convincing results in all parameters. And you can see here the details on the right side. You can see the survey of, let's say, all published meta-analysis of curcumin in ulcerative colitis. It's confirming what I already said, that the attitude to this kind of the Chinese potential, Chinese medicine is simply improving, and it's used more and more often. Acupuncture. I know nothing about acupuncture, of course. I received it several times when I had back pain, and it worked, but this is everything that I know about it. So I wouldn't mention any physiological consequences because I really don't know. So, but this is one of the studies. It's interesting studies because this study is measuring the fatigue consequently to inflammatory bowel disease. And you can see the result and probably better illustration. So they were three groups. One fully controlled group, one, let's say, scientific, according to Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and one blindly puncture without any scientific approved location. And surprisingly, you know, the positive results in both groups of patients. So truly, let's say Chinese acupuncture and let's say blind acupuncture. But it is typical for this kind of diseases. There is very strong influence of the so-called placebo effect. So could be that there could be the result of the placebo effect. And this is the meta-analysis on inflammatory bowel disease and acupuncture. And again, the parameters, clinical effect, tumor necrosis factor alpha, interleukin-1, interleukin-8, interleukin-10. In all these parameters, very convincing positive result. And here you can see the difference in the clinical improvement. So in all these kinds of studies, very positive influence of the acupuncture. And this is another meta-analysis of 13 studies. What is, let's say, specific on this meta-analysis? So it's not homogeneous. So there are very different designs of treatment. Acupuncture together with, or acupuncture alone against. So difficult to make any comparison. Nevertheless, in all the parameters, simply it looks very well. And let's say both the approaches, it means acupuncture alone or acupuncture together with anti-inflammatory drugs, can be efficient and can be used. So this is another meta-analysis for something I do not understand at all. This is so-called moxibustion. It's some kind of the heating, generating by burning. It can potentiate the acupuncture. It can be used without any acupuncture. So, but the structure of the meta-analysis is very homogeneous because it was against, in the control group, there was sulfasalazine use. And again, you can see very positive attitude of this, let's say, combined treatment. And this is one of the last slides. And the slide is showing the most prestigious guidelines published of the most prestigious official world organization. And no of them Chinese medicine is mentioned. This is also very typical. So finally, I would like to say that these alternative methods, they show promising results. Nevertheless, they do not appear in Western societies' guidelines. I think that there is one, let's say, there is only where kind of improvement is specifically with curcumin. This is the exception, I have to say. The curcumin is really becoming more and more popular, and even our centers of inflammatory bowel diseases is offering curcumin together with conventional drug. So a relatively low number of patients in studies and poor design of clinical studies, as I explained, because it's very costly. And the major pharmaceutical companies, they are giant. They are like Google. So they are like must. And they are against, because it's a concurrence and they are against. So this is the, let's say, practical reason. So we have to admit that there is relatively low quality of the studies, clinical studies of the Chinese medicine, and what I already told. Money always on the first position. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Spicak, for your contribution and on this important topic. And as a next presenter, I would like to invite the genome biologist at Cambridge from the United Kingdom, Professor Madan Tangavelu, and he will be speaking on about One Earth, One Health, World Order, Ayush, for a stronger and resilient European Health Union.
Thank
Welcome.
you. I'm going to use my time as effectively as possible. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Professor Spicak, for introducing. As your presentation was going on, I was exchanging a message with Harish Verma, who's on our presidium. And Harish ji has been treating ulcerative colitis patients for several decades now. And he uses one of the ingredients, he uses 3 ingredients, one of which is what Professor Spicak talked about, curcumin. But he also uses 2 other formulations. One is bale, leaves of bale, which is a very important medicinal plant. And the third one he uses is boswellia. So very deep anti-inflammatory properties. So these are all examples that are there in the field right now. There are ideas here who will be able to confirm how effective these treatments are. And it takes me into the title of my talk, which is One Earth, One Health, World Order. And the call for using the Ayush systems for strengthening this, and strengthening what Europe is calling the European Health Union. And I just want to introduce, I'm not going to talk about genome biology, but I want to introduce a little bit about the European Health Union, and I want to show you how the European Health Union, the policymakers, the politicians, the people who provide the funds can benefit if they turn around and look at the Indian systems. So, am I controlling my slides? Yes. So, at the university, I'm based in Cambridge. I've been there for the last 4 decades. This is our clinical school at the university in Cambridge. And if you go to the entrance of this clinical school, as you go in, that's the entrance. As you go in, there is a portrait on one of the walls, and it's a portrait of our former Regius professor. And you can see written on the side of his portrait is a very interesting message. It says, medicine was now to prove the lineage as the mother of natural science and the truth of the saying of Hippocrates. To know the nature of man, one must know the nature of all things. And I think all our presentations today, in the past, in the future, will revolve around that one strong message. Man is a very complex system. If you really have to understand man, you have to understand the nature of everything that is in the universe. Whether it's art or whether it's music or whatever it is, there is an input that's going on. And we need to understand that. And that is what the Indian Ayush systems are. A lot of people ask, what is Ayush? And Ayush is all about that interaction between man and the environment. In 2009, in Italy, we had an amazing event. This is, keep in mind, this is many years ago. We had this amazing event, and shown here, image of Professor Brian Josephson, one of our physics Nobel laureates. And he opened the event. And in his inaugural lecture, he was saying, Eastern philosophy and Western science consider the problem of objective reality that is very different. And Bruno here talked about quantum physics and understanding consciousness. And says reality is too complex to be reduced to a formula in general. We have to improvise. We don't know what this thing is, and we have to keep improvising. The details can be found in that paper there, and it's interesting reading, but you need to follow much more to understand the depth of this science. I'm not moving these things correctly. Is there I can do this with this, I guess. Is that working? On the bar. Which one? Sorry. Okay. No, it's not moving. Can somebody help? Martin? Apologies. Okay, try again. No. You need to take my time off here. stop the clock. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, that's it. Was it working? Thank you, Martin. Okay, it's working. Now, I've talked about the relationship, and to understand man, you need to understand the nature of everything. You can solve this problem in so many different ways. And you can solve this using a Chinese system, as a former speaker mentioned, or you can look around the world. And this was established, this has taken shape and form of a World Health Organization's Global Center for Traditional Medicine. So the World Health Organization is starting to recognize this, and the center is based in Gujarat. And there is still a lot of tension. You can read on the top of that slide there, mistrust of practice-based evidence, and by the so-called evidence-based proponents. And they like to call anything other than what is generated through their system as fraudulent science, unfortunate. And I don't know how to solve this. I'm not trying to solve it either. But what the organization has done, it has identified the 6 regions of the World Health Organization, and it's identified certain practices that are centered around those regions. So India will contribute yoga and Ayurveda, and you can see Africa contribute certain things, et cetera, et cetera. And within Europe, what Nora talked about earlier is naturopathy, homeopathy. It is being recognized as part of this. And there are areas here, Federico, that you touched on, which are very important for this whole year, other than the fact that you're also from Italy. And when we go into this whole area, we'll find that the first event, the first Congress, the summit took place just 3 weeks ago in Gandhinagar. There is a manifesto that has come out. And what I find in that manifesto is there are many gaps. We have identified the gaps. We've identified the stakeholders, and we are seeing the gaps that need to be filled. And that is the most important thing that's come out of this first meeting. So when we have more of these meetings, we will find a way to bridge these gaps. Now, we've heard from our previous speakers that we cannot continue this dialogue, this idea, the strange idea of fighting disease. We cannot continue with it. You are missing out on many other things. What Federico mentioned about promoting health, very important. I divide this even more precisely by saying there is promoting health, which has a language and a grammar and a logic. There is something called maintaining health. You are a day older tomorrow. What have you done between today and tomorrow? That is maintaining health. Preventing disease. There are many practices that you have to take. And enabling novel cures. And this is the space where other traditional areas will come into play. Now, for many of you who don't know about the European Health Union, this is worth knowing. Familiarize yourself, especially if you're engaging with politicians and policymakers. Then it's valuable to visit this website, the European Health Union. Very new, but packed with information that changes on a daily basis. And they have identified 4 key action areas. Crisis preparedness, it's a political tool there, which is inspired by, I use the term inspired, it's a terrible term to use, but kicked into by COVID. There are many other crises in Europe. Obesity is a huge crisis. Katerina talked about it briefly. Inactivity is a huge crisis. Mental health is a huge crisis. Mental health is identified here. Beating cancer is something that has become politically acceptable across Europe, and the pharmaceutical legislation for Europe. People are feeling that pharmaceutical industry is going in a wrong direction, and it has to be handled politically. Look within the European Health Union page, this is what we find. Better protection of the health of our citizens, equipping the EU and its member states to better prevent and address future pandemics, improving Europe's resilience, and all the details are there. The lessons are learned from the coronavirus pandemic. Numbers, many of you should know, about 450 million people is what we are talking about in Europe. India, the world's largest population today, has 1,500 million people. The way these two groups will approach the problem of health and all the other indicators, health promotion, disease prevention, health maintenance, will all be different. But if we come together, we can learn a lot. Again, just a little more about the facts and figures. I think if we are talking about Europe, being in Europe, then we got to be up to speed with this. The most populated country in Europe is Germany. It has only under 90 million people. The single state of Uttar Pradesh in central part of India has 220 million people. And you can see how they will look at the problem of health very differently. Czech Republic has about 10 million people. New Delhi has about 25 million people. Bombay has the same similar number. So the way we look at, we use the same word, the same phrases, but the challenge is very different. Yesterday, when we were sitting here and discussing all of these things, Stella Kyriakidis, she's the commissioner for DG Santé. She was in Austria and presenting at the Austrian National Public Health Institute. It was celebrating its 50th anniversary. The Gesundheit Österreich, and she was presenting and introducing there the new concept, Next Generation EU. And it's a very important domain that's being presented. Katarina's presentation pointing us towards schools and school health and all of those things are packed into this whole area. And you will see within there on the left-hand side the major areas, make it green, make it digital, healthy, strong, equal. These are the key areas, these are the buzzwords. If you are not playing with these buzzwords, you are not resonating with Brussels. This is the key message here. And understand those buzzwords and see how you can interpret. And Katarina's work is sitting at the heart of this. There are many dialogues going on there in Brussels, in member states. Now, he says the Next Generation EU is more than a recovery plan. And the total amount of money that's allocated here, Federico, you will know about this and the struggle that you have in Brussels. It's about 900 billion. It's about under €1 trillion that is being allocated to this program. You are engaging in Brussels, you will be able to find out a little more about where this money is going, how it's allocated, etc. So it's wonderful that we are here talking about these things and examining these figures. And within for those who want to see, go into that Austria webpage, and you will see certain areas where there can be international engagement, there can be inter-country engagement, etc., etc. And I highlighted a few things here about the Center for Future Health Promotion. It's a very big area that is being discussed, how to make it happen, or the Competence Center for Health Promotion and Healthcare. These are areas where there can be a dialogue between Irish systems and, sorry, what has happened here? Okay. Now, I touched on, in Horizon Europe, that one issue about the pharmaceutical industry, you know. And again, I want to put flagging these numbers here. Within Europe, we have a very large number of people who are employed in this pharmaceutical industry. And in discussions in Brussels, this matters. They are asking questions about, what about these jobs? If you're going to go with traditional medicine, what's going to happen to these jobs? And we must be sensitive to that area. When we try and bring in Chinese medicine or the Indian systems of medicine, we must be sensitive to those areas. We are not saying we're going to lose all these jobs and they're all going to die on the streets. No, that's not what we are saying. We are saying we need to start thinking about how to recraft that narrative there. So these numbers will not go away because they are very old industries embedded deep within the ecosystem. And we have to find a language that is creative enough, exciting enough. You can see the amount of tax revenue that is coming from things that may or may not work. You can see the long list of the 10. These are the 10 best-selling drugs. There are a lot of biologicals there. They work, They don't work, but a lot of money has been invested into making these industries. Well, how to get out of this, I don't know, but it's there with us. We are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the discovery of the structure of DNA, and about the 10th, 12th year since the first human genome was sequenced. And so much has happened in that space. This is a paper that was published in May this year, the Human Pan-Genome Reference. And it tells us how every genome is different. There are enough changes, mutations in every genome that makes every genome different. Now, this, after all, is the knowledge that was given to us thousands of years ago in Ayurvedic texts, when it said every individual is unique, there are no two individuals are ever going to be alike, etc., etc., and therefore you must be sensitive to the way you handle. Using the new techniques, we can look at extreme detail at the DNA of every individual. It's almost like a painting, like what Isabella showed us, you know. It's almost reached that point where the depth of the deepest part of science is almost like art. Beautiful colors, little alphabets. It's almost like a big painting you can put up on the wall somewhere, you know. And it's within this space we are trying to make a narrative. And shown here is a wonderful study that comes from the University of Edinburgh. It's been around for a long time now, relatively speaking. It is asking a very simple question, and they have provided the evidence, the papers are published, that simple saline water gargling and nasal irrigation, they call it nasal irrigation, which is only neti. Neti is an old procedure that is described in yoga. Just cleaning your nostrils, upper airway, and it gives you ability to prevent upper respiratory tract infection. That includes COVID, and there is evidence for it. How come we don't discuss this? We teach our children to brush their teeth. How come we can't teach them how to do gel neti? Stina Andersson is here from Sweden, Stina, and Stina has 2 boys, and she does gel neti in Sweden. It's best practice in her house. The 2 boys, when they show symptoms of a cold, they do gel neti. So it is happening in families, but we are not able to make a policy out of this. So there is a problem here. There is information that is available, and as Professor Spisak says, there is information that's available, but it does not appear in databases. It's not respected, not curated. I come back to Austria. This is from MediUni Graz. There is information at the best university using microbiome techniques on how the microflora changes. And if we travel just a little bit further down, and they talk about how the microbiome affects the olfactory functions. If you go a little bit into Italy, I go now into Perugia, you will start to see another level of dimension. And this is from the Department of Medicine and Surgery at the University of Perugia. And they have given us evidence showing how the microflora changes, how there is dysbiosis. Professor Spisak showed dysbiosis in the intestine. Just like that, we have dysbiosis in our nasopharyngeal tract. And that gives us either susceptibility or immunity to viruses. And this data is already there. I don't know why it doesn't become part of our policy making. And I'm hoping people like Federico will take these kind of deep messages to discussions with the MEPs from Italy and other places. Now, for those interested in the biochemistry, you can look at where this biochemistry works. It affects the tryptophan pathway, and the tryptophan pathway is the main amino acid pathway that leads towards serotonin, melatonin. The part of the brain where the hypothalamus sits is very close to the olfactory response, the olfactory tissue, the mucosa, and you can generate inflammation. You can generate all kinds of imbalances in your macrophages that are residing in certain parts of the brain. And that is the start of inflammatory response that leads to all kinds of complications. In the Indian systems, this is what we use. We use a very simple oil, a very simple preparation, which has been used for thousands of years, anuthylam. And this is used routinely as a as a daily installation. It is recommended in the text in Ashtanga Hridaya. It says you can use it as a daily installation to provide you resistance to these viruses. Now, they have a selection of herbs. These are herbs available locally in the south of India. We may well have other herbs available in other parts of the world, but this is what is available. And the way in which it affects and gives you that response is no different from how you manage dysbiosis in the gut and how you can prevent autoinflammatory conditions in the gut. It's the same kind of logic that's at play. So there is a lot of information from thousands of years ago which is available to all, but somehow not used. So this is another major problem, which I talked about briefly, that Amarjitji and his colleagues are working with in London, using extracts from plants, and the trial is going on. And it's a citizen-driven study where GPs and general practitioners will all come together. The government is still reluctant to fund it, but something is happening at the level of the people, citizen-level work that's going on. It's such a complicated symptom, the whole problem, the syndrome, it's so syndromic. So many problems there that are different from individual to individual, and you have to treat every individual uniquely. Now, I've talked about Nasya, and when we look at a procedure that's been used for thousands of years, versus what are the discussions that are going in the European Parliament, we see a gap. What we are doing here is just a new drug delivery route, using your nasal mucosa as a drug delivery route, but the discussion that should happen in the parliament is not happening. What's the answer? There could be many answers, but I'll leave it there. Now, when we go slightly more into what is normal in the Indian systems, but slightly esoteric, I touch upon this other aspect that might be a central way to controlling hypothalamic inflammation. And this is marma chikitsa. There are different marma points in the body, which correlates mostly to the Chinese acupuncture points, and how you can activate these and how you can generate valuable therapeutic outcomes. Just an example of the kind of marma points that are there on the face. We have Professor Sir here from Benares Hindu University who mentioned very briefly in his talk how you can use these marma points to generate responses within the body, and how we can have a dialogue between the Chinese system and how we can generate interesting therapeutic outcomes, and how we can teach this to people to live healthier, happier lives. Now, India holds the presidency of the G20 nations, and later this month they'll be transferring the presidency to Brazil. And I want to do that political connection here between G20 presidency from India to Brazil. And we have a lot of action going on in Brazil, a place there, the systems of medicine that are there. And this is taking into a social problem, the prison life, and how in Brazil they are using yoga and massage as a way to help prisoners live better. There is a wonderful study from Italy where we see how mindfulness can be used for small children. The same protocol can be used in prisons. And this is just an example of how we can bring in kinds of thinking into new thinking from the old world into contemporary needs, and educating inmates about the possibilities of life. You know, it's a very constructive way. Isabel does this with painting, and she handles people with mental health problem, and showing that different people might have to be handled differently. When we go into yoga, there are discussions. This is from the World Health Organization, the M-Yoga app. It is available for anybody who wants to use this. You can get in there. You can find out about yoga. And for those who are interested in the science of yoga and how it can connect with reducing neuroinflammation, enabling better mental health, there are researchers. And
I could go in on a whole 6-day lecture series on this whole process of how yoga works, but we will leave it here. There are enough studies going on in different places. And I want to, Federico, and I want to put Italy again on the spotlight, because Italy is doing a lot of wonderful things and has a historic connection with the Orient. It's a very old connection from the time of Marco Polo, etc. And here is one very, very exciting study that not many people know about. It's called the Sanskrit effect. And it came out of an India-Trento partnership for advanced research. And the study is a very simple study. They looked at people who are able to recite mantras and who can understand, who can remember vast textbooks, texts, you know, thousands and thousands of lines, who memorize these things. And they said, how do these people do this? And they looked at, used MRI to look at the brain structure of these things. And what do we find? You find some very interesting changes in the brain. And this was published as a very large, fascinating study in Nature. It talks about extensive long-term verbal memory training associated with brain plasticity. And that brain plasticity might actually be a good way to enable certain preventing of neurodegenerative diseases. All that's been mapped and all that study is available, but we don't discuss these things. We don't understand why not. Why not? Now, I dwell on this as I come to the last part, 4 minutes to go, plus a little more. Health is different from healthcare. I want people to take note of this one point. When we talk about health, Federico, health is different from healthcare. It came through very nicely in the Salus message, but we want to shout louder in Parliament. We want to bring more people by dissecting that one theme. Healthcare is different from health, and health means completely different. And India is providing leadership with its One Health agenda, where it's already taken on in the Department of Animal Husbandry. It's taken on this whole area of showing the link between animal health, human health, environmental health, plant health. And the way that concept of One Health is interpreted in Brussels might be different from the way it's interpreted in India, because the needs are different, the population is different, the environment is different. Where do we go with all of this? I make this very bold statement here. Health that was different from healthcare. Health is being held a prisoner and a hostage of healthcare. I don't want to elaborate on this, but I hope most of you will understand what I mean by this. Healthcare, as it's offered today, is holding health as a prisoner. We must learn how to break out of that. And that is the theme of this conference, health. And we need to break out of this. And most of all, how we understand the human body, it needs to change. And India is trying to do a lot of this. They call it Ayush diplomacy, and it's trying to revive bringing these old information, bringing it out, and taking it out to people. Sidney Brenner, one of our rishis in Cambridge, who's no more, passed away, who told us about decoding the human DNA, the human genome. He would have said that, you know, if I look at Ayurveda and Ayush systems, maybe that is the new language I want. He used to say, I need to teach biologists another language. And I am paraphrasing his term by saying not only biologists, but also teachers, doctors, a new language. When systems and knowledge come together, as shown in these two systems, the top axis and the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, the bottom right-hand corner are many areas where there is no conflict between the two systems. The horizontal is area where we need dialogue, but for me, that exciting area is the top left-hand corner, where there is new knowledge to be gained. And that new knowledge can come from whoever is out there. The lesson we are left with remains the same. John Hewlins Jackson, he was one of our very important neurologists, founder of the journal called The Brain. John Hewlins Jackson, you'd say, it takes 50 years to get a bad idea out of medicine, which is what we have, and it will take you at least 100 years to put a new idea back into medicine. what are the educational systems and opportunities we can have to find neutral ground. Here is an event that happened in Italy, in Sorrento, 2019. Clinical case reporting. Doesn't matter whether it comes from homeopathy, but if there is a tool that is there, this is from Italy, that tool can be taken anywhere to the world. It's a product that can be taken to anywhere in the world and enable new dialogues. As we approach what I call end of the fourth industrial revolution, globalization, the fifth industrial revolution, this is where we are. We're going to not be physically moving from place to place, but what is precious here is information. We want people in India, we want people in Africa to hear about the Salus project. We want people in India and Africa to learn, Katrina, about your project. We want people in India, Africa to learn, which Isabel is already doing, about art, all the different things they do. So there's a language problem. You can listen to this talk of mine about the language paradox, which lives with us. This is a big problem. And in terms of communication, I love this statement from Professor Wolfgang Wagner. Wolfgang's daughter was sometime Minister of Health in Austria, and this is the father. The father makes a very wonderful comment here, that public discourse makes science more than, at the same time, less than a stripped-down version of the original. If you were to sit down with Charaka Samhita, this is what will happen. We cannot take that knowledge down to the people. Instead, the relationship between what will be offered to what people will get will be like the relationship between a hamburger and the fillet. So I leave it there. I thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Tangavelu, for shining the light onto so many issues and topics, and the preventative measures taken from your expertise. What an incredible contribution. Thank you. Our next presenting guest is joining us virtually. So I will ask the studio for connection. It is Dr. Rakesh Sharma, and he will be presenting about integrating Ayurveda, ethical issues and rights of ISM practitioners in Bharat.
Thank you very much, respected chair and respected other participants. I am very thankful to organizers of World Health Congress. I am from Ayush department. Just now I was listening regarding Ayush system. Ayush system is everybody knows it is originated in India, and we are the followers of Charak Samhita. Charak Samhita is a text which was written before 5000 BC. So we are the oldest traditional system of medicine, but in government sector, we use the word ISM, Indian System of Medicine, in which Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha and Savarikpa. In Ayush, Yoga, Naturopathy include, then it becomes Ayush. Otherwise, Indian System of Medicine, official terminology is Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha and Savarikpa. And now that is when our government is flourishing Ayurveda and other pathies, we have new National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, which is established in 2021. With that, we are framing the regulations for our practitioners and for all other countries who want to knew the system of medicine of Ayurveda and Unani and Siddha. And I will explain that Ayurveda talks about body, soul, mind, and it is a very vast definition of health, which is given in Charak Samhita and our other texts like Shushrut Samhita, where they explain Samadosha, Samagnisha, Samadhatu, Malakriha, Prasanna Atma, Indriya, Manaswastha iti bhajete. What is the healthy? What is the health, or who is the healthy man? They explain when a person who is healthy by soul, healthy by mind, healthy by their system. Body system means that is nervous system, that is motor system, sensory systems, all includes in it. And one joke is there, yatha loke tatha pinde. What the things are is outside the body, the all things all are in the body also. So I was listening that one earth and one health. That is due to our main ancestors, our scientists, our ancient rishis told Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So with this slogan, I will start that what we are doing and what is our aim to explain worldwide and in our Bharat regarding Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Savarikpa, and Yoga naturopathy. Yoga and Ayurveda, the two both are from originated in India. So when we talk about Ayurveda, Ayu means where a person who take birth up till his death, the things were happened in his social life and in his routine life, what he is earning or what he is achieving, what he is doing, and what he is suffering, all comes under the Ayu. Ayu explained by Vedas, so this text called Ayurveda. My knowledge of the term integration refers to the communication and collaboration of the different healthcare discipline and services to provide comprehensive and holistic patient care. Integrated care aims to improve patient outcomes by ensuring that various aspects of the patient's health are considered and managed together. Ayurveda have the 8 branches. These 8 branches are elaborated in 14 branches nowadays by our regulations, by the Indian NCISM Act. काय बाल ग्रह ऊर्ध्वांग शल्य द्रष्टा जरावृषान अष्टांगानि तस्युः चिकित्सः येषु संश्रितः. In today modern era, it is worthy to understand the 8 branches of Ayurveda in different terminologies. For example, Kaya Chikitsa. Kaya Chikitsa is a vast subject in Ayurveda. Charak Samhita based this subject is mentioned in detail because Charakastu Chikitsita is written by our rishis. Kaya Chikitsa means general or internal medicines. We use a word Agni. In simple language, we can say fire. Fire is not a correct word, but Agni is a body's enzymes working. We can say enzyme working. In Kaya Chikitsa, there are general disease and treatment as my previous speaker was explained, where we put the Anu Tel, Vishgarb Tel, and for Karan Purna, for Akshitarpan, and for other all disease or for prevention of the disease, where we use and where we protect our body by the disease that is called Kaya Chikitsa. Shalya Tantra is a surgery. The Shushrut Samhita was written about the surgery. Shushrut Samhita is also a very oldest our text, and Shushrut was the first cosmetic surgeon. It is mentioned in the Western medicine surgery also. And then Shalakya Tantra is a ENT, and Komarabhrita for the terminology we called obstetric, gynecology, and pediatrics. Agatantra, clinical toxicology, forensic medicine, and the medical jurisprudence. Bhutavidya, clinical microbiology and virology, clinical psychology and psychiatry. Rasayana, preventive, promotive, and regenerative medicines and gentrology. Bajikirana is a reproductive medicine and the epigenetics. These are the 8 branches. Now we explain these things, and there are some branches from Kaya Chikitsa like Panchakarma, like Jara Vyadhi, and Marma Chikitsa also we written in our curriculum. So now we are expanding the things for worldwide how to knew the Ayurvedic terminology and our system. There are so many parts explained by Charak Samhita. For neurological disorders, Charak Samhita explained Vata Vyadhi. And for genetic disorders, Rasayan Vajikarna. And for purification, Panchakarma. These type of by this type of bifurcation, we can explain Ayurveda. And now I will explain some next slide. Ethical issue of the Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Savarikpa. Practitioner. National Commission for Indian System of Medicine Act empowers Board of Ethics and Registration to ensure compliance with the Code of Professional and Ethical Conducts. When we see the people without evidence claim the diseases, we can cure this, we can cure this. Under our Act 1954, we do not allow to do all these things. So we make a ethical conducts. In compliance to the same board has defined a certain code of ethics, which should be followed by the Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Savarikpa practitioner. That is, a practitioner shall, next slide, next, a practitioner shall uphold the dignity and honor of his profession. A practitioner shall have extensive theoretical knowledge, practical experiences, deep knowledge of body, mind, constitution, and most importantly, shall have a pure and infallible character. It is a duty of the practitioner to update and upgrade himself with the advances pertaining to scientific and technological advances. Technological advances means here, the Bharat people, Bharat Ayurvedist people wants that the integration should be there, but in the way of for the diagnosis only. We can use all the diagnostic tools for diagnosis, and treatment should be through Ayurveda, through yoga, through naturopathy, through Unani, through Siddha, through Savarikpa, because we have so many drugs, so many plants, medicinal plants, which we can treat the patients. Just now I was listening the gut disease. So in Charak Samhita, there is a very vast chapter written in the Chikitsa Sthan called Grahani Roga. And there is a, for ulcerative colitis, there is mentioned a Pichavasti, which is a tremendous results by the treating by the Pichavasti. The treatment is given by the rectum. So these type of treatments we want to explain to the whole world to explain our things which are the in original text in Sanskrit they have mentioned. It is duty of the practitioners to upgrade himself with the advanced knowledge. Now the government has decided to renew their registration after they must have the CME points, continue medical education in their own pathies, not from other pathies. And what we are doing, that that should be evidence-based. Evidence are very necessary, or the evidence are very must to explain the diseases pertaining to scientific and the technological advances in various branches of science, including physics, chemistry, biology, or any other sciences related to medical field. Now, India already implemented the new education policy, in which they mentioned that our sciences should be learned by the other pathies also, and we should learn from other pathies also. So this is a now policy, but we are emphasizing for tools, diagnostic tools only, and to learn the things about from other pathies. But our treatment should be we are very much sure that our practitioners should practice their own pathies only. Etiquettes and etiquettes and responsibilities of practitioner toward fellow practitioner. A practitioner shall consider it is a pleasure and privilege to render gratitude services to all practitioners and their immediate family dependents. In consultation, no insecurity, rivalry, or envy shall be indulged, and all due respect shall be observed toward the practitioner in charge of the case, and no statement or remark be made which would impair the confidence reposed in him. Code of ethics. A practitioner shall expose without fear or favor incompetent, corrupt, dishonest, or unethical conduct on the part of member of the professions. A practitioner engaged in practice of medicine shall give priority to the interest of patient and the personal or financial interest of a practitioner shall not be in conflict with the medical interest or of the patient, and he shall disclose his fees before rendering services and not after, and shall charge reasonable fees. Next, a practitioner shall not give, solicit, or receive, nor shall he offer to give, solicit, or receive any gift gratuity. A practitioner shall not receive any gift from pharmaceutical or allied healthcare in industry and their salesperson or representative. A practitioner shall not accept any travel facility inside the country or outside. A practitioner shall not accept individually any hospitality like hotel accommodation or self or family members. Next, a practitioner shall not receive any cash or monetary grants from any pharmaceutical and allied healthcare industry. A practitioner shall not endorse any drug or product of the industry publicly. Every practitioner shall display the registration certificate accorded to him by the State Medical Council or Board of Ethical Registration. Next, duty of practitioner in consultation. The practitioner shall avoid unnecessary consultation, consulting pathologist or radiologist, or asking for any other diagnostic lab investigation shall be done judicially and not in a casual manner. All statement to the patient or patient's representative shall take place in the presence of the consulting practitioners. These were the ethical conducts and code of conduct for the practitioner, which this year only newly framed by the National Commission for the Indian System of Medicine. So these conducts were not previously mentioned in our any regulation, So these are the important factors. And I was also present in the Gandhidham, where the 70 countries were present, and so many healers were there, and so many healers explain they have no any regulation for practicing the traditional medicine. So we are the country who have the own regulation before independence also, and after independence it is now second time our council becomes commission. So the right of the practitioners also, we explain the right of practitioner to use the certain titles prefix. It shall be lawful for every practitioner whose name is entered in any part of the national register or state register. We have the two type of council. One is the state medical council, and other is the national Ayurveda Unani Siddha Savarikpa board, where the licensing practitioners register themselves, and they get the registration number, and they are eligible for the practicing in all over the country and outside the country, where we have the MOUs with the other countries. They can practice there. To use in full with his her name the title prefix registered medical practitioner, Vaidya, Dr. Hakim, Vaidya, or the Semenpa Amchi, as the case may be. Next, to issue certain certificates, because in India there are discriminations, there were discriminations, the traditional medicines. So with this new act, we explain and clarify that our practitioners also have the right to issue the medical certificates. So it was regularized by the regulation to allow to sign a authenticate and certificate, including but not limited to certificate on the fitness, including physical and mental health certifications, disability, or any other certificate required to be signed and are authenticated by duly qualified medical practitioner. Next, to issue certain certificates and give evidence as a medical expert. Practitioner shall have the right to give evidence at any inquest or any court of law as an expert under Section 45 of the Indian Evidence Act 1872, or any matter relating to medicine, surgery, midwifery, and or any such subject is recognized in the relevant provisions of law from time to time, and or appear as a medical expert in any judicial and or any quasi-judicial proceedings. So this is our regulations and our code of conduct, which Bharat established this year only. Previously, it was not there. And if any country was asking, because India's very oldest system of medicine is Ayurveda, so there should be regulation. So this regulation now framed by our National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, and our practitioners now can practice all over the country and outside of the country.
Dr. Sharma,
so
thank you so much for your contribution. Unfortunately, our time is limited. We appreciated your contribution very much, and
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I am thrilled. I am thrilled that we are at the point in time where we are able to merge all these traditional medicines and share it with you, the people, so we can all take our power back. And with that said, I would like to introduce our next presenter, who is Professor Vladis Pirags from Latvia. And he will be speaking about the benefits of integrative thinking in the modern world of artificial intelligence. Please welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good afternoon. And I'm very honored to be here, and I have been many times in Prague, and I like it very much. And it reminds me also Riga, and Riga is quite similar, but much smaller, and we don't have so big tourists as you do. So what I will speak about is another integration, and this is integration of our thoughts. So the new kind of thinking is necessary if we want to survive in those times of changes. And changes are really unexpected now. You remember COVID, you see the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, you see many other developments, but not all of them are so bad. I think artificial intelligence can be dangerous and can be something good. And I would say that many professions will change now in this age, and we have to think probably this emerging of the new kind of technologies will also change the environment of healthcare, and I hope very much that the approach of integrative medicine will be the next stage in the development of medicine in the future. So what is in artificial intelligence? And this is one of many possible explanations. If you see at the human brain, it has two hemispheres, right? And in this picture, you see that one of the hemispheres is actually changed into the digital form of information instead of biological, neurological information. And that is exactly what is happening now in the world of modern technologies. What is the difference between human intellect and artificial intelligence? Human intellect accumulates a lot of patterns, and those patterns are much older than ourselves. So they were in our brain in the embryonal stage, and the same structures were in the brain of people 1,000 years back, 100,000 years back. I would say that those structures are millions of years old. But the artificial intelligence is just, my estimate, around 30 years old. But the difference is that the human intellect accumulates the ability to analyze and predict our natural environment and the natural lifestyle, including the natural health. However, the artificial intelligence is taking information from different databases, and for example, ChatGPT is generating texts based off internet sources, which are analyzed in amazing velocity, but still those texts are much less, much less containing some prominent ideas. It's just average level of information. But let's see what will happen in the future. Going to the healthcare, I think the surgeons and radiologists are two professions which are the most endangered currently. And you see one picture depicting how robots are doing surgery on you see the stomach of the patient. And surgeons are just staying on the right and watching. Probably they will need to intervene if something will go wrong. So we don't want to have such a future. Currently, there are some robots, you know, the very simple ones, making cleaning, but it could be very soon that we will do the cleaning part and they will manage that. So we don't want to have it. This is quite interesting graph from the Economist, journal Economist, and that depicts which professions are at danger currently. And the forecast is those people who are working in food preparation, construction, cleaning, driving, agriculture, garment manufacturing, service, sales, and customer service are the most endangered professions. Probably 50 of them could lose the job. So you see, healthcare is somehow not so endangered, and also hospitality and retail management and teaching as well. So what is the difference between the upper part of those professions and our profession, healthcare? So those in the upper part are working according to the algorithms. So the rules, how they do their job are very much standardized. However, in healthcare and especially in teaching, it's not so. And what is the difference? Why we are more on the safe side? Yeah, this is another comment from Robert Scheer. He's American radiologist, and there is currently discussion also, not only in Hollywood, among those writers of the serials, but also radiologists. And you know, many artificial systems are much more precise in detection of early changes in medical imaging. So, but his recipe is not try to fight with that, but just embrace the artificial intelligence, because it will be good for your patients, because it will make you better, more efficient, happier. Because if you don't do that, you will be replaced by other radiologists who will embrace artificial artificial intelligence. If you refuse to embrace, then you will be embraced by artificial intelligence. So there is no escape, Dr. Scheer is saying. What is the escape actually? Escape is the new way of thinking. And this is the one table from the Harvard Business Review Press paper by Roger Martin. And he compares two ways of successful thinking. And in the gray color, the first line is the way how traditionally people think, and which probably will be endangered by artificial intelligence, because they are focusing only on obviously relevant features. They consider only one way, and they are taking into account linear relationships between variables. They break problems into the pieces and work on them separately and sequentially, and then they make either choices. They make either or choices, settle on best available options. I would say that is also the traditional way how conventional medicine works. And you may understand that my next thesis will be that the Ayurveda and other complementary or integrative approaches of medicine have different approach to the human health and to the world generally. So we have to try to see less obvious but potentially relevant factors like Ayurveda, Vaidyas. We should consider multidirectional and non-linear relationship among variables. We should see problems on a whole, examining how the parts fit together and how decisions affect one another. And we should finally creatively resolve tensions among opposite ideas and generate innovative outcomes. So that is the way into the future of medicine. And in the center of healthcare systems should not be a body and even not mind, but the consciousness. And consciousness is that part which reacts to the environment and the way how we understand our world. So how to influence the consciousness? Consciousness is in the center of many circles, including the family, society, and finally the culture. And there were several observations before me how Indian culture and approach is different in different aspects. But I think we have to learn from Indian systems, traditional Indic sciences, because our institute is called International Institute for Indic Sciences in Riga, how really to deal with the new challenges in the rapidly transforming world. I don't know, should I tell you about Indian systems, but I will shortly go through it, because it just confirms that the way of thinking is properly integrative, not conventional. So you know, all of you know Vata, Pitta, and Kapha doshas, and then it corresponds to changes in physical, mental, and emotional systems of the human. And yeah, I will finish in 1 minute. And yeah, it actually corresponds to the very ancient observations that also our whole environment, our whole world is a similar system, which has this triunity or trinity. And the physical state, the matter corresponds to Kapha, And the mental state more or less corresponds to Vata principle. And physiological state with a fluctuating and changing things very much corresponds to Pitta. So the same if we look at the three states of the mind, Tamas, Rajas, Sattva. And I will finish with this slide. So we are on the threshold when medicine will change. This is unavoidable. And the old medicine was more or less sick care. Now we are living in the final stage of current medicine, which is practically medical industry-based medicine. And the future medicine will be integrated medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Pirags, for bringing this topic to our platform. Artificial intelligence can be a true blessing if it's in the right hands, but also a curse if it's in the wrong hands. And with that said, I would like to announce a short break, 25 minutes. And let's meet again at 4:25 p.m. and when we can resume the conference. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next presenting guest is already waiting for us online. It will be a virtual presentation, and it will be the attorney Diane Miller, and she will be speaking about law and public policy for TCIM and a legal advocate's perspective in 2023. Hello? Can we,
Hello.
Do we have a connection?
Can you hear me?
Yes. There is a little delay, but we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Great. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm here broadcasting from the United States. It's very early in the morning, and I've been watching through some of the night. It's a wonderful presentation that everyone is giving, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you to Thomas Pfeiffer and Dr. Bashwati for inviting me to this wonderful World Health Congress 2023 Prague. I am an attorney here with National Health Freedom Coalition and National Health Freedom Action. They are two organizations in the United States. One is an educational, teaching people about laws and health, and the other is a lobbying organization helping people that want to change laws. And so I have a PowerPoint presentation that I can go through with you, and I'm delighted to be here. I wish I was there with you in person, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. I know it's towards the end of your afternoon, and it's just beginning here. So I represent these two organizations as their advisor now. I'm a founder. They're 30 years old. And I begin by asking the question from a person's point of view, where do people turn when they need healing? They seek trusted sources. Excuse me. Many of you have spoken today so eloquently about the healing options for consumers. People go usually to friends, family, and community trusted healers before they reach out to experts. But now they reach out to experts in the pharmaceutical and surgical medicine in many countries because that is market dominated. And that's what's available to them for a quick fix. And what this Congress is representing is all this wonderful other age-old medicine called integrative medicine or complementary and alternative healthcare medicine or traditional medicine that all kinds of people are now waking up to and remembering and going back to in order to be healed. The part of my work is because of the bias and suppression in cultures and in marketplaces against these age-old healing methods. So many people think healing is an art. Like a holistic practitioner will look at the whole thing, and like your presenters were saying, as technology advances, we're realizing each human is so unique. So it takes a very conscious and discerning practitioner to help a person move into what they come to as healing. Other people think healing is a science, and some people think there is only one way to get better, and there's got to be a perfect answer, and then you'll get better. Today, I'm going to talk about healing as law, a very different topic than those practitioner topics. All countries, most countries, have a constitution, which is the law of their land. And that constitution in your country or in your locality gives them the authority to make and enforce laws. In the United States, we have the First Amendment to our Constitution. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of people to assemble. In the healing world, all of these are relevant. A person's religious, their belief systems, their ability to get together with people, their ability to say they know about something. So these are very important laws. And how are they playing out in the world is important to understand. The question is, why are traditional complementary integrative medicine practitioners and products shut down, ignored, and vilified? I ask people to look to the law. Everything is not just public policy and money. Well, actually, laws are made because of money, but we want to make sure that people are looking to the law and know what their laws say and why they are being treated as they are. Some of the impacting healing laws in our country and in many countries are constitutional law, federal country laws, emergency health power laws, federal agencies like the Federal Drug Administration, state occupational laws for licensing boards, for practitioner boards, civil law for damages, and federal criminal laws and state criminal laws. So you see there's a lot of laws regarding healing. I'd like to focus on three areas, just very briefly: products, practitioners, and the right to refuse personal freedoms. In Minnesota, we have a law that says that notwithstanding any law, individuals have a fundamental right to refuse medical treatments, testing, physical or mental exams, vaccinations, participation in experimental procedures. This law came into focus a lot when the pandemic came, because many people didn't know what the government's role was in their personal lives, and they didn't know that they had bodily autonomy to do what they thought was best for their health. And so this is a very important law in the state that I live in, Minnesota, USA. We have, during the pandemic, a right-to-refuse.org project, and it shows how people went to their legislators, they went to their countries, and they started to pass laws to make sure that they could do what they wanted for their healing choices, so that they could address their issues instead of having it mandatory of what they would do. And you can see that so many states here have passed right to refuse laws. Another area of law is product law. And in our country, the term drug says any article intended for the use and diagnosis, cure, and treat a disease. And articles intended to affect the structure function. That would mean years ago and 40 years ago, they were shutting people down for using simple herbal remedies and foods to cure people and to mitigate their pain. And so the law was changed. We put 3 little words in there other than food. So we took food out of the drug definition just to protect the healing rights of people. So now homeopathic remedies are still regulated in the United States as drugs. They're unapproved drugs, and we have a fight going on in terms of changing that law to make sure they're generally regarded as safe with presumptions of safety. But here in the United States, all of the dietary supplements, vitamins, minerals, and amino acids are now regulated as foods. That means the presumption is safety for food, and the government has to show harm before they take it off the market. They're generally regarded as safe. There's another area called occupation law, shutting down practitioners. So here's an example of laws that started 100 years ago in many countries, many states in the United States. The practice of medicine, it's defined. Anyone who offers or undertakes to prevent, correct, or treat, or any means, methods, or devices, the defect of any person. If you're not a licensed physician, you could be charged criminally for healing someone else. So we went and changed that law. We put an exemption in for complementary and alternative healthcare 20 years ago here in Minnesota. And so now there's a safe harbor for acupressure, anthroposophy, aromatherapy, Ayurveda, cranial sacral, and many, many healing practices that otherwise would have criminal charges. This was a very landmark case, and now there's 13 states who have followed suit. In terms of licensed practitioners, they have unique privileges and restrictions because they are doing sometimes dangerous things. So the laws delegate the authority to executive boards, and these boards decide whether a practitioner is practicing within their occupation, whether they have their required education and exams, they can enforce them, they have grounds for disciplinary action. So let's look at the grounds for disciplinary action. This is always a law to look at when you're a practitioner. In Minnesota, you could be charged, you could lose your license if you are not conforming to a minimal standard of acceptable and prevailing medical practice, in which proceeding actually injury to a patient need not be established. This sentence was used to shut down mercury-free dentists, chelating therapy people, people who were using off-label drugs. So this is a very important law. So we have spent some time drafting laws to expand and protect people who are doing holistic healing. And we have safe harbor for licensed practitioners in an expanded practice model law so that they can practice outside of their standard of care under certain circumstances and not be threatened. So our basic premise is to have the government have the burden of proof to show harm by clear and convincing evidence before restricting products or practitioners. And when I want to just say that when people are out there trying to promote public policy and to make changes happen, it's extremely important that they look to the law to see what they're up against, because no matter what financing comes forward on human subjects for experimentation, or no matter what project you're involved in, you have a backdrop of laws. And these laws, a lot of these laws were promoted to support the dominant pharmaceutical surgical model maybe 80 years ago. And so those laws have to be kind of rolled back to protect the indigenous and the traditional and the integrative and the holistic approaches to healing. I really appreciated the comments about technology advancing, AI, how we're becoming so clear that a person is an individual unique to themselves. And the age-old, millions of years old brain of the human form understands this. And so when people are moving through their healing journey now, they are looking for you. They are looking for that holistic approach because they feel good and they feel heard when they go forward to find healing. Our organization helps design legislation for the future so that we can keep up with protection of the age-old wisdom while technology is advancing in our world. We work with many groups across the country and internationally, and I believe that laws and customs must be carefully reviewed, revised, and even repealed if necessary, and new laws created to reflect the development, evolution, and spiritual maturation of a people. These are our organizations. We'd love you to contact us if you have questions. And like I said, it's an honor to be here today with you. And I hope you all have really good time together in Prague. Thank you. And the bell didn't even go off. I made it.
Thank you so much, Attorney Miller. We have some time left, so if anybody would like to propose a question or contribute.
I know many of you are not aware of what's happening in the USA, but I want all of you to know that Ms. Diane Miller has been responsible and deeply involved in 11 of the 50 states of the US having freedom laws, health freedom laws that allow practitioners of whatever healing art to practice without legal severe consequences, and that's called health freedom. And these safe harbor laws are there because of Diane's work. She absolutely was responsible for Minnesota's law that allows homeopaths and various practitioners that she mentioned, and she is a pioneer in this field. And I give you my deep pranams, Diane, for your work, for everyone.
It's an honor to be here today. I'm so excited for your gathering and for your commitment to getting healing to all of us and the people on the planet. And the depth of understanding in the presenters today, as I listened in the early morning, is profound, and I'm just very excited. Today is the 30th anniversary of the first time I ever took a case forward of a farmer who was being prosecuted for practicing medicine without a license because he was curing a congressman with his raw milk. So
Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution, and it is a true honor to have guests speaking and presenting their expertise from their fields and being pioneers in a better tomorrow medical care. Thank you so much. If anybody would like to ask any questions, we encourage you to do so. You can do that through the web portal, which is the website itcim.org/q. Anybody from the members of the Presidium may ask in person if anybody would like to okay. Isabel.
No, thank you so much. It's very touching for me to realize how so many countries in the world, moving forward together, specifically how to value their.
This is from the studio. Miss Dan already left Zoom, so we can't ask her any more questions. Okay. Sorry for that.
Okay. Okay. It was just to say, this focus to revitalize, to value specifically of each country in the world, the indigenous knowledge, traditional practice, it's amazing because the movement is here, and I can, when you discuss with each of you, and how it is challenging, it is really challenging, including when you are in your country, to just say it's just natural way, to use, what we know, in terms of knowledge. And I hope, specifically with the presentation we have seen about the law and the importance of, our right, human right, to move forward on this initiative, for all the different countries in the world, and to have more balance, in this challenge we face. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like?
Rád bych zdůraznil, že právě to.
I would like to stress that this is one of the main reasons why the Congress takes place in Prague, so as to be able to provide for the environment that will be equal to the safe haven to all of us. And this is a goal which we pursue not just for the Czech Republic, but indeed for the whole of Europe and for the whole world. So thanks once again, Diana, even though you don't, or Diana, sorry, even though you don't hear me anymore.
And now I would like to welcome our next presenter, if he's ready. Yes. Yep. Professor John Hughes, Dr. John Hughes from United Kingdom, who is going to be speaking about the acceptability, safety, and effectiveness of self-acupuncture, a program of research. Welcome, and thank you.
Thank you, and ahoy from London. Firstly, thank you, Thomas, and the organisers for the invitation and opportunity to speak at this important event. And apologies for delivering my talk remotely rather than in person. And few of the previous presenters have mentioned COVID. We have a new variant in the UK at the moment, and unfortunately myself and a number of people at the hospital I'm based at are currently COVID positive, and hence the remote delivery. So apologies for that. I'll just share my screen. hopefully you can all see the slides. So yeah, I'm John Hughes. I'm the head of research at the Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine, which is part of UCLH NHS Trust, and is the white building for you, I presume, the right of the screen as you're looking at it. And I'm also an associate professor in integrative medicine based at the University of West London. And like the was mentioned when I was introduced, I'll be giving a talk around the acceptability, safety and effectiveness of self-acupuncture. But I'll just give you a bit of details really about the hospital first, so you know a bit more about us. So basically, Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine is one of the largest public sector providers of integrated medicine within Europe. We offer patient-centered service which integrates the best of conventional and complementary treatment approaches. All our clinics are led by statutory regulated health professionals, so medical doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, who will have completed their medical training and will have completed, in addition, some training in complementary or integrative approaches as well. The hospital runs on an outpatient clinic basis, and we treat a range of conditions at the hospital. Some of our largest patient groups would be for musculoskeletal conditions and insomnia. Is probably one of our other largest patient groups. The treatments that we deliver at the hospital include acupuncture, Tai Chi, yoga, mindfulness, as well as other psychological therapies such as CBT, hypnosis, and autogenic training. I should point out that as a public sector provider of integrative medicine, we need to ensure that the treatments we deliver are completely evidence-based, and really all the treatments that we deliver at the hospital are those treatments contained within the current UK NICE guidelines, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. I should mention as well that the hospital is also a WHO collaborating centre in integrative medicine. We were awarded that status 3 years ago now. One of 27, I believe, currently WHO collaborating centres within traditional complementary or integrative medicine within the world, and one of only 3 within Europe. As part of that agreement with the WHO, we're assisting them on a number of areas, in particular the development of competency standards in traditional complementary and integrative medicine, identifying good practice within TCI, traditional complementary integrative medicine. We're assisting them with the development of the traditional medicine ICD codes, International Classification of Diseases codes. They've recently developed the ICD codes based on traditional Chinese medicine and are in the process of developing the next phase, which will be based on Indian medicine. And we're also working with them to identify the role of traditional complementary and integrative medicine in combating antimicrobial resistance. In terms of research at the hospital, I head the WHO Collaborating Centre, and I head the research at the hospital as well. The research department's received over £1 million in research funding, including awards from the National Institute for Health Research in the UK, as well as funds from the World Health Organization. We've disseminated research in over 200 peer-reviewed academic journal publications, and we supervise a number of postgraduate research in collaboration with UK universities. Currently, we've got 4 PhD students and a couple of MSc students with us, and approximately about 20 research projects that we've got ongoing at the moment at the hospital. One of the main areas that we've been looking at the hospital is around self-acupuncture, and specifically can we teach patients? So within the NICE guidelines, acupuncture is there for headaches, migraines, and chronic primary pain conditions. So conventional medicine accepts that acupuncture is beneficial for certain conditions. It's also routinely provided in the UK within cancer care. And what we want to explore is whether we can teach patients to self-acupuncture and whether that would be an acceptable, safe and effective intervention for patients to be able to self-manage their own conditions. So in brief, self-acupuncture just involves teaching patients to insert a limited number of acupuncture needles into points on their own body to enable them to self-manage their own symptoms. We've actually taught self-acupuncture at the hospital since the 1970s, and we know that other institutions, not just in the UK, but globally, have also been teaching patients self-acupuncture for a number of years as well. But despite the prevalence of self-acupuncture globally, there is very limited data, either from research or service evaluations, audits, around the intervention of self-acupuncture. So we wanted to do something about that. So we've got a program of research currently ongoing at the hospital looking into the acceptability, safety and effectiveness of self-acupuncture. And I'm going to quickly give a brief overview of 6 different research studies which we've have either recently just completed or currently ongoing. And that includes a qualitative service evaluation of self-acupuncture for chronic pain, a survey of acupuncturists' experiences of teaching self-acupuncture, a survey of students' views on the acceptability, safety and effectiveness of self-acupuncture, systematic review of the published literature on self-acupuncture, and 2 feasibility trials. One is looking at self-acupuncture in chemotherapy cancer patients, and the other at self-acupuncture for patients. So starting with the first of those, and which was the first one that we published. So one of the first things we did, we knew we were doing self-acupuncture at the hospital, so we conducted a qualitative service evaluation to get an understanding of patients' experiences. How were they coping in terms of delivering self-acupuncture on themselves, and was it effective? It's a service evaluation because we were asking patients about a treatment that they were receiving at the hospital. So therefore, we did not require NHS ethical approval to collect this data. In brief, we conducted 15 semi-structured interviews with chronic pain patients who had been taught self-acupuncture to get an understanding of their experiences. The interviews were audio recorded and transcribed verbatim, and the transcripts were analysed using thematic analysis. In brief, in terms of the results of that evaluation, all of the participants indicated that they'd been able to successfully apply self-acupuncture with no serious incidents or adverse effects reported. The only minor adverse effects were reported were those similar that you get with acupuncture, maybe some bruising at an acupoint or some minor bleeding, which were deemed acceptable to the patients. The patients perceived the self-acupuncture as assisting them to manage the symptoms of pain, and although it should be noted that the effects were perceived as being less pronounced than when they'd received acupuncture delivered by trained acupuncturists. Importantly, the patients felt more empowered after learning self-acupuncture and reported improvements to their lifestyle and quality of life as a result of learning the technique. All of the patients indicated that they would recommend self-acupuncture to other chronic pain patients. If anybody wants any more details on that study, it was published in the European Journal of Integrative Medicine in 2020. We then moved on to looking at acupuncturists' teaching of self-acupuncture, because again, although this was a prevalent intervention, nobody actually researched how acupuncturists, how many acupuncturists were delivering self-acupuncture or teaching self-acupuncture, or how they teach self-acupuncture to their patients. So again, we aim to address that gap in the evidence, and we conducted an online UK survey of acupuncturists. We recruited 138 acupuncturists, 19% of whom had taught self-acupuncture. And what we found was that the most common symptoms for which acupuncturists were teaching self-acupuncture were for pain, nausea, anxiety, hot flushes, headaches, migraines, and breathlessness. And the 6 most commonly taught points which acupuncturists were teaching patients to self-acupuncture were large intestine 4, stomach 36, spleen 6, pericardium 6, liver 3, and triple energizer 5. Interestingly, none of the acupuncturists who had been teaching patients how to do self-acupuncture had reported any incidents of their patients reporting any serious adverse effects from self-acupuncture. So again, it appeared to be a safe intervention for patients to use. That paper study was published in the Acupuncture in Medicine just last year, if anybody's interested in it. And what we did from the findings was to develop some guidelines around self-acupuncture. So for other acupuncturists to then follow, which can be seen in the current slide, and includes guidelines around how many sessions to deliver it over, the amount of time to teach for patients, what supplementary information, such as written instructions, photographs, learning it provided, as well as things like the main acupuncture points that appear to be safe to teach to patients. And again, as we need to know really what patients or potential patients, how acceptable it would be for them to use, we did a study looking to explore students' perceptions of self-acupuncture as an intervention. So whether they would deem this to be an intervention that could be acceptable to them should they have a condition that would require treatment with acupuncture or self-acupuncture. So we recruited just over 50 students, all based in London. 15% of them had previously received treatment with acupuncture, and surprisingly for us, half of the students had heard of self-acupuncture as an intervention. In terms of the effectiveness of both acupuncture and self-acupuncture, they actually rated on a Likert scale them to be of similar effectiveness. And in brief, the students felt that it would be an acceptable intervention for them. I'm going to whiz through these, the last 3. We've just submitted a paper to, again, Acupuncture in Medicine of a systematic review of self-acupuncture studies. Very briefly, one randomized controlled trial, only one randomized controlled trial has been published on the intervention, a mixed methods feasibility study, one pilot study, a couple of qualitative studies, and this includes the qualitative evaluation I mentioned. We evaluated the quality of those papers using the MMAT. Mostly good quality research papers, and again, the systematic review indicates that self-acupuncture appears to be effective, safe, and acceptable to patients. There was a number of published case studies of adverse effects, but they were all largely patients who hadn't been taught how to do the intervention. Now, I know I'm out of time, so I'm going to be super quick, but yeah, we're currently doing a feasibility trial of self-acupuncture for chemotherapy cancer patients, currently recruiting at the Macmillan Cancer Centre in London, looking for 80 patients, 60 of whom will be taught the intervention, and they are taught the intervention in a 1.5-hour group workshop, and they're taught between 2 and 6 points. And one of the PhD students at the hospital is doing a feasibility trial, which is currently under ethical review, again, and that will be to teach migraine patients self-acupuncture. Apologies for the quickness at the end, and yeah. The conclusions from all of the studies to date, the data suggests that self-acupuncture appears to be acceptable, safe, feasible, and an effective intervention to enable patients to self-manage their symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hughes, for your contribution. Self-acupuncture is something that many of us wouldn't even think of. And so it is such an interesting topic, of course, with proper education and training. It's an incredible modality that we can help ourselves with. And so we are very grateful for your contribution and telling us about this. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And as our next presenter, I would like to invite Dr. Rainer Pica from Austria, who will be talking about profound Ayurvedic principles that have been confirmed by scientific research. Welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. So once again, my thanks go to Thomas Pfeiffer and his organizing team for inviting me to this really august assembly. And again, it's a joy to see all the friends that I've met before that work and give their lifetime to spread traditional and integrated medicine systems, and also to meet new people and new friends to work together in networking and bring forward holistic health to the entire world. My presentation today is on modern science discovers Ayurvedic concepts, and we have been talking a lot already on integrated medicines and how we do best to integrate and to show our strengths to the authorities and ruling and stakeholders to implement holistic and integrated systems into the mainstream medicine. But I want to share one side of this, which doesn't take any effort from our sides, and that is modern medicine itself, which discovers traditional systems and age-old principles. My late father always told me in a negotiation with someone, if you try to convince someone, the best way to do it, to have the partner coming up with your own ideas. That makes it easy. And actually that is happening right now in the last few years with modern medicine. And I will just give you a few examples. There are much more. At present, we see basically two different worlds. One is the modern medicine or conventional medicine. The other is traditional medicine, or Ayurveda, in my case, is my specialty. And for the patients, this is a hard time because he has to find his own way to find the best experts, either modern or traditional. So it's a challenge, and integrative medicine is aimed to unify all the systems and to make it easy for the patient, and so the patient just go to an expert where he receives the best medicine, whatever this may be. Could be a change in diet, could be some herbs, some tea, some purification, some touch, some smell, whatever it is. So I mentioned presently mainstream medicine is in the forefront and is the mainstream medicine. And I want to show you now a few examples of how these two systems are slowly integrating. And I just put here a few Sanskrit words. Many of you, I think Ayurveda is quite a big topic here, understand this. I will just take a few examples which I read in this short 10-15 minutes presentation. One is the Prakriti, which means the constitution of a person, in Ayurveda called Prakriti, is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And we heard today from Madan that there is a pan-genomic new research published in Nature. And many years ago in Nature, there was another study on iogenomics. And I don't explain this complicated box plot chart not now, but it in principle says that if a Vaidya, an Indian Ayurveda expert, evaluates the prakriti of a person, which means the constitution, according to Vatpit Kapha, we can find the same constitution in our genes. The special genes that define how we look like and how we behave. And there's quite a perfect match between the genome and the prakriti according to the evaluation of an Ayurvedic expert. So there's a fascinating thing. So instead of taking the pulse or looking at the person, we can also test the saliva or a hair analysis or whatever to define the prakriti of a person. So this is quite fascinating. And then in Ayurveda, a big topic is ama, which means literally undigested food or waste in our body, a term which modern medicine usually rejects that it exists. You know, there's normal waste and end product of metabolism, and this is anyway discharged to the liver and stools and kidneys. But in 2016, there was a Nobel Prize awarded for the discovery of autophagy. And autophagy means auto, self, and phagy means eating, devour. It's the self-digestion of cell waste. And even modern medicine creates this new word, cell waste, for what we call in Ayurveda, ama. And examples of this are Alzheimer's disease. This is a deposit of amyloid deposit, which is an end product of metabolism of the neurons in the brain. Or we have now a disease called MSC, or multiple chemical sensitivity, because there are now 85,000 environmental toxins that are identified that can create sicknesses in our physiology. So I mentioned autophagy. I think it's interesting that the Sanskrit or the Ayurvedic word for eliminating ama is called amapachana. Ama is the cell waste, and pacha means to digest, to eat up. So there is actually a synonym. Autophagy and amapachana is, if you translate in your language, is the same. So it's amazing that the new Nobel Prize discovery of autophagy is the same as what Ayurveda does since millennia. And actually, Ayurveda offers already a wide range of autophagy activation, like the importance of timely eating when you're hungry and you have a good gap between meals. And there are even herbs that can activate autophagy, like amapachana herbs, we call them in Ayurveda. And it's interesting that modern medicine is now has one focus point on researching and developing so-called autophagy activator drugs. So these drugs are already available in Ayurveda. There are ancient herbs that are called amapachana herbs. They are safe, and we have thousands of years of experience with this. And the next topic is Dinacharya, has been mentioned also by Madan, I think, yesterday in his introduction, Dinacharya and Ritucharya and Dinacharya. Dinacharya is a daily routine. And also here, the word chronobiology is kind of enforcing this age-old system. And here also a Nobel Prize, just 1 year after the other one, in 2017, the prize has been given to the discovery of the circadian rhythm in the human brain. It's quite interesting, and it's now clear that if you treat a disease, and also for the success of any intervention, even surgery, that can be influenced by the time of the day when you do your treatments. So there are many examples when you give the blood pressure medicine and the cholesterol-lowering medicine. Even in modern medicine, they are now giving at specific times. And it's clear that the chronic misalignment between the lifestyle and the inner clock is associated with an increased risk of disease. So, and that is all about Ayurveda. Ayurveda is the champion of lifestyle medicine and about daily routine and when to eat and when to not eat and what to eat at the right time and so forth. And I mentioned the inner clock. I don't go now in this. It takes maybe 10 minutes to explain this chart, but what you see here basically is in the middle of the brain is the suprachiasmatic nucleus. It's in a part of the hypothalamus, really in the middle of the brain, connected to the nerves from the eye. And what you see here, these yellow bubbles, is the nucleus. And in our genes, we have two genes that are called period and timeless, PER and TIM. These are two genes that are important for our clock. And I don't go into details. They create proteins. Some are degraded by the sun, some not. I don't. But it takes about 24 hours for the cycle to complete, unless, again, these genes are expressed and delivered to the cell. And like any other clock, it's a little bit longer than 24 hours. So if the mobile phone goes automatic, but if you have a mechanical watch, you have to adjust every few days a little bit. And the same is our inner clock. It goes 24 hours, but you need adjustments. The main is the sunlight, but the others is when you wake up, when you go to sleep, and when you have your meals. These are the time givers of our clock, and this you need every day in a correct, regular way to uphold the perfect circadian rhythm. So this discovery of the inner clock is quite amazing and supporting dinacharya of the Ayurvedic system. And the last point for this presentation, I want to say about Sandhi Prakash. Sandhi means the gap, and Prakash is the light. So the gap between darkness and light, which is a Sanskrit word for the morning sunrise. And we know in many traditional systems, the sunrise is very special. We do Surya Namaskar, which is the sun greeting exercise facing east, the rising sun ideally. In Ayurveda is something called like sun gazing. You watch the first few minutes of the rising sun, and it increases energy. We have many morning rituals in the Eastern world, which is sometimes connected to religion. We have Sthapatya Veda, which is the Vedic architecture, where the main one of the main rules is that you have many windows to the east, and there is no obstruction to the east, no mountain in the east. So the purpose is to see the rising sun. And so there are many examples in Ayurveda, and one of the really great experts is late Triguna, one of the greatest exponents of Ayurveda in India. He was once asked, what is the best medicine to give to any person in any circumstances? And the answer is a walk during the sunrise in the morning. So what is about sunrise? We emphasize so much on this, and there is no clue other than religious or rituals or something that kind of supports this idea. But now there is a research that the morning light emits a pure what is called NIR, near infrared light. This is a very special light that is only happening in the first 15 minutes of the day. Of course, when the sun is up in the middle at noon, the near-infrared light is even stronger, but then it's also mixed with UVB light, UVA light, which is damaging. And only the first 15 minutes, the atmosphere filters out all UVB and all other damaging radiations, and you have this purity of near-infrared light in the early morning. And so that I already mentioned. And now there is another study in this famous journal, Nature, that discovered that near-infrared light releases tissue melatonin. Please don't mix this up with the melatonin from the pineal gland, which increases when you go to sleep, when the light goes down, is the sleeping hormone. But this is a hormone. It means it's secreted to the bloodstream. This melatonin is a tissue melatonin. It's kept in the mitochondria. And this is released through the morning sunlight according to nature. And so I mentioned it has nothing to do with the sleeping hormone, and it's produced actually in the mitochondria. And it does something, it induces mitophagy, which is similar to autophagy, but it's kind of devouring, eating up the mitochondria. We heard also, I think earlier today, about the importance of cleaning up with all the damaged mitochondria, because they use the oxygen and they burn the food to energy, and there's a lot of damage and oxygen radicals that needs constantly purified, not of cleaning up. And mitophagy is the most important process in this, and it's induced by this tissue melatonin. So this is a wonderful support of going out in the early morning light, and this mitophagy, this is connected to senescence research. It means to anti-aging research, to fighting cancer. it's really amazing if you go deeper into it. And recommending to be out during sunrise is definitely one of the best medicines now, supported by research in this scientific journal Nature, which is considered to be one of the top research journals in the world. Okay, so this I mentioned. And actually, mitochondrial health is a recent hot topic in modern medicine, a focus point in medicine. And we know that anything that we know is unhealthy lifestyle, not eating at the right time, stress, infections, toxin, all of this cause mitochondrial disease, more damage to the mitochondria. So it becomes more and more important to help mitophagy to clean up with all these damaged mitochondria. Okay, this I mentioned already. The very last point I wanted to mention is disease caused by chronic stress. These are just a few examples. It's a lot. There's hardly any disease that is not connected with chronic stress. And I think this is a community where we do all kind of yoga and meditation, mindfulness, and I just wanted to show to you another type of meditation from the field of yoga. It's a samadhi technique that I have learned from my teacher, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. It's one of the widely researched over the last 50 years. There are 700 published research papers on transcendental meditation. And it's good thing is very easy to learn. It just takes 5 days, 1.5 hours each. And I will not take much more than a minute now. It takes 20 minutes twice a day, and you experienced pure consciousness. And it's a proven technology which I just wanted to introduce to you. And mentioned the studies. And at the end, we can say that now modern medicine and Ayurvedic medicine are coming together more and more without us doing anything. It's easy. They are discovering traditional systems. And so in that way, we can think they will support the integration of modern medicine and Ayurveda. I just wanted to mention, if I'm allowed, that all of these programs here and much more about modern medicine and how this is discovered, supporting traditional medicine, will be taught in a special program at the Slovenian fully accredited university. It's now the first and only, especially the only master degree in health sciences and Ayurveda and integrative medicine, starting in October this year for the first time. And I have this brochure here, and I put it on the information center. Anyone can take home. And I want to close with a quote of my teacher, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, because I heard a lot today that, you know, so much has been done by all of us in the alternative medicine systems, and we are not heard. It's kind of a pity that things are going on, and the voice is not so much love and good things from our side, and no response. And I wanted to share a quote from Maharishi Mahesh Yogi on this. He wrote this in his book, Love and God, on page 18. And this is my last sentence for today. And he said, "No drop of precious love is ever wasted. For every precious drop of love flows into the unbounded ocean of bliss. And the ocean of bliss unfolds the love divine and fills the heart." So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. No drop of laughter is ever wasted. Thank you so much, Dr. Pika, for your contribution and profound explanation of the Ayurvedic principles. Our next presenting guest is Dr. Peter Kath from Germany, and he will be speaking about from information to knowledge, the forgotten conversation with the self in times of ChatGPT. Dr. Kath, welcome. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Om Svarupaya Namaha, Om Shri Satgurave Namaha, Om Karam Bindu Sayuktam, Nityan Dhyayanti Yoginam, Kamadam Mokshadam Jaiva, Om Karaya Namo Namaha. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. And this is the opening prayer with which we start normally. So, a few words about EUAA. We are a conglomeration of 15 countries, individual members, organizations, and companies. And our main goal is to develop and establish accepted standards. Coming to the subject of this conference, cultural heritage for the modern times. The past seems unchangeable, and we want to learn from it and bring good out of our heritage. Now, what does heritage mean? Does it mean an accumulation of information whose, according to a logical system, leads to an optimal result? What is this heritage? And can we harness it for health? The answer in Goethe's Faust gives us a first clue. What you have inherited from your fathers, acquire it in order to possess it. Only adapted knowledge, that is, knowledge that is translated into action, is useful. The knowledge is at the same time evidence-based on practice. The practitioner experiences directly that the method he uses leads to a result. So, we consider it as a systematic exploration taking place under observation. Furthermore, it is characterized by a personal relationship, the relationship of the practitioner to the patient. Treatment regularly involves more than the observation of a phenomenon or symptom described by the patient. The treated person can be perceived as a whole being. His speech, his movements, his eyes or his pulse, which is examined, especially in Ayurveda, as an excellent mirror for a holistic diagnosis. The choice of therapy, then, is linked to the immediate experience of the individual's state of mind. If this experience of the state of mind is separated from the choice of therapy, essential factors for an effective healing process are lost. The practitioner perceives the person being treated, and his perception shapes his or her further course of action. If the relationship between the practitioner and the patient is characterized by trust on the one hand and love on the other, healing and what we call miracles will happen much more easily. So let's keep in mind, inheritance is intimately connected with the actions of the inheritor. The inherited knowledge acquires weight only when we apply it. Equally significant is the relationship and interaction of the treated and the treated. Let us look at the purely science-oriented drug research as a counterexample. As someone unfamiliar with this field, meaning me, I look with great respect at the long list that leads
from pre-discovery to drug discovery, and preclinical studies to clinical studies to review, and finally, approval. It takes often several years, requires cross-faculty knowledge, the use of a lot of material and people, and therefore incurs quite considerable costs. Side effects are then accepted as unavoidable for all drugs, brought to market according to the benefit to risk ratio principle. What helps many can also cause a little harm. The drug developed for a defined clinical picture statistically brings a chance of cure for the patient. Not less, but also not more. Any statement beyond that would also be unscientific from a scientific point of view. For me, it's interesting to observe when science-oriented research describes the use of alternative healing methods as unscientific and thus questionable. Now, evidence. The success of the use of approved drugs is without any doubt questionable. The success must be questioned because the use will by no means verifiably serve the well-being of the patient. No practitioner would be so presumptuous as to promise a guaranteed effect. A demonstrable effect for the use of a method or a drug for the concrete patient is never taken over. Here we encounter it as the magic provability of effectiveness. The only scientifically serious admissible statement regarding evidence-based medications would be, this medication has proved relief for a defined group of people in a narrowly defined area of application. This approach requires a precise and thus narrow definition of the complaint. And even a studied group of tens of thousands does not guarantee efficacy in an individual case. This does not even consider the always present side effects. What should I say to this as a patient? My very personal answer after an exchange with the person treating me, for example, the doctor or therapist, would be, I trust you. And if you recommend taking it, I will follow your recommendation. Trust is the basis of treatment on the side of the treated. If the patient trusts the doctor, there is a good chance that he will follow the advice carefully. On the side of the treated, trust in the inherited knowledge is a basis for treatment. The doctor or therapist who appreciates the inherited knowledge, e.g. trust, what she or he has learned from his or her father or mother, his teacher, will use his knowledge with confidence and with due care. In this context, I would like to reproduce the statement of some scientific researchers from France, the US, and from May this year. Our hope is that one day it becomes possible to rapidly design inexpensive, more specific, more effective, non-toxic, and personalized drugs. This is a goal towards which all authors of this article have devoted most of their careers. Researchers are, it seems to me, sincerely concerned about developing helpful substances without side effects. What is remarkable here is that the personalization of medicines is explicitly being pursued. This gives us hope for good opportunities for collaboration in the future, which is also emphasized as necessary by the authors. Incidentally, I do not consider a race with company-funded research to prove the efficacy of treatment methods to be either sensible or advisable. The difference in resources is too great, whether in the research itself or in the marketing of the publication of research results. I see the strength of alternative healing methods such as those of yoga and Ayurveda in another area. The holistic approach reaches the human being in his essence, in his real self. And more people are taking advantage of these possibilities. I see it as our central task to provide access to these possibilities for those who are looking for them, an access that is not limited to mechanical therapies and the administration of medication. Whoever has experienced healing and strengthening in this way will be a living example of the effectiveness of therapies such as yoga and Ayurveda, instead of a counting point in the statistics. This person will be able to serve as a vivid example to those around him. So what does this have to do with ChatGPT? In the world of work, AI technologies such as the rapidly advancing virtual consulting are being examined to see what potential they have to replace certain professions. This was also stressed by Professor, I don't remember his name, he just spoke. Health professions were also covered. Methodically, the core activities are identified and tested for their automatability. For physicians and non-medical practitioners, 6 core activities were identified. For all of them, automatability was assessed as 0. But what is the reason for that? Information technology makes it possible to analyze large amounts of data at lightning speed. At the touch of a button, I gain access to everything entered by people or systems designed by people. In the process, answers presuppose questions, and the answer is determined by the question. No matter how large the amount of data is I can access, a logic-based system will only be able to provide a helpful answer to a question that is accurately identified and described as a problem. The system bases its answer very closely on the questions. The quality of the question is an important factor in the quality of the answer. So, are we asking the right questions? Do advanced technologies such as ChatGPT provide fruitful input for unlocking known knowledge? At this point, a practical test is in order. When asked what alternatively healing methods could be considered for long COVID, I received the following responses. I want to go to this. But you see, homeopathy is mentioned, herbal medicine, dietary changes, biofeedback, physical therapies, and so on. The potential advantage of using AI at this point is beginning to show. A large amount of information is scanned very quickly. This was seconds, no? The answer came in seconds. And programs usually have no biases. However, as the evaluation of homeopathy shows, the mainstream is reflected negatively in the response. This is unfortunate and shows obvious limitations of artificial intelligence. However, a serious possibility in the search for answers, i.e., should not be underestimated. But sometimes we get answers without having asked the question, is my daughter well? Will this meal suit me? Should this event take place? Where do these answers come from? Why do I trust my wife when she makes a recommendation? So we can think about who we are asking the question to. A close person I can trust can be considered, or I can even ask myself the question. Can a source of answer to health's question be that inner voice? If I want to solve problems myself, then it might be worth asking who or what is myself. What is or what does intuition mean? Is there a way to access the source of these kinds of answers? Owning in the sense of activation the heritage proposes an inner conversation, about access to and evaluation of information. In this conversation, I look for the experience of intuition, the self as I understand the traditions. The transmitted knowledge of yoga and Ayurveda is an inexhaustible source of knowledge. I can learn to understand what is good for me and what is good for another. The information, though the conversation with the chatbot puts us on the path, the applied knowledge lets us move forward, and the inner voice can guide us. 3 more sentences. My teacher has always stressed the importance of trust and servant practice as the foundation for true happiness. Trust beyond what is possible, an open heart, and reaching out with helping hands. The flow that springs from trust and loving service created the inheritance and continues to create new knowledge. This knowledge has the power to heal us and our world. Sarvetra sukhina santu, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkham apnayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katz, for your profound presentation and contribution to this platform. We must truly connect with ourselves in order to open the door to self-discovery. I would like to invite our next presenter, who is Dr. Uwe Peters from Germany. Welcome. Dr. Peters will be speaking about his presentation, which is called AMR in Focus, Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine as a Supporting Strategy. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you.
Dobry den, dámy a pánové. I want to tell you a little bit about this antimicrobial resistance, and it is one field we have a real chance for our complementary methods. And I have a little bit of focus on this traditional European medicine. So I'm from AMNE here, but I have put it into the title, this integrated aspect as well, and the traditional aspect as well, because this antimicrobial resistance is a very, very old evolutionary tool of bacteria. It's nothing new, it's not coming from humans, and it is a natural path we have to live with, and we have to handle it. And it is very interesting if we look for this topic. We look for more than 20 years to this topic, and if you look for the success, it is very, very small. So the problem started to get bigger and bigger, and oh, I don't want to do this. What is how to go further? No? Ah, okay. Is it? No, there is a, what have I done there? No, there's a okay. I make this one, I say. Yeah, is it? Whoop. Yes, and now we can try. What happened now? Press it again. Okay. So, and if we look for the EU, so it is estimated about 35,000 deaths caused by MRSA in Europe, and it is a direct death. There are a lot of associated deaths as well, but it is complicated to count. And so we have so much guests from India here. I looked up the data for India, and it is really a catastrophe in the relationship to Europe, because it is nearly 300,000 deaths, direct deaths by antimicrobial resistance in India in the year 2021, so the data, and it is estimated 1.2 million deaths associated with this AMR. So it is a big point to act. And I mentioned yesterday the house, we are living together, and we discussed a lot of things. For example, that we have a lot of scientists and science inside the house. But we talk about science, but what is behind? You mentioned it. What is it if you have this evidence, if you have all these things? Is it real, the evidence? Is it real helpful? It is one tool, but we have the thinking that this is an absolutely tool, but it isn't. And we have to be careful. There's a science trap, and this science trap, if we go tap in it, so we are in a science cage. And this science cage is a monocausal system of thinking, of exploring knowledge. It is okay, it is a way, but we can't do it in the absolutely, to put it as the absolutely thing we have to follow. And so we have to look at the results, and we have to interpret the results, and we have to look for the experience. And we see, so we have so much science, so much articles about AMR, but no solution. And this, we have to find solution. And if you look for the last 3 years to the pandemic, you have all these models. You have seen how wrong the models was. If we started in 2020, for Africa it was millions of deaths, but it didn't happen. And the first time there was a truth, as they talked about the measurements, about the face mask and the quarantine. They say, we don't cut the transmission. We know that we can't cut it. It is just for prolonging and save the amount of patients in the hospital. And then they talked about cutting the transmission, and what happened? It was not possible to cut the transmission. But what are we doing with the population dynamic of viruses? Nobody knows. We know nothing about population dynamic of viruses. But we prolong a virus's process for 3 years. It is the first time in the world that we have a pandemic over 3 years. What happened with these viruses? Nobody knows. We will see. And what happened to viruses? We forced by a monoclonal antibody vaccination. It's the first time that we have a monoclonal vaccination. And as we started with antibiotics, this was the solution. And now, 60 years later, it isn't the solution. And if we look for the reasons for the causes, so it is the medical, the veterinary, yes, okay, so we can discuss it, but is it? Is it the full circle? No, it isn't. If you look a little bit more, you have the production of antibiotics. There's a lot of wastewater going into the soil, into the agricultural and into the fields in India. It's a real problem about this production. And if you have the next one, nobody's looking for this. Household chemicals. If you have your laundry detergents, look at the contents there. You will find antibiotic substances in it. And if you have it in the dishwater as well, and it's a lot of antibiotics we spread everywhere. And the next part is, okay, we look for the animals, how to hold the animals, but in the normal agricultural feed, also for plants, we use antibiotic or substances with antibiotic components to grow up our corn. This is the next part. Nobody talks about this. And we go further. If you have this pandemic, everywhere you have this hand disinfections, and we will see it's a real problem. It strengthens the problem of antimicrobial resistance, and there might be some fields with question marks. We don't know. There are a lot of other causes for this problem. And what is science doing? It is just focusing on human medicine, on using it inside humans, and it is just, I don't know, a 5th part, a 10th part. It is just a signal, this circle, that there is a lot of work to do. And here you have just the list again I mentioned before I started with the circle. Yeah, and there are some nice work I found out in the last 3 years. And one is a microbial resistance in this household chemicals. And what they are doing, they are producing resistance in your household bacteria. If you find it in the dust in the house and you analyze the genome, you find these resistant genes inside. Very interesting. And if you look for the next part, you have this washing machine. They use this for the newborns in the clinic. It is a hospital study. And you find, if you do it, you have a lot of resistance. In this case, it was the Klebsiella. They found there Monotoca. It is not just the Streptococcus. So we have a lot of species. If we started with research, we found this problem. And the next is that we have the resistance inside the soil. There was a study compared the agricultural, the rural landscape in the UK with the urban surface, and it was less in the urban than in the agricultural landscape there, and we find it inside the soil. And I will show you the soil is a very critical part, we will see, for this resistance. And if you look further, we have the concentrations of these disinfections from the COVID, and in Hessen they made a study. It is inside the drinking water reservoirs, and it is inside the soil. So, and it is a problem in this. It threatens the human health now. We did it 3 years. And we had a lot of new resistance and a lot of new strategies, because bacteria are used to change their tools for antimicrobial resistance. And they can do it very, very fast. And we will see how fast it works. And you have this widespread from this hand disinfection. You can find it now worldwide overall. And the next part is, what can we do with TCIM or with the traditional European medicine? And it's a new course, and that is important. It is important to have a new thinking about, because it is an old evolutionary principle. So we can think how it evolved, and we can think about what can we do with natural product to stop the process. And we have heard here a lot about mitochondria. We have heard a lot about energy. And so we can look for the energy household of the bacteria, because it is not for free. If you are a bacteria and you put in plasmids to protect you against antibiotics, you have to maintain these plasmids. And it is a cost of energy. And it's a new thinking, it's a new way to higher the cost of the energy for the bacteria. And we can do this because the bacteria wants to survive. And so it is in special situations for the bacteria. They have to stay and invest this energy, because the environment is in this case that the bacteria have no chance. They have to invest. But if there come stressors, additional stressors to the bacteria, they have to decide: hold the plasmids, leave the plasmids, use other strategies to survive. And this is our chance. So that we strengthen, so we bring stress inside the bacterial situation, that they say, okay, I have to change my strategy, I have to give, put away my plasmids for the resistance. And it's quite easy. And we have to be careful, and this is very interesting, because if they put it away, it is not gone. And it's this work here, it is very, very new in soil, and you see these bacteria left their plasmids to the other colleagues. They can sample it again. And we have a lot of strategy in our body, and it is lysosome. It is some of the enzymes inside the macrophages. They destroy these plasmids, so that in the gut there is no plasmid reservoir for resistance if we have a good microbiome. And it works. And we have the interaction between these both parts. And this is very interesting for science. So I talked about these models and the wrong models. And science is, life science is very complicated. I talked yesterday about vitality. What is it? You can't measure it. You can't put an index and scale. It is very complicated. It can change in an hour, in a day. So vitality is 1 point for one individual. It is complicated for science to put it in a model, to have an algorithm. It don't work. And here you have two living parts. The bacteria with their own vitality, their own decision-making, how to survive, and on the other hand, the vitality of the organism interacting like an interplay between both, and it's so complicated to have it in science. And we have to be careful. And I'm an ecologist, and I know how complicated it is if you work with living systems, and it's so easy in the laboratory if you have fixed all the conditions, but if you are in nature, it is complicated. Okay, so the time is over. It is complicated theme, and I will show you what we can with TCM, with the traditional European. It is this bacteriostatic, the phytotherapy, because bacteriostatic is better than killing the bacteria, because the immune system can put the bacteria. You have this immune balance therapy, a lot of we know from microbiology, from acupuncture, and so on. And we can do it with mental health. It's also a part to strengthen our immune system and the immune balance. And on the other hand, it's a new one. It might be bacteriophages they use in Georgia. And it is a complicated politician theme as well. But everybody is thinking the bacteriophages are just killing the bacteria. But it isn't the mechanism. The mechanism is that the phages go to the immune system as well. And we know that phages from the gut go outside to the lung epithelium and block adhesion receptors from viruses. Very, very interesting part. It might be an own lecture next time here in Prague. And this is my opinion. We have to go to the decision makers and say we have a new course of thinking, and perhaps we have a chance to reduce one of the biggest problems, the antimicrobial resistance, with the method of complementary medicine. And perhaps we need a lot of work for Ayurveda from the Indian side, because in India it is a much more bigger problem than in Europe. But in Europe we have a lot of science work for the traditional European medicine. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pattas, for your passionate and very clear explanation of this complicated topic. When the balance is disturbed, the nature always finds the way how to compensate. And that's why healthy microbiome is very important, not only inside our bodies, but also outside of our bodies. And we have our last presenter of the day, and that is Dr. Eva Křížová from Czech Republic, and her presentation carries the name Alternative Medicine Must Stay Itself or in any other way. Thank you.
Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would translate my title, Alternative Medicine Must Remain specific or authentic, I would say. I decided to have a very short speech in English, although I prepared my paper in the Czech language, but due to the time delay, I will really shorten my speech. The summary of my contribution is that the concept of integrated or integrative medicine is a very hopeful concept and is well formulated, but contains also many risks, and it is very difficult to implement it in the clinical practice, at least in some countries like in the Czech Republic. Why? Because there are two systems, modern scientific medicine and alternative medicine, that are fundamentally different, and there is a huge power asymmetry between modern scientific medicine and the alternative medicine. In the presentation, I will try to support my concerns with a few literature references from English or American resources. I will not repeat the differences between allopathic and alternative medicine. You know them very well. But it's necessary to say that modern medicine is enormously united in their philosophy, in their practical approaches, in the language, English communication. So modern medicine is also integrated, at least in Europe, in healthcare systems that are compulsory for the population and that create good access to these healthcare treatments. So it is a very powerful system. On the other side, alternative medicine, as was also shown in the previous speeches, is fragmented. And there is a high diversity of origin, approaches, theories, and so on. Of course, modern medicine is culturally and economically dominant in the Western countries. So why I think that the concept of integrated or integrative medicine contains a few risks. The first reason is that there is the strong pressure on scientific evidence, as was also mentioned by previous presenters. The dominance of modern medicine demands that also alternative medicine legitimizes itself through the scientific evidence, which is appropriate better to the allopathic medicine and fits less to the character and essence of the alternative medicine. I think you know the discussions, how difficult it is to make a sample of homeopathic patients and to standardize the treatments. I think you know the discussion. You can also read one of the references that is drawn from the English-speaking or American literature. So you see that there is a very strong pressure that only evidence-based procedures will be tolerated by the modern medicine in the integrated treatments. The second risk is that representatives of modern medicine decide or have the power decide what alternative procedures will be selected from the huge range of all possible approaches. So there are some alternative procedures that are better acceptable for modern, medical professionals. But it is a risk for alternative medicine that only some procedures will be selected in the concept of integrative medicine. And again, you see in the second quotation the focus on research, evidence-based procedures to legitimize the acceptance of alternative medicine in the integration. Another risk is that, alternative medicine is still considered a second or less significant system, at least in Europe or in the Czech Republic. The dominance is ascribed to modern scientific medicine. So the position of alternative medicine is determined by the goodwill of modern medicine. So we still use the standpoint that prior is the scientific medicine and the complementary medicine only complements what is missing. I have found one good example in the British resources represented by the National Centre of Integrated Medicine, United Kingdom, and I appreciate their the wording that they are saying integrative medicine brings together conventional lifestyle and holistic approaches in a mutually respectful way to support health and well-being. So mutual respect is what I appreciate in this approach. How to implement it in the practice is a big issue. My conclusions are that despite the fact that the concept is very hopeful and progressive and really creates opportunities, there are also risks emerging for alternative medicine. If alternative medicine will imitate too much scientific and technological medicine, it can lose its autonomy, its authenticity, and its power, we can say. The fact that some of the alternative procedures will be integrated while the other remain outsiders can increase inequity in the field of alternative medicine and lead to some inner conflicts. I am a sociologist, so perhaps you can understand my terminology. The most significant risk, in my view, is related to marketization, commodification, and commercialization that is very strongly present in modern medicine. And if alternative medicine becomes another business plan and a new commercial product, it is, in my view, really potentially destroying the benefits of alternative medicine. So even though integrated medicine is a good concept, I think that alternative medicine plays an important social role also if is provided not in the not integrated form. In my view, alternative medicine generally plays or represents a fundamental plan B for current health care and has the potential also to reduce the ecological contamination that has been mentioned here. So This is the conclusion that the integrated medicine is a good concept, but we should be aware that it is very easy for modern medicine to control and to determine what alternative procedures will be tolerated and how they will be performed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Křížová, for your contribution and looking at alternative medicine from the sociology point view. And that was our last presentation. So before we end, I would like to invite you to put on your translation headphones, as Mr. Pfeiffer would like to make a special invitation for some of you.
Děkuji všem zúčastněným. A nyní si vás dovoluji pozvat
It is my honor to invite you to a boat trip. Prepare your rows. And we only have a certain time stress because we should board the boat at 10 to 7, otherwise it will leave. So, and there will be menu that will be split into vegetarian and vegan, and there will be some program which might be of interest to you, and it will be a great opportunity to establish contacts, to find partners for the discussion. So I want to thank you for the program today, and I'm looking forward to the boat trip, and there will be more surprise for you tomorrow. Thank you.
And for those that didn't have their headphones on, I would like to convey the message. Mm-hmm. 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 So there's an invitation to for a boat on the river, and there will be served Indian cuisine as well as European cuisine. It's a social event on the boat. We must leave promptly, as we have to be at the harbor at 6:50 p.m. Otherwise, the boat will leave without us. We will gather in the hallway, and there will be assistants helping us guide to the harbor. So if you can please all gather there. For tomorrow's program, we will begin at 9 a.m. So please arrive a little bit before so we can start on time. Otherwise, enjoy your boat ride and have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.